from there. We're continuing to rapidly deploy additional consular officers to ensure we can welcome Americans and others, and will continue to do so over the coming days. The department is sending consular staffing teams to Qatar and Kuwait to assist with the transit effort, and we're preparing teams to surge to other processing locations as well. Additional consular officers have also now landed in Kabul, and we will nearly double the number of consular officers on the ground by tomorrow, by Friday. I can also announce that Ambassador Bass arrived in Kabul this morning to lead logistics coordination and consular efforts within the personnel who remain at the airport. As you heard Secretary Sherman say yesterday, our diplomatic and military personnel are working in lockstep towards the same goal, and that is to get as many people who want to leave Afghanistan and who are vulnerable to Taliban reprisals because they help the United States and our allies and partners, or who are otherwise at risk because of who they are or what they do or what they believe, out of the country as quickly as possible. Our diplomats around the world are tirelessly engaging with their counterparts to ensure transit and passage for Americans, vulnerable Afghans, and others. This is absolutely an all-hands-on-deck effort to ensure the safety of our personnel and citizens, rally our allies and partners, and organize the evacuation of thousands and thousands of individuals. Additionally, Secretary Blinken spoke today with the G7 foreign ministers, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, and the High Representative of the European Union to discuss the situation in Afghanistan. All leaders underscored the imperative of safe passage for those who wish to leave Afghanistan, and the need for an inclusive political resolution that protects the fundamental human rights of all Afghans. The leaders agreed that the international community's relationship with the Taliban will depend on their actions and not their words. Secretary Blinken and the G7 foreign ministers also exchanged views on counterterrorism, on humanitarian efforts, refugee migration, and they agreed to remain in close contact on all fronts going forward. Secretary Blinken thanked his foreign counterparts for their steadfast commitment to supporting the Afghan people. With that, I am happy to turn to your questions.
Can I ask you, this is an extremely logistical question, and I hope it will be a very short answer. So, but does Operation Allies Refuge now include all of the categories of people who can go out? That means SIVs, P1, P2, and this other at-risk category, or does it still just apply? Does that term, Allies Refuge, just only apply to SIVs?
So Operation Allies Refuge is
People are getting briefed on different things all over town.
Understood. It is a military operation, Operation Allies Refuge. It was a term coined by the Pentagon, so I need to refer you there to speak precisely to what that operation now entails. But what I will say more broadly, of course, is that Operation Allies Refuge, in the first instance, was an effort, an airlift operation, unprecedented airlift operation that no other administration, either in the I will get there, but that no other administration, either in the Afghan context or.
Pat yourself on the back all you want. I just want to know: does it include all of these categories now, or is it just the SIVs?
Matt, it was in the first instance an airlift operation for SIVs. Now, of course, what we're doing is offering an airlift operation. We're in the midst of an airlift operation for American citizens, for locally employed staff members, for SIVs, for vulnerable Afghans.
The entire evacuation effort is Operation Allies Refuge.
My point was that you'll need to talk to DoD to understand exactly what OAR encompasses, but obviously we have a vast airlift operation ongoing now that encompasses all of those categories.
No one is trying to say that you don't. Secondly, and I realize that and I want to make sure that this is understood, getting people out, I understand that getting people out safely is the most important thing. But are there any COVID protocols for these flights?
So our first priority is to get as many people out as we can. What we are doing, depending on where these individuals go, and as you know, there are several transit countries, there sometimes will be testing in those third countries, but our first priority right now is to bring as many people to safety as we can.
So there isn't a protocol at the airport. If they are lucky enough to get through and get on to, there's no testing that happens beforehand. Because, if you look at the pictures, of packed transport planes, whatever, one or two people who are infected could, that could be a disaster, right? Especially when they arrive someplace. So anyway, you're saying there aren't.
When it comes to the transit countries, we are abiding by the regulations of those transit countries.
So there isn't any testing that happens before you get on a plane?
In Kabul at the airport, we don't at present have the capacity to test everyone on them.
Last thing, and it'll be really brief because it was kind of answered last night. But there were a bunch of reports last evening about this contingency and crisis response bureau proposal that had been made by the previous administration. And I just want to know if you guys still think that getting rid of it was the right thing to do. Was it a necessary element of the bureaucracy?
Well, I just want to correct something you said. We didn't get rid of any bureau. The bureau was never created. The bureau was proposed by the previous administration in its final days. It was, importantly, when it was conceived, it was not proposed to introduce any new capabilities whatsoever. And that may have been the cause for concern on a bipartisan basis on Capitol Hill. As you know, there were holds on this idea on a bipartisan basis. Republicans and Democrats opposed this. And in fact, the memo that explained what this proposal was to do actually was explicit on saying that it would not bring any new capabilities on board. So when this administration came in, we studied the issue and we determined, just as lawmakers on a bipartisan basis had determined, that a new bureau, a whole new structure, was not the right way to go, that we could make improvements in other areas, and that's what we've continued to do. Kylie.
Okay, just numbers here. How many Afghans, SIVs, P1, P2, however they're being, considered, have been evacuated since August 14th? I know we have the 7,000 number in total for people, but how many Afghans are in that group?
Well, the 7,000 figure, at this point, I'm not in a position to break that down much further. As you know, it consists of American citizens, it consists of our locally employed staff who are Afghans. It consists of third country nationals, as we have worked very closely with our partners on the ground to help bring some of their nationals to safety, and vulnerable Afghans. So right now, I'm not in a position to break that down further.
Can you break down 6,000?
Do you not
Break
have
down
the
6,000?
The same way that she's asking?
The 6,000 that are waiting to board, what about them? How many of them are SIVs?
So obviously they're at the airport right now. So this is really data in real time that I just don't have access to. What I can say is that overnight we notified all Americans who had expressed an interest in being relocated to consider traveling to the airport. We notified our locally employed staff, Afghans who worked at our embassy in Kabul. And we also notified a segment of the SIV population. So of the 6,000 that are at the airport now, that is the general makeup.
So are you planning to give us a breakdown? Are you working on that, or is that
I
not
expect
playing
we
your
will have
typical
greater
role?
fidelity in all of these numbers as this continues, yes.
So second question, there are reports of problems with these Afghans who you've told to come to the airport, not being able to get into the airport because gates are closed. Is there anything that the State Department is doing to help them get into the airport at this time?
So what I can say, and I'm seeing the same reports on Twitter that you are, and every report of someone unable for whatever reason to reach the airport is something we take very seriously. Our imperative is to relocate as many people as quickly as we can. And we've seen the reports of congestion. My understanding is that things are moving quite efficiently at this hour at the airport now. But every report we see of someone unable to reach the airport is of concern. We are doing everything we can mechanically, logistically, But then, of course, there's also the diplomatic element to this as well. We are making very clear together with our international partners, more than 100 countries have come together, the G7 mentioned this today as well, that safe passage should be guaranteed for all of those who wish to transit to the airport. That is something we have focused on. We have focused on it in the Doha Channel. We are focusing on it, and by we, I mean both state and the Department of Defense, which now has a channel with the Taliban on the ground in Afghanistan. And we have had what I would characterize as productive conversations about the need, the imperative of ensuring safe passage. Now, of course, we're seeing some of the same reports. When it comes to American citizens, we have a relatively large cadre of consular officers on the ground in Kabul right now. They are in regular and constant contact with American citizens. I can tell you that they have received, as of a couple hours ago, a small handful of reports from American citizens who weren't able to reach the airport for whatever reason. What we do know is that 6,000 people are now at the airport. 6,000 people have been able to make it, have made it through the processing, and as of a couple hours ago, we had received only a small handful of reports otherwise from American citizens. Humara.
So then, just to follow up on that, and you say you're doing everything you can, but also yesterday, Defense Secretary Austin said the United States does not have the capacity to extend the operations into Kabul and help people get to the airport. Are you considering seeking help on this from any other country who may have better reach on the ground? Or are you just going to leave this to the people who are trying to get to the airport?
Humera, what I would say is that no country has more capability inside of Afghanistan than the United States. And in fact, we are working...
Sure, but this is one thing you can't do. And like Defense Secretary has said this, and it was a fair and square statement. So I'm asking, if United States does not have this capacity, are you asking other countries who may have better reach on the ground to do something about this, or is this going to be left to the hands of the citizens?
My point is that you will be hard-pressed to find a country that has the capacity on the ground, if any such country exists, in a position to do that. We have been working very closely with our partners on the ground at HKIA. Many of them have come to us asking to have their people go out on our planes, for example. So the United States military is undertaking a gargantuan airlift operation right now. That itself is a major undertaking. You've heard from the Secretary, you've heard from the Chairman of the resources that are involved in that. At this point, we don't have the resources to go beyond the airport compound.
No, just one final thing. How many more Americans left in Afghanistan? This was raised in Pentagon, and they referred them to the States.
Well, we have been consistent in explaining that in every country, Americans register with the embassy. So it's a voluntary thing.
Surely, but you understand this is a question that also defines the length of this
It
mission.
does. It does. And the president has been very clear that we are going to do as much as we can for as long as we can, and our first priority is the safe repatriation of the American people. So what we did overnight was to send a message to all American citizens who had expressed an interest in repatriation. We have already repatriated many Americans. Just today there are 6,000 more people, many of whom are American at U.S. citizens at the airport compound, and I would expect in the coming days.
Are those 6,000 people, you said they've been processed, are they clear to continue on once they land in Qatar, or did they have to be held in that facility?
So these are different categories of individuals. Some will be American citizens, some will be Afghans, some will be third-party nationals. So it really depends on where they fall on that scale.
And as far as the processing in Qatar, the DoD said today you've got 5 to 9. The capacity, the aspirational capacity is 5,000 to 9,000 a day. All those people are flying in. They're being held at the base. My understanding is processing there is very slow. It's triple-digit heat. They have MREs only. There are limited places to sleep. What is the status of getting those people processed and out the door, and where are they going? And if you can't say or you don't know, How is that possible at this point?
Christina, ultimately, the final destination will depend on if you're a U.S. citizen, you're coming back to your home country. If you are a third country national, you're going back to your home country. If you're an Afghan national, we have heard generous offers. First I should say, those SIVs who have special immigrant visa holders who have completed the rigorous security vetting process, they will come here, just as 2,000 of them have under Operation Allies Refuge. So when it comes to SIVs who are not at a particular stage, when it comes to vulnerable Afghans who aren't part of the SIV program, we have heard generous offers from countries around the world. Let me just give you an update on where we are. First, the U.S. embassies in Doha and Kuwait, they have been working with the military and their Qatari and Kuwaiti counterparts respectively to receive flights and to ensure the safe transit of passengers to onward destination. As I mentioned, we're sending additional consular officers to both Qatar and Kuwait to help with this processing. We're very grateful to both countries that they have offered their territory for this processing. When it comes to Europe, Secretary Blinken had a good conversation yesterday with Albanian Prime Minister Rama about Albania's offer to host Afghans in need. The Secretary thanked the Prime Minister for continuing Albania's proud tradition of sheltering people in need, and they affirmed the close partnership between the two countries. I mentioned this statement yesterday, but for those of you who haven't seen it, the Prime Minister's explanation for why Albania was doing this, predicated on his own country's history, is quite powerful, quite moving. We are in discussions with other European allies on this same basis. I'm not in a position to name them right now, but stay tuned. We also deeply appreciate Uganda's generous offer of assistance to host Afghan evacuees on a temporary basis. In the Western Hemisphere, of course, you're all familiar with the very generous offer from our neighbor to the north. The Canadians have expressed a willingness to open their doors to vulnerable Afghans. We're extraordinarily grateful. Mexico and Chile as well have announced their intention to aid vulnerable Afghans with refugee status or resettlement. Yes, thank you.
What is your processing capacity in Doha? Like, how, if 5,000 to 9,000 are coming in, how many of those people who need processing, who don't have visas, who can't just get on a plane, how many can you process per day? And then secondly, are you asking for any kind of humanitarian assistance either at the airport or at that facility in Doha, where we're hearing, especially at the airport, even Americans who got in are saying there's no separate line for U.S. citizens, there's minimal toilet facilities, there's nowhere to sit, they're sitting outside, it looks pretty bad.
So our goal is to move individuals through those facilities as quickly as we can. That's part of the reason why we've surged consular officers to both places.
I know what the goal is, but do you know what your capacity is, and are you asking for humanitarian assistance?
We are able to process hundreds upon hundreds of Afghans in each facility per day. As I said, there are other generous offers. I expect our capacity will be able to speak to a much greater capacity in the coming days as well that will allow us to process thousands of vulnerable Afghans per day. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. See you. Nice to see you again. I come back again. I have a question on the Afghanistan and the other issue too. And on the allies, our allies concerned about the U.S. security credibility, how do you think the Afghanistan crisis impacted the credibility of the United States security commitment to its allies? Secondly, last time as President Biden mentioned about that the United States military would be sacrificed without the national interest. What if there is no interest in the United States and the countries that have made a security commitment with the countries such as Korea, Japan, and Taiwan? Do you have any comment on that?
Could you repeat the first part of that second question?
First part of the second question. Yes. What if there is no interest in the United States and the countries that have made a security commitment with countries such as Korea, Japan, Taiwan, such things?
Great. So let me take your first question first. It is safe to say that this administration has prioritized our system of alliances and partnerships in profound ways. And we've done that because we recognize them as a profound source of strength. In the context of Afghanistan, and I spoke to this a bit yesterday, it is precisely why Secretary Blinken, on one of his, I believe it was his second trip overseas, went to Brussels and went to consult with NATO allies together with Secretary of Defense Austin. It's precisely why we returned to Brussels just a couple weeks later, because there's always been the mantra, the NATO mantra when it comes to Afghanistan: in together, adjust together, out together. That's always been the understanding. We did all of this and have continued to do all of this in close coordination with our NATO allies. Just today, Secretary Blinken met with the G7. This was a topic of discussion at the leaders level as well when President Biden was in Europe, meeting with the G7, with the EU, with NATO as well. I think the other point is that our strategic competitors would love nothing more than to see the United States bogged down in a conflict for another 2 years, 4 years, 20 years. A conflict that has come at tremendous opportunity cost for the United States. What we are doing is focusing on the threats and the opportunities that matter most to the American people, to our safety, to our security, to our prosperity. It's part of the reason why you've seen such a focus of this administration on those partners and alliances around the world, but also in the Indo-Pacific, and the commitment we have made to our system of alliances in that region. The first countries that Secretary Blinken visited were the Republic of Korea and Japan. We have invested deeply in ASEAN. Ambassador Sherman was in the region recently. We have met with ASEAN as a bloc, also individually with member states. So what I can tell you is that this administration values our alliances and partnerships for what they are, but also for what they represent. They represent a source of strength for us. As I said yesterday, they're a source of envy for our adversaries. We recognize that. It's precisely why we've invested such in them.
National Security Advisor Sullivan, he took my questions that Tuesday, what he said at the court. The president, as he said that repeatedly, has no intention of drawing down our forces from South Korea or from Europe, and where we have sustained troops presences for a very long time, not in the middle of a civil war, but deal with the potential of an external enemy and to protect our allies against that external enemy. So it is fundamentally different kind of situation from one and we are presented within Afghanistan. So do you think the Korean War is a civil war or an invasion by an external enemy, just like North Korea? What the United States thought this Korean War is?
Well, we've been very clear about what matters most to us when it comes to the Korean Peninsula. In fact, we did an entire policy review. And the outcome of that review, as we've said before, was that our focus will continue to be on the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. The denuclearization which will work to advance our national security interests, but also the interests of Japan and the Republic of Korea. We have stood together with our allies, not only in the context of North Korea's, the DPRK's nuclear capabilities, but also its ballistic missile capabilities, which, of course, are a profound menace to both Japan, and the ROK. We've also said when it comes to animosity, when it comes to the relationship between South Korea and the DPRK, we are firmly on the side of engagement. We are supportive of the inter-Korean dialogue. We are supportive of efforts to forge better relations between South Korea and between the DPRK. All the while, we are focusing on the humanitarian issues, the humanitarian plight of the people of North Korea. That's what matters most to us. That's been the focus, and that's what we'll continue to focus on. Yes, Will.
I just want to ask broadly on the SIV program. There's some concern that vulnerable Afghans who've helped the U.S. forces, especially if they're not near Kabul, will have trouble getting out. And I'm just wondering why the State Department didn't surge more effort toward the SIV program. We've talked about some of the details, but obviously this administration inherited a plan to exit Afghanistan, followed through on that plan. Granted, there were some backlogs, but we were still getting pretty small numbers of SIVs coming through in March. Why didn't this administration surge that earlier? Why wait till summertime before getting larger numbers of those processed?
Well, you mentioned the backdrop, and that's where I'll start, because it's worth explaining a bit of the context of the SIV program, what we inherited. So before January 20th of this year, this would be June of 2020, there was actually an Inspector General report into the state of the SIV program over successive administrations. This was a program that began in 2008, as I recall. What the Inspector General identified was chronic shortages in staffing, a lack of a coordinating official, and a bureaucratic 14-step process that was enshrined in statute. So that's what we inherited. By the time this administration took office on January 20th, there had not been a single SIV interview in months. In fact, the last interview was on March 20th of 2020. And that, of course, was due to the COVID protocols. Within 2 weeks of this administration taking office, SIV interviews in Kabul had resumed. They were reestablished on February 2nd. On February 4th, just to demonstrate the commitment and to signal the commitment and to jumpstart this effort, President Biden issued an executive order. And he directed the Department of State to undertake a review of the program. We did so. That review allowed us to identify and to take remedial action on process improvements. And we found ways we could direct additional resources to the SIV program. And I'll give you a couple examples of that. On April 1st, additional SIV adjudicators were dispatched to Kabul. And the embassy significantly raised its goal of how many interviews it could conduct per week. Later that month, of course, the embassy did go on ordered departure as the security environment and the broader environment began to change. So, as you know, it goes without saying, we brought people back to the United States, but we actually surged at that time additional consular officers, because even as we were reducing the overall footprint of our embassy, we wanted to ensure we were doing everything we can to actually augment the capabilities for our SIV processing at that time. By the end of May, given these steps, we had shaved more than a year off the average processing time for the SIV program. Other challenges arose. As you recall, the embassy in Kabul was struck by a fairly profound outbreak of COVID-19. Even despite the COVID-19 outbreak at the embassy was able to issue more than 1,000 visas during the time of the outbreak. That was roughly mid-June to early July. On July 14th, we announced something, as I said before, that something no administration had done before, an actual airlift operation. The SIV program was designed to give visas for these Afghans who had stood by us, but it was never contemplated.
Is this going to be a success in the end? And if not, why didn't you stay longer in Afghanistan to get these people out?
So,
is it going to be a success? How many people are going to come out in the end?
So Will, it is our intention to bring to the United States as many SIV applicants as we possibly can. And we put in process the steps that actually enabled us to process at a much greater clip. We went from...
I'm still not clear on what point they need to be in the SIV process
Mm-hmm.
to either get through the gate or get on the plane?
I am happy to tell you that. Let me just give you one data point. With the augmentation of consular staff in the embassy in Kabul, and also back here in the Washington D.C. area, the number of visas we were able to issue went from 100 in March to 813 this month. 813 visas per week. That just shows you the commitment we have. Now, Christina, to your question, when it comes to SIVs and who precisely we're relocating at this time, we have sent messages to those who have completed a certain stage of the security vetting procedure.
What is that stage, I'm asking? Do they have to have consular approval, or?
Who have completed the vetting
Sorry.
procedures.
Consul General.
Who have completed the vetting procedures, that they should consider coming to the airport, and we'd be in a position to relocate them.
So actually, something on that.
Pentagon, your counterpart in Pentagon today, there's the number 5,000 to 9,000. And then yesterday, 2,000 people have been evacuated. So there were questions about why that number was less. And then he said obviously there are a number of steps regarding the visa application before putting people on planes, which suggested that at the moment you are not using these planes at full capacity because of bureaucratic red tape.
No,
And if that is the case, or if it's somewhere even close to that, will these consular officers finally sort of speed that process up? When do you think you will get up to 5,000 to 9,000?
so as we said, by tomorrow we will have just about doubled the consular capacity we have available at the embassy, at the airport compound in Kabul.
Does that mean 5,000 people on the plane?
It means we are going to process as many people working with the military as we possibly can.
Yeah, but you were doing that yesterday, too. Right?
Matt, since
I know, but-
since this effort has begun,
Look,
yes.
people are asking for numbers, and I realize that they're difficult to get, but, and it's always in flux. But you just talked about how there's 6,000 people waiting at the airport, which is one thing. Does the military side of the airport really have enough space for 6,000 people to live hygienically for 12 to 24 hours?
We
And
expect
when did
about
those-
20
when did-
flights. We
when-
expect about 20 flights to go out tonight.
Tonight and tomorrow. So the 6,000 who are there, they got in today,
That's the goal.
right? They got in today.
Today, 6,000 people have been processed
and
into the
they will be
airport.
Leaving tonight and early, I guess.
We
our
expect
time.
20 flights. DoD has said will go out tonight. This is an operation that will continue at as fast a clip as we can possibly manage. I think you've heard me say that as we have increased our throughput capacity at the airport, we have reached out to more and more individuals, instructing them to consider traveling to the airport if they are able to do so. So that is why you have seen more people process today. Our hope is that tomorrow we'll be able to process even more. But ultimately, the metric we care about most is how many people we are able to repatriate here to the United States or bring to third countries. That is our goal. Our goal is to maximize that figure. Connor.
The SV program does not apply to Afghan security forces, only to the interpreters and folks of that kind. There are reports, credible reports, that they are being hunted down. There are Air Force pilots, pleading in audio messages for help. There are commandos that the U.S. government has spent years training who are being assassinated. What are you doing for them? And are you aware of these reports? Can you confirm any of these reports that they're being hunted down?
We know that at least one NGO, I've seen a report that at least one NGO has put together with this. I'm just not in a position to confirm those details. As I said, every time we see a detail like this, we take it extraordinarily seriously, and we do what we can to follow up on it. You're right that in most instances, someone who, for example, has served in the Afghan military or the Afghan police force probably would not qualify for SIV status. But SIV status is not the only status that we're factoring into our calculus. There are other forms of, there are other pathways to safety, either through UNHCR, the United States, one of our partners. We've talked about priority 1 refugee status. We've talked about priority 2 refugee status. There are individuals who, over the course of many years, have worked closely with NGOs, with partner governments, and those NGOs and partner governments are referring them for various refugee statuses that may be available elsewhere. So there are different avenues for people who don't qualify for SIV, and we are doing all we can to support as many people as we can.
Another question. There have been skirmishes today over the Afghan national flag being raised. Today's Afghanistan's Independence Day. There are also folks calling for resistance, including First Vice President Saleh. What do you say to the folks who say that they want to resist Taliban control of the country, including through force? What do you say to the folks who are in the streets protesting today because they don't want Taliban government?
Well, we certainly don't want to see a government that denies the rights that are guaranteed to people everywhere. We don't want to see that either. But it's not just about us. In addition to the other elements that the G7 discussed today, one of the key points of discussion was about the expectations of this forum for any future Afghan government. We have seen consensus within the G7. We have seen consensus within the UN Security Council. We have seen consensus from the dozens of countries who signed on to a statement just a couple nights ago about the status of women and girls. So again, the international community is united on this. No one
calls for resistance.
Look, no one wants to see a government that will deprive the rights of its people, the rights of its women and girls. We know that no society can thrive or potentially even continue to exist if it ignores the rights of half of its population. That has been our point. Sean.
Can I follow up on that? Massoud has specifically called for the United States to actually send arms, saying that the U.S. is the arsenal of democracy. Does the United States have any contact with him in Panjshir? Does the United States have any interest in sending in a military relationship with him?
We have, without speaking to this individual specifically, we have been in contact with stakeholders who are engaged in the intra-Afghan negotiations. As you know, the Afghans, that is to say representatives of the Islamic Republic, representatives of the Taliban, continue to hold discussions, continue to discuss a political settlement. We have continued to be in touch with representatives of the Islamic Republic, as well as representatives of the Taliban. Ambassador Khalilzad remains in Doha. Much of the Taliban delegation, if not all of it, has relocated from Doha to Afghanistan. We've continued to be in touch with those representatives over the phone. We've been in touch directly on the ground with them as well.
All right, so those were the major updates there from the State Department today on the crisis there in Afghanistan. We are going to continue to move on right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. How you doing? I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on right here. I do want to give you an update to the situation that we were bringing you all morning long and afternoon long on the D.C. Bomb scare. Here's an update from D.C. Police Department tweeting out just moments ago that the vehicle related to the active bomb threat near the Library of Congress has been cleared. Road closures that were in place have now been lifted. Residents may return to their homes. Thank you all for your patience during this critical incident there. So that is a great update there being put out by the D.C. Police Department on what was a 5-hour standoff with a suspect there that claimed that he did have bombs and he was making demands. So right now we're going to go out to Fox 5 DC on their coverage here in just a moment, giving you the updates that you need about this big update there in D.C. We'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, in just a moment.
And we are following up on the breaking news of the day. A tense encounter on Capitol Hill after a man threatening to have a bomb in his truck engaged police in hours-long standoff. The man now in custody after surrendering to police.
The suspect identified as Floyd Roseberry from North Carolina. His actions today causing evacuations of congressional office buildings, the Library of Congress, and nearby homes. Let's get right out to Fox 5 Sierra Fox, who's been on the scene since this morning. She's live in Southeast. Sierra.
Tisha and Marina, I have to say there's an eerie feel out here on Pennsylvania Avenue heading towards the Capitol. You can see traffic is now back open and free flowing, and this yellow crime scene tape here is now bundled up after a long, chaotic and disruptive day. I spoke with a lot of people today, a lot of tourists visiting from out of town. One man came here for the first time to D.C. from Washington State, and he said navigating this place was a headache and frustrating.
It's hot. I've been walking for hours trying to get to the U.S. Supreme Court building. A lot of the roads closed, so I've been just trying to navigate my way around the outside. Stopped at a bar, had a couple drinks, kept going.
Let's explain why so many roads were blocked off today. Around 9:15 this morning, a black pickup truck drove onto the sidewalk in front of the Library of Congress. The driver, who Capitol Police have identified as Floyd Roseberry from North Carolina, told an officer he had a bomb, and police saw what appeared to be an explosive device. Roseberry was on Facebook Live during some of these tense moments. Take a listen.
You can shoot me and kill me right here and blow up 2.5 city blocks.
He also repeatedly kept asking to speak with President Joe Biden. Police used whiteboards to communicate messages with the suspect and even used a robot to deliver him a cell phone to talk. However, he did not use the phone to speak with authorities. He just surrendered. Many who live in the Capitol Hill neighborhood say this day started to remind them of the insurrection, and they fear this is just going to cause more security measures to be put back in place.
There has been a lot. They just recently reopened the Capitol for us to access it and be able to go on runs through there again. And unfortunately, I hope this doesn't result badly and maybe even have like long-lasting effects like January 6th did.
Hopefully it doesn't. Right now, the investigation is ongoing. We're still working to find out the exact motive. Fox 5 will stay on top of this story and keep you up to date with the latest. Back to you.
Sierra, thank you. Meanwhile, as this standoff unfolded, Capitol Hill went into an all too familiar position, lockdown.
Yeah, roads there were blocked off. Buildings were also evacuated. And once again, the area surrounding the U.S. Capitol flooded with law enforcement. Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald has the latest now on Capitol Hill from this most recent threat. Fitz.
Good evening. And unfortunately, that is true. People are becoming all too familiar with this scenario, especially up here on Capitol Hill, both inside and outside surrounding the Capitol complex. A lot of people learned about this situation this morning with emergency text alerts on their phones. Staffers inside the Congressional House office buildings were sent out an alert on those phones, telling them to evacuate into the other office buildings through the underground tunnel network that connects the Capitol office complex. Now, since this situation came to an end, we have seen a steady stream of tactical vehicles and law enforcement officers, both on the local and federal level, leaving this area today. But make no mistake, for hours, this was an armed camp as this situation unfolded for nearly 5 hours today. And for those caught up in the middle of this, folks who unassumingly thought they were coming down here to the Capitol just for a day of sightseeing, there's a good measure of concern and also of questions about their safety.
I got a notification on my phone.
What did it say?
It just said there was a bomb threat at the Capitol.
Well, we pulled in, we saw the lights down there. Then we asked the security guard, and they told us they thought that was happening.
We were coming into, to the area, and then just now I just saw a SWAT vehicle over there.
Now, keep in mind the timing of this incident today comes at a very critical moment because of what is going to happen over the next couple of weeks. U.S. Capitol Police were already on a heightened state of alert because of the upcoming 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks that, as you know, affected our area here back in 2001. But there is also another event now scheduled for the end of September, on September 18th, when supposedly backers of President Trump were going to march on the United States Capitol on the East Front in support of the individuals who have been arrested as a result of the January 6th insurrection. So already tempers were heightened here today, and this did not do anything to lower that in any single way. We're live on the Hill tonight. We'll send it back into you.
New tonight at 5, we are learning more about the teenager student stabbed to death just steps away from his
And that was Fox 5 coverage there in D.C. And coming up in the next hour, we will hear from Sierra Fox there with a fresh update on everything that is happening there with this situation that has now been resolved, but still a lot of questions still to be answered right there. We want to move on right now. We're going to go out to Arizona, where just moments ago, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is speaking to the media and handling a lot of questions about a mask mandate war that is really going on here between school districts and Governor Doug Ducey. The Republican governor wants to give it up for the choice for parents to mask up their kids in class, while some school districts are mandating it. And here are just some of the comments here from Governor Doug Ducey. Let's listen.
We've done a number of things in Arizona in addition to raising their salary. We've also made subject matter experts like yourself. You can go teach journalism in any high school in the state. And we've got a teachers academy at all 3 of our public universities. So we're addressing it as aggressively as anyone.
Let's go to a CEO from KJAS.
Can you provide us with more information on the relief program? Like, do students have to leave their classes or their school districts to get that money? And how will that money, is there any like accountability measures to make sure that the dollars are being spent the way you intend them to be spent?
So the dollars are there for students as a scholarship, so their parents can have choice in their education if they're in a school for whatever reason that is failing them, or they need to somehow tailor their education. I think the program is pretty wide open. There's a lot of dollars behind it, and we're looking forward to distributing the monies.
So any mechanisms, do they have to leave their districts, like ESA program, or do they stay?
Yes, it would be the equivalent to education savings account. There's a student here from the U of A that was actually educated under the ESA program during his high school years. He was able to do that through the existing law. This is an expansion of those options.
Governor, given everything we now know about the audit in Maricopa County and the people conducting it and paying for it, should people trust it when their results come out?
Let's see what the results say.
Does that mean you think that they're credible enough for people to potentially trust the results?
I think that there have been 3 audits already completed. This is the 4th. Let's see how it differs.
Governor, let me ask a related question, not K-12. The presidents of the 3 state universities essentially told you what you can do with your order on masking. Are you going to do anything about it, or are you just going to let them get away with it?
People should follow the law, and when they don't follow the law, there's consequences.
What are the consequences
Well,
to the university?
I'll leave that to the courts.
What's your response to the
Biden administration saying that we're going to take extra efforts against governors that will prevent schools from doing what they can to prevent.
Did you read the letter
I did.
that the Biden administration sent?
I did. What's your
The
response?
letter was weak and pathetic.
So
Just like the Biden administration is weak and pathetic on the border, weak and pathetic on the collapse in Afghanistan, weak and pathetic on their COVID response, and weak and pathetic on their attack on the Phoenix Police Department and Chief Jerry Williams. That's the Biden administration. Why don't they focus on their day job, take care of the nation's borders, and help Americans leave Afghanistan and leave schools to the states? That's how the Constitution reads.
So are you going to sue the universities or the
I said there are consequences for not following the law. They are in the courts, they are through civil outcomes, and they are through the budget.
But you haven't. But there is no case in
I
court.
said there will be consequences.
If the administration should leave schools to the states, shouldn't the state leave the rules about kids to the schools?
The state has provided maximum flexibility to the closest form of governance to the child, and that's the parent.
But if the parents want mask mandates or quarantining for kids who've been exposed, the districts aren't allowed to do that.
Then parents are of course allowed to determine what happens with their child. That's the whole premise of school choice. That's the whole premise of school choice.
What if they want their child in a classroom where the other children are masked up so that there is not, viral particles floating around the room?
they have the option for their child to wear a mask.
What's your response to Brophy with what's going on with Brophy right now?
Well, Brophy is a Catholic school, and it's an excellent school. And religious schools have protections, as they should, against government actions. So do many private schools. Everyone knows where I stand on this issue, and I respect others differing of opinion and to make the decisions under their authority.
Shouldn't kids whose parents don't have the money to send their students to Brophy have the exact same options?
Everyone can wear a mask. There's no prohibition on masks in Arizona. There's no ban on masks in Arizona. I wish you guys would properly report this.
But isn't that kind of sidestepping the issue still, that the masks aren't effective if most of the kids in class aren't using them?
There's a lot of mixed information around cloth masks to begin with. The CDC does make recommendations. There's higher efficacy with N95 masks, which aren't as readily available. But if a parent wants to follow that recommendation, I encourage them to do that.
That's it, guys. We really got to run. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Governor Doug Ducey calling the Biden administration weak and pathetic on the COVID-19 response, as well as the border situation. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking in some remarks here from Governor Ron DeSantis out of Florida.
A lot of visibility on it. It had not obviously been promoted to the extent that the vaccines had. And so we said, okay, so let's do some more to let people know it's out there. We did an event at Tampa General. And then we said, we need to just expand the footprint on this. People need to know that it's available. And so we've been establishing these sites throughout the state of Florida. So we have Jacksonville, we have Orlando, we have Brevard County. We just opened one in Volusia County. We have Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade will come online soon. Hillsborough, I'm not going to be there, but Hillsborough is also up and running. And then we are going to have one hopefully very soon in Pinellas County. And then other places on the west coast of Florida we'll be adding as well. And basically the thing that we've seen throughout this summer is, if you look at the people who are being hospitalized, there's two things that are apparent. One, the vast majority of them had not been vaccinated, and so that's the vaccine is kind of the prevention angle. But then also, over 90% of the people who were being admitted did not get a monoclonal antibody treatment after they were infected. And so from both a prevention and a treatment, you see kind of who's making up the bulk of the hospital admissions. It's our belief, based on the data, that if more people knew about this and had done it, that the admissions would have been lower. And we think with more uptake on this, we think the admissions will go lower here in the future. And so the monoclonal antibody is it's a treatment. It's for people who particularly are at severe risk of COVID. It's authorized not just for a treatment for infection, but it's even authorized as a prophylaxis if you've been exposed to people who have COVID. And so this is something that comes up when you're talking about nursing homes. If you have a nursing home resident or staff member who tests positive for COVID, the close contacts, you can then go in and do the Regeneron as a prophylaxis, and it helps ward off a potential infection. And then obviously, if you are infected, could treat it on the back end. So those are the two ways to be able to use it. This is a treatment that is free to the patient. It's important to do that because there's people that say that this is costing thousands of dollars out of pocket for people. That is not true. The federal government purchased the whole lot of this as soon as it was developed, and basically have been sending it down. So whatever Florida draws down, we don't pay for, and then whatever patients get, they are not charged for this treatment. And so it's important for people, because you don't want people to be deterred from doing this if it's something that could help them. The key to this, though, is doing it prior to severe illness setting in. Once you're severely ill and hospitalized and in the ICU, the effect of this declines. If you do it early in the infection period while the symptoms are still manageable, this has been shown consistently to reduce the chance of hospitalization by 70%. And these are mostly high-risk people, so that's a pretty significant thing. And I think if you've talked to people who have actually used this, you will find that a lot of them have very good things to say about the experience, how they were feeling, and then 24, 48 hours later, how they ended up feeling after that, and it's usually very positive. So getting it early is important. You can sign up at any of these sites that Florida is doing by going to patientportalfl.com. The health systems are still doing this as well. I mean, Tampa General, they do 50 infusions a day. I know other health systems are doing it, and that's great. And we're trying to supplement what they're doing, not necessarily displace it, but we do believe that because the knowledge of this was so low, as knowledge gains, we do think there's going to be a need to have a bigger footprint. So that's why we're doing it. So the site here will be able to do over 300 treatments a day right here. And obviously we're assuming, we're going to draw from, of course, Pasco, perhaps depending on where the Pinellas site is, maybe northern Pinellas, and then of course we think we'll draw from Hernando and Citrus as well, and that's great because 300 plus treatments a day, that's a lot, and then multiplied all across the state, where we're going to end up having probably by this weekend, what would you say, 10 to 15 will be up for sure?
Probably a dozen.
Yeah, so probably a dozen that will be up and running, and so you figure 300 plus a day at each of those sites, that's thousands of available slots every single day. And so if you talk about the folks who this could be most beneficial to, you're looking at people who are, high risk for serious COVID complications. And everyone kind of knows the drill on that. You're looking at elderly people, people that have that are immunosuppressed, morbid obese, diabetes, heart conditions, lung conditions. And if you're in that category and you get infected, you have the opportunity to come get an early treatment that's going to improve your chances dramatically. We are seeing folks test positive who have been fully vaccinated. I think you're looking at, I know the CDC and some of them are contemplating these booster shots, and I think the reason why they're doing that is because you're seeing more infections amongst vaccinated people than the clinical trials suggested would likely have happened. Now, I think most of these are mild cases. However, our most heavily vaccinated portions of our population are our most at-risk portions of our population. So if you're somebody who is fully vaccinated, but you do have immune system problems, or you're very elderly, or you have other health issues, even if you're vaccinated, this is still something that could potentially help you. So it's not necessarily tied to vaccination status. It's something that if you're in those categories and can benefit, if you get it early, you're going to be able to do hopefully pretty good. So patientportalfl.com. We think we've already seen some positive results from this. If you look at Jacksonville, we've gotten some good traffic there, and I think the Orlando site will get some data out of that as well as Brevard. And then just yesterday we launched 2 in South Florida, and then today we were in Ormond Beach, and then here in Pasco with Hillsborough also opening. So by Saturday, we should have probably 12. And what do you think we'll end up at? You think we'll end up with 15?
Statewide, I think we're going to be at 17.
17. So we anticipate pretty soon probably being about 17. And we've had different communities reach out to us, and DEM, they're obviously working to do that. You know, you have some communities where some of the hospitals would do these treatments, but they'd only do it on certain days. And that's obviously, it's good to have access, but you may want to have it 7 days. And so that's where we can maybe come in and plug some holes there as well. So bottom line is, this is something that's readily available for folks. This is not saying that you do this in addition or in lieu of vaccination. It's something you do in addition to, and whatever has been done in terms of your personal vaccine status. Once you are infected, then what do you do? And this is the most effective early treatment that we have, and it has been proven to have great results. And so we want to make sure everyone knows it's available for them, particularly, you know, when you have a period where you have high prevalence. And so it's great to be here for this. I will turn it over to some of our distinguished guests here. We'll have Senator Simpson, and then we'll have Director Guthrie, and then Dr. Shepke will deliver some remarks. So Wilton.
Yep. Thank you, Governor, and thanks for coming to Pasco County and talking about the monoclonal antibody. And as someone who had COVID in December and participated with the Eli Lilly monoclonal antibody, it worked very well. Within 24 hours, most of the symptoms are gone. I would encourage everyone to understand the statistics. The governor mentioned them. If you are in the hospital today, there's probably close to a 90% chance you did not get vaccinated. If you are having very serious illness, there's a very good chance you are not vaccinated. If you contract COVID and you have been vaccinated or not, you should immediately seek out this treatment with the monoclonal antibodies. It's very effective. It will save many lives. But what it'll also do is it'll take the pressure off of our current hospital system, which is being maxed, stretched really very thin with our staff in our hospitals. And so opening these sites, Governor, I believe will save many lives. And I appreciate the media being here today to make sure that we get this message out, because the monoclonal antibody needs to be done very early in the process, as the governor mentioned. And with that being done, then I think we have a very good chance of reducing hospitalizations and saving many lives. So thank you for being here today, Governor.
Great. And just to point out, so when the initial monoclonals were approved, you had Regeneron and the Eli Lilly monoclonal got EUA. Both were considered effective against the previous variant, the Alpha. Regeneron, so we're offering the Regeneron because it has been proven to be effective against Delta, whereas the Lilly has not. And then Regeneron is also the only monoclonal that's approved for use as a prophylaxis. So when you're talking about having strike teams going into nursing homes to help nursing home residents, if there's cases in nursing homes, this is very helpful to be able to do that, because if you can do it as a prophylaxis, you're probably going to provide some pretty good protection at that point. Okay, Director Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership on this important topic. You know, when the governor asked the Florida Division of Emergency Management to start looking at places where we could open up things, one of the things that came out of his mouth is he says, Kevin, I want to make sure we're looking at Pasco Pinellas. And when it came to Pasco, obviously with my background, I knew right where to go. So I want to thank, the commissioners. I want to thank Dan Biles, the county administrator. I want to thank Eric Breichenbach, Andrew Baxter, Mike Napier for helping us get into this facility and getting this set up, because again, we're going to be able to do over 300 treatments here a day, and we're going to be able to save a lot of lives. And that's what this treatment has done, is saved a lot of lives. So again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and thank you to local Pasco County Board of County Commission and its representatives. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Dr. Shepke.
Thank you, Governor, for raising awareness on this really important topic. We now have two important medical advances to combat COVID. First is the vaccines, which is a great preventative, still probably our best tool to prevent severe COVID and death. It's something that takes a little while to kick in, maybe 6 weeks for some of the vaccines to really get that protection. But if you're not yet vaccinated, certainly I would encourage you to get that vaccine. However, if you get sick today, either because you're unvaccinated and you're at high risk and you get sick or you get exposed, or even if you're vaccinated and you have one of these breakthrough infections, you have to be high risk, you really need not just the prevention strategy, which is the vaccine, but you need the treatment strategy, which is where these monoclonal antibodies come in. And really, of the monoclonal choices, there's 3 that attack directly the virus, but really Regeneron is the one that really checks off all the boxes for me. It's free for the patient. It's been proven in a couple of randomized controlled trials in thousands of patients to be effective at preventing both death and hospitalization, and as the governor mentioned, post-exposure prophylaxis. It can help prevent you from getting the disease if you're infected. And it works for both intravenously and subcutaneously, which is really important from an operational standpoint. So thank you again, Governor. Appreciate it.
And prior to us doing these sites, the way it would work is this was readily available. Again, the federal government had already bought it. Anyone that needed it, the hospitals would do it, whatever. But it was, you needed to go to a doctor, then the doctor would refer you to one of these infusion centers. What we've done in conjunction with these sites is the Surgeon General issued a standing order to say, if you're qualified under the EUA, you can come and get treatment. So you don't need to go to a physician prior to coming here. So it kind of cuts out a step. It allows people to, once they identify the symptoms and their status, then they come and they can do it. So that's, I think, makes it a lot easier, and I think it's something that's going to be important. And then yes, I mentioned Regeneron was the only one that is approved for prophylaxis. It has the best record against Delta. It also is the only one of the monoclonals that you can do subcutaneously or intravenously. And so the shots, we can run a lot of people through there. The IV, you're hooked up for an hour, and so that just takes a little bit of bed space and time. So I think most of the sites are offering both, but to me, I mean, I think the shots are much quicker, and then what they do is you have to be observed for an hour, but they'll run you through the shots, and then you're kind of observed, just like when we did the vaccines, when people would sit in their car, they would sit in a place where they could be observed, and so we're going to be doing that same type of deal here. So this is 7-day-a-week thing, because our view is the timing is important. If somebody is infected and if they can get in early, that's good, and if for whatever reason they only had 1 day a week where these things are open, then you could potentially miss the window of effectiveness. And so we really appreciate having it open 7 days a week, and we urge people to be able to take it. And I do think it will help drive down hospital admissions. Delta, it's very quick moving. It's certainly more contagious. It's airborne. A lot of these infections, fortunately, are mild, but you do have people being admitted in the hospital, and a lot of people who we never didn't necessarily fit the normal profile even. So I believe if we can turn this in from a disease, and I think the vaccines have helped do this, and then this, to really turn it into something that has basically a flu level risk. And I think if there's widespread use of both vaccines and monoclonals, that's basically what you end up doing. And so there's a lot of people who've been admitted over the last month who I think probably wouldn't have been admitted had they gotten the early treatment. And so now we'll be able to make sure that there's much more visibility about this and even easier access for people. So thank you. Take a couple questions.
Governor, you mentioned the monoclonal antibody treatment was approved under emergency authorization. Why should people who are hesitant to get the vaccine trust this?
Well, I think they're two totally different things. First of all, some of the reasons people haven't gotten the vaccine, one of the major reasons is that because they've already recovered from COVID, and so they do have infection-conferred immunity, and it's been proven to be strong. Israel's done some great studies on this, and so I understand that there's other people that just make whatever decisions. But here's the thing. If you find yourself infected, the question is what do you do? And if you don't do the monoclonal early, the fact of the matter is there's not a lot of great stuff out there for you. In terms of the treatment of this thing, other than the Regeneron, there really hasn't been a lot. Obviously, it hasn't been stressed very much. It's one of the reasons why people don't know about it. So if you are in a situation, particularly if you're in a high-risk category, this is really your, hey, come here. Okay. This is really this is your best shot to nuke this thing. This has been extensively studied. I think for sure, I mean, look, I don't know, let me just say, my experience in talking with people is the side effects have been minimal, and even compared to the vaccine. So I think people should be confident in it. I think, again, if you're infected and you have a chance to potentially become severe, well, why not try to just cut it off at the pass? What this does is, most people who are getting infected, their body produces antibodies, it fights it off. Obviously, the vaccines help that, and you recover. Well, some people, when they get infected, the body's just not producing the antibodies necessarily to counteract this, and so that's what this is providing. It's a cocktail of antibodies that then go to work to protect your body against this virus, and so it's got a good track record. And again, we've seen people get admitted to the hospitals, not just in Florida. I mean, the hospital census, I think nationwide, I think is twice what it was at this time last year. And so part of that is because Delta moves very quickly, but part of it, I think, is because these early treatments haven't been publicized nearly as much as some of the other things.
I understand the strategy to reduce hospitalizations. I'm familiar with the multi-state contract licenses and DOH expediting licenses, but given the situation with the hospitals right now, would you consider suspending state law to allow nurses with an out-of-state license to come into Florida and to immediately be able to help?
Well, I think that I think that they should be able to do that. I mean, I'd have to look to see. We've obviously supported that in the past, so would have to look. I've talked to a lot of the hospitals. The staff is the issue. It's not space or beds. It's just staff. There's a staff crunch nationwide on folks working there. We obviously had a bunch of folks under contract last year because we didn't know what was going to happen. But most of them are telling me, look, we're stretching. It's our responsibility, and we're going to do it. So I haven't had anyone ask me, hey, send us some more staff. But in terms of if there's any bureaucracy things that we can do, we're happy to look at that.
Governor, if Hillsborough County is going to last night to keep that mandate in place, what is your response to that?
Well, what they voted to, they didn't vote to just keep. What they voted to do, they had allowed the parents to make the decision and have an ability to opt out, and that's how school started. They reneged on that and basically took the decision out of the parents' hands. So there's parents who are sending their kids to school in ways that they thought was the most healthy for their kids, particularly these little kids, kindergartners, first graders. And they basically took that away from the parents. And so my view is that the parents understand what's best for their kids. Some of these kids, particularly young kids, first of all, they don't even wear the mask properly. I mean, let's just be honest here. A kindergartner is not going to wear it even properly. And so you end up in a situation where the facial expressions, their ability to breathe, all these things are affected. And to what end, I'm not sure, because there's not a lot of data supporting forcing kindergartners to be masked, and I think given that and given how significant this is to a lot of families, I think the parents should be able to make decisions. They've also said, I just saw, that they're forcing the athletes to wear masks during competition. That is not based on any type of science. That is totally overboard. And first of all, to restrict athletes' breathing in heavy competition, where are you getting that? The World Health Organization has always said, do not wear masks while you're engaged in physical activity or athletic competition. And so some of this stuff is just, I think it's more political. I think it's a way to kind of get on CNN and some of this stuff for some of these local union-controlled politicians. But that is not something that I think is justified, and I think it puts the health of these athletes at risk to force them to cover their breathing in the midst of an athletic competition. So I was surprised to see that, but that's definitely something that I think goes way overboard of what would potentially be acceptable. And a final thing I'll just say just generally is, you look around the country, you look around the world right now. I mean, we have Americans that are just being hung out to dry in Afghanistan. We've got billions of dollars of military equipment that's basically just being gifted to terrorist groups, things that the taxpayers paid for, things that our men and women used. You look at the border, people just pouring in. They don't even tell you where they're bringing these people. We figured out they've dumped people in Jacksonville, some of these other places. It's totally out of control. We've never seen anything like what we're seeing now. You look at inflation, the prices are going out of control, particularly gas prices. That's putting a huge hamper on working people, having to pay so much when they're going to get gas. So you have all these problems, and yet the White House and Biden, their number one issue is they're so intent on having the government force kindergartners, first graders to have to wear masks for 8 hours a day. They want to take that decision away from the parent, and they want to vest that in local government. We obviously think the parents are the ones under our state law with the Parents' Bill of Rights that have that decision. But put that aside, of all the things you could be dealing with, you're choosing to do this and basically just playing footsie with the unions to try to create political issues. It's a lack of leadership. And meanwhile, hey, come here. So meanwhile, while all the world burns and while parts of our country burn, you have this obsession that a little 5-year-old, should not be able to go to school without wearing that mask for 8 hours a day. And just as a parent, I'm offended that the federal government thinks that they know better than we do as parents. And in Florida, we want to make sure that we're standing by our parents. Thanks, everybody. We'll see ya.
And with that, everyone, we will take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Next one here, we go out to Orlando area where Advent Health are talking about the booster shots.
To help with this.
Yeah, so the first thing we would want to say is really assess what's going on. Certainly, if you have a condition that is not deemed or you don't believe to be an emergency, please don't go to the emergency department for non-emergent care. Clearly, if you do have an emergency, then that's where it's for. But we really want to make sure that we reserve the ED, the emergency department is really for those that really have true emergencies. Because again, it is just extremely tight. And we want to make sure that those people who are there for emergent care get the best care that they can.
Federal officials, health officials announced this week that booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine will be made available sometime late next month. What's the difference between a booster and a third dose?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that, and I just want to let you know that yes, the plan to release booster doses has not yet taken effect. That's planning to be next month. Right now, what we have authorized by the Food and Drug Administration as well as the CDC is a third dose. So here's the difference between the two. A third dose, even though a booster and a third dose are sometimes used interchangeably, and it refers to the same dose of your mRNA vaccines, the intent of a third dose is to provide that extra protection in populations that are not able to generate that immune response. So patients that are immunocompromised, patients with cancer, transplant patients, patients on large doses of steroids, when they got the first 2 doses of the vaccine, they were not able, or many of them were not able to mount that antibody response to really get that protection. So as a result, a third dose is what is recommended to help hopefully get their immune system up to where that is. Now that's different from a booster, which is intended for patients with regular, normally functioning immune systems, that they, after 2 doses, they do have that protection. But we do know, and the data has been coming out on that over time, over a period of several months, 8-9 months or so, that immunity starts to wane, and then that extra booster, again, the same vaccine, is necessary to get that, to just get that, boost that immunity up to more normal levels where you can be protected against infections and severe disease.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. We do have our first question from the media. This comes from Ezzy Castro with News 6, who asked, what does the booster news mean for children? Will they be getting boosters?
Well, right now for children that are under 12, there aren't even regular vaccines available yet. So we have to wait for that authorization to occur, hopefully sometime in the fall. But for children that are over 12, the same rules apply. If a child who is under 18, for example, has a very weakened immune system because they're on cancer or they require certain types of medications to suppress their immune system, they would be eligible for a third dose just like everyone else. And presumably next month, when the FDA authorizes booster vaccines, that should apply as well to children that are over 12.
So people who are immunosuppressed can receive a third dose of the vaccine. How will the process work for Advent Health patients who are immunosuppressed, like, for instance, transplant patients?
Yeah, so right now the guidance is that these patients have already received 2 doses. They should go and get their third dose if they meet some of these criteria. This includes, again, transplant patients, cancer patients, patients with HIV that's not well controlled, patients with underlying or hereditary immunodeficiencies. Some of them are not very common. But in those cases, they can, what we would suggest is that these patients talk to your doctor, talk to the healthcare team about the timing. Because sometimes when you're getting chemotherapy or you're getting medications, you can time them so that your immune system is more active and get your dose at a certain time, as opposed to another time when medications cause your immune system to be a little more depressed. So number one, please talk to your doctor, make sure the healthcare team is aware, work with them, and then you can certainly get that third dose at any number of places. Pharmacies are now offering that, and other places.
So one of the things we've heard a lot about lately are what are called breakthrough cases. I want to talk about that for a sec. First, I want you to tell us very briefly what a breakthrough case is, and then why is it still important to get vaccinated if we know there can be some of these breakthrough cases?
So breakthrough cases are COVID infections that occur in a patient that has been fully immunized. And when we're talking about fully immunized, if you got your mRNA vaccine, it would be 2 weeks after you received the second dose. Now, unfortunately, there may be 2 reasons for breakthrough infections that we're seeing more commonly. Number one is the Delta variant. The Delta variant is a mutation in which the effects, the efficacy of the vaccine just isn't quite what it was with your wild type or even the Alpha variant, for that matter. But the one thing that's really important is to recognize that there is still significant protection, especially against severe disease and hospitalizations and death in persons who are fully vaccinated. That's really the most important thing. we are seeing breakthrough infections that occurred in some healthy individuals. These are very mild. We have seen breakthrough infections that have resulted in hospitalizations, but these are in patients who have severe immunodeficiencies. They don't have the normal immune system. They have severe chronic conditions that put them at greater risk of not mounting that immune response. So it is terribly important, incredibly important to continue to, if you haven't been vaccinated, to get vaccinated, because it is still the best bet to protect you against severe disease, hospitalizations, and death.
We mentioned at the start of this live stream the high number of people in our hospitals with COVID-19 right now. Can you tell us a little bit about the demographics of the COVID patients we're treating and how that maybe has changed since the start of the pandemic?
Well, we are seeing a trend toward younger people being infected and being hospitalized. The median age has now dropped from the 60s to the 50s, and it may be in the 40s right now. So half of the patients are over 40, half of them are under 40 approximately. And we're also seeing a lot of these relatively healthy individuals, those without, young, healthy, without a lot of comorbidities or chronic illnesses, are getting quite sick. Some of them have to be on ventilators, and some have died. So it's really no longer a disease where if you're elderly and you've got a lot of chronic conditions, that puts you in the hospital. We are seeing more in the way of younger people, and again, probably a lot can be attributed to the fact that the Delta variant is now so widespread.
A reminder, you can send your questions to us. The phone number to text them is 407-490-3075. Again, 407-490-3075. You can also put your questions in the comments section here on Facebook. And we have a question from Facebook for you, Dr. Hsu. Is the booster the same shot as the shot that was given with the first two shots?
Yes, it is. The booster, the third doses, they're all the same dose. Now, right now, the booster or the third doses are only authorized as an mRNA vaccine. So if you got Moderna or you got Pfizer, the two doses for that for your primary series, you should get the booster dose with the same manufacturer that was given originally. Now, if it's not available, if you had Pfizer and there's only Moderna available, then you can go ahead and get Moderna. But it's really only right now for the mRNA vaccines as far as the booster is concerned. They don't have enough data right now for Johnson & Johnson recipients, but I'm pretty certain that that we're going to need to give boosters or third doses for those that got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine as well.
We have another question for you from the media. This is again Ezzy from News 6. Is there a high demand for third doses for AdventHealth?
So we have to remember that, again, the third doses are for patients that have severely weakened immune systems. So the number of transplant patients or cancer patients are relatively small relative to the overall community, probably between 2-3% or something like that. So the demand is not nearly going to be what it will be when we start, when the booster doses become authorized by the FDA, which anticipate sometime next month. But AdventHealth is working on a process to make sure that we are able to give third doses and booster doses when that becomes available.
Let's transition, if we could, to talk about children. As an epidemiologist, an infection prevention specialist, what are you looking out for now that school is back in session across Central Florida?
Well, there's a lot of parameters that we continue to look at. I serve on the medical advisory committee for the Orange County Public Schools, so I keep in close contact with Superintendent Jenkins and Chairperson Jacobs on that. We look at a variety of metrics. I mean, we are certainly looking at the number of cases of COVID that occur in schools. We are looking at the number of cases and the percent positive rates in children, and of course, we look at our hospitalization rates in our community. So, for example, in Children's Hospital, we typically have right now a number of hospitalized children. It's generally in the mid-teens, 14, 15, 16, and this is a higher number than we've ever had compared to any time previous during this pandemic. So we're keeping an eye out on that. We're not certain if the Delta variant results in absolutely more serious illnesses, but given that it's just so infectious, we are seeing more infections among children. So we have to keep an eye on that and watch for outbreaks within our schools.
So we've learned that children generally don't become as sick as adults with COVID in general. But the bigger concern, I guess, is that children can serve as asymptomatic carriers. So why is that so concerning?
Well, the concern is if you don't have symptoms and can pass that on, which we know does happen, that is a nidus for spread to the community. Again, that is why it's so important that children wear masks, especially in school. We want to encourage that as much as possible. Just because there are, yes, of course the patients or the children that are symptomatic, we want them to stay at home, but there may be a number of children who don't have symptoms. Wearing that mask does help guard, does help reduce the risk of transmission to others.
I have another question from the media for you. This is from Mike Gramajo of Telemundo Orlando, who asked, for patients receiving monoclonal antibody treatment and never got vaccinated, should they still consider getting vaccinated, or is there a time period patients should wait to get vaccinated after receiving monoclonal antibody treatment?
So there's several parts to that question. The first thing that I want to say, and this is again very much based on the data and what CDC says, is that if you have COVID or had COVID, you should get vaccinated sometime later in the future. It could be as early as 2 weeks if after your acute illness gets better, after you're not.
Those are some updates there on booster shots that we all heard about yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back here, everyone, we are going to go out to North Carolina, where it has turned, unfortunately, into a very deadly situation there with flooding. We'll get a live update coming up in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. After making landfall near the Florida Panhandle earlier this week, Tropical Depression Fred caused catastrophic flooding in western North Carolina, killing 2 people with many more unaccounted for. Fox's Austin Westfall joins us live in Canton, North Carolina with the latest on the search efforts. Austin, is it drying out any there?
Yeah, Mike, it appears that the worst of the flooding is behind us, but still With 20 people missing here in town, many people I've talked to said that this is the worst storm that they've ever seen.
It was heavy rain.
For people like Dory Duggar living in a small mountain community in Canton, North Carolina, the only way out of town is walking across a small makeshift bridge. The only road to her community destroyed by floods Tuesday night.
You know, how am I going to get home? What about the people stuck on the other side?
Cars line the outskirts of the bridge because there's no way to drive home without a four-wheeler.
A lot of people are frustrated because, I mean, they're trapped here.
Our search crews are actively working, searching for more victims, more survivors.
Emergency services confirmed 2 people dead overnight. Rescue crews are now turning their attention to the nearby Pigeon River, searching for those still missing. As the water recedes, crews plan to check submerged cars.
I don't have no idea the number of cars that is in the river still.
As crews finish their second full day of search operations, many of them still hope for good news.
We're going to always lean on that side of hope that we may find somebody that is still alive that needs our help.
And Fred is now a post-tropical cyclone. It's going to be dropping a lot of rain on the New England area today. So you might be able to tell behind me there is some construction going on that bridge that was destroyed by the floods. There's no estimate yet as to when it might be repaired. Mike?
Austin, thank you so much for that live report there in North Carolina. We're hoping for the people that are unaccounted for show up there for their family and friends. It must be a very hard time for them.
It's been a very hard time for so many people. In fact, we've been hearing of people who are on dialysis machines right across the way here. Without cars being able to access in and out, it's tough for people to get access to the things they need in order to live their everyday normal life. Some people are having to walk miles just to get to the gas station or to get things like groceries, Mike.
Yeah, it's definitely a cause for concern for so many. Austin Westfall, thank you so much for joining us here live on Live Now from Fox, everyone. When we come back here, we are going to be getting a fresh update on everything that was happening in D.C. today with the bomb scare situation that happened for more than 5 hours. We'll bring it to you here next on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to roll on here. 6 o'clock out on the East Coast, 3 o'clock on the West Coast. We want to give you an update here to a story that we've been following all morning and afternoon long regarding a bomb scare near the Library of Congress that was going on for more than 5 hours. The suspect finally did surrender. We're going to play out some of that briefing here for you right here.
Just moments ago, Floyd Roy Rosenberry from Grover, North Carolina, was taken into custody without incident. As we talked about earlier, Mr. Rosenberry had parked a truck and was sitting in a truck for several hours in front of the Library of Congress. And he had advised that he had explosives. And over the course of time, we tried to negotiate with Mr. Rosenberry. We first started doing that with a whiteboard, just writing messages back and forth. We used a robot to get a telephone down to him, but he would not use the telephone. But shortly after we had delivered the telephone, he got out of the vehicle and surrendered. And the tactical units that were close by took him into custody without incident. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Chief, were there any explosives in the vehicle, and do you know a motive?
We don't know if there are any explosives in the vehicle. It's still an active scene. While Mr. Rosenberry has been taken into custody and has been removed from the scene, we still have to search the vehicle and render the vehicle safe, so we don't know as of yet. We do know that Mr. Rosenberry has had some losses of family. In his, I believe his mother recently passed away, and we spoke with members of his family, and there were other issues that he was dealing with. There'll be more on that before at a later time.
Was he a law enforcement or military background?
We're not aware of, according to his family, we're not aware of any law enforcement or military background.
What about the other explosive you talked about?
I can't.
About other 4 explosives, you said there are other 4 bombs in this video.
Again, it's an active scene that we're trying to render safe in terms of any other explosives. That's still ongoing.
How much longer do you think that will take?
Not that we're aware of.
How much longer do you think it will take to assess the scene?
Hours. It will take hours to assess the scene.
Chief Mager, was this a known figure to the Capitol Police?
No.
Chief, are you tracking movements before he arrived here at the scene?
All of that is part of what will be a comprehensive investigation. But right now, I just want to report that he is in custody and that that part of it is done.
But we don't know if he made any stops in D.C. before stopping here.
Not at this point, no.
What was his demeanor when he was arrested?
He gave up and did not resist, and our folks were able to take him into custody without incident.
How did you guys convince him to surrender peacefully? What did you say that got him out of the car?
We had been in communication with him, but when we delivered the phone, there were no conversations via phone. As far as we could tell, it was just his decision to surrender at that point.
Was he acting alone?
Right now, we have no indication that he was acting with anyone else, but that, again, is part of the ongoing investigation.
Do you know what he's being charged with?
At this point, we'll work with the U.S. Attorney in terms of getting all the charges together. The little bit of criminal history that we were able to determine was in the state of North Carolina, and it was nothing that serious. But we just, this is what we've been able to find preliminarily.
What you've seen in and around the car, anything else, any other content that you guys have been able to have visual fidelity?
So we had information and evidence of what was in the bed of his truck, and there were some things that were concerning, but ultimately we were able to take him in custody without incident. But there were certain things that we saw in the truck, for instance, a propane gas container, but obviously that was not at this point, we think that's safe.
Chief Major, can you just clarify, sir? Can you clarify this?
We had been in communication with him, but when we delivered the phone, there were no conversations via phone. As far as we could tell, it was just his decision to surrender at that point.
Was he acting alone?
Right now, we have no indication that he was acting with anyone else, but that, again, is part of the ongoing investigation.
Do you know what he's being charged with?
At this point, we'll work with the U.S. Attorney in terms of getting all the charges together. The little bit of criminal history that we were able to determine was in the state of North Carolina, and it was nothing that serious. But we just, this is what we've been able to find preliminarily.
Can you tell us what you've seen in and around the car? Anything else? Any other content that you guys have been able to have visual fidelity
So
on?
we had information and evidence of what was in the bed of his truck, and there were some things that were concerning, but ultimately we were able to take him in custody without incident. But there were certain things that we saw in the truck, for instance, a propane gas container, but obviously that was not. At this point, we think that's safe.
Chief Major, can you just clarify, sir? Can you clarify the suspect's name?
I have
spelling of the name.
Floyd Roy Roseberry, Roseberry.
Roy with an O, or Ray with
That's
an
that.
We're going to be pushing out a
Yeah,
news release with all the.
I'm reading someone else's
information
handwriting, so I don't know.
Chief, where is he right now? Is there a mental evaluation?
He's in our custody
But
right
exactly, where is he going to the hospital? Is there a mental evaluation?
now. The first thing is going to be criminal charges that are placed, and then anything there be any number of outcomes once he is goes before a judge.
But he's in federal custody on this property, or like where is he?
Well, he was just taken into custody moments ago, so I'm not sure if he's still there, if he's been taken. He's been moved away from the scene. All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Chief, will this change your security posture going forward?
Do you guys have anything else?
When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll have a fresh update there from Capitol Police on the incident that happened earlier today. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We want to continue to give you an update there on the situation that happened earlier today in D.C. A 5-hour standoff with a man that claimed that he had a bomb there near the Library of Congress. What we'll do is give you an update here. Just moments ago, the Capitol Police put out a statement here. So I want to read that off to you, and then we'll give you some other updates as well. The statement goes as, this afternoon, the United States Capitol Police... Oh, it looks like we're going to get a fresh update right from the scene, everyone. We are going to go in just a minute. Fox 5's Sierra Fox, who has been covering this story all day long, is now joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Sierra, thanks so much. And what can you tell with the latest here?
Hey, Mike, thanks so much for having me. Glad to give an update. Behind me is the Library of Congress, and of course, next to it is the Capitol. We're here on Independence Avenue. You can see traffic is now free flowing, but this entire area was shut off for hours today. Police say a man who claimed to have a bomb in his pickup truck is now in custody, and he was on Facebook live streaming during these tense moments. Take a listen.
You can shoot me and kill me right here and blow up 2.5 city blocks.
So let's explain how we got here. Around 9:15 this morning, a black pickup truck drove onto the sidewalk in front of the Library of Congress. The driver, who Capitol Police have identified as Floyd Roseberry from North Carolina, told authorities he had a bomb. However, Capitol Police just released new details revealing a bomb was not found in the vehicle, but there were possible bomb-making materials inside. Roseberry was holding up handwritten signs to communicate with police, and they even used whiteboards to respond back to him. They had a robot deliver him a cell phone to continue talking. Roseberry did not use the device to speak with authorities. Instead, he just got out of the car on his own and surrendered. We spoke with a young lady who just moved to D.C. today and will be living and working on Capitol Hill.
It's scary to even hear that somebody has that power over people.
I'm just sad that there's so much divisiveness. You know, we can all come together and talk. Different views, just have to listen to each other. Obviously, this man has an axe to grind, and it's too bad.
According to the Capitol Police Chief, Roseberry, the suspect in this case, has been dealing with some family issues, and recently his mom did pass. Right now, the motive in this situation is still being investigated, but the good news here is no one was hurt today.
Yeah, Sierra, thank you so much for that update. It just seemed like during that time, we just didn't know just how long this could go when it hit the 5-hour mark. What were your thoughts when you were there at the ground when it continued on with this standoff?
Yeah, well, Mike, today was definitely a busy day, even just trying to navigate this area. Of course, you know, with breaking news, it's a fluid situation. So trying to meet up with my photographer was very difficult. They start blocking off several blocks. As you heard there, the suspect warned police that, hey, if you shoot into my vehicle, this could blow up 2 blocks of the city. So of course, when law enforcement heard that, they started blocking off more and more roads to ensure the safety of everyone. We know that people who live in homes near the Capitol even had to be evacuated, and businesses in this area, they even had their employees stay inside and they were on lockdown. And from speaking with a lot of people today, it brings back scary moments from January 6th, the insurrection.
All right, looks like we did lose Sierra there, but Sierra Fox, thank you so much for joining us live here on Live Now from Fox with that update here. I just want to bring this to you. U.S. Capitol Police putting this tweet out there saying our hazardous devices section played an integral role in safely resolving the situation today. Here are just some of the many heroes from multiple agencies who helped there. So great shout out to them, and see some of these pics right here of the heroes that are right there on the front lines, always trying to be with us in these very difficult times. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We have some good news here. A Pennsylvania police chief shot during a standoff has been released from the hospital. This is the police chief in Yardley, Pennsylvania, who was just released, coming from the hospital after he was shot during a standoff situation that happened yesterday. It happened around 11 a.m. local time at the Yardley Commons condominium along the area of South Main Street. Police say a probation officer had arrived to the location to check on a 24-year-old, but the officer soon had to call Yardley Police for assistance. Yardley Borough Police Chief Joseph Kelly responded to that call and was subsequently shot in the hand and ear. He was rushed to St. Mary Medical Center, where he underwent surgery. Action News, local news there, was there at the moment. He was released on Thursday, and there was an uproaring of applause as Kelly got up from his wheelchair to hug his fellow officers, family, and friends just moments ago there. So great news coming out there out of Pennsylvania, everybody. We continue to bring you the very latest, always right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to some breaking news in Chicago here. Sky Fox aerials right now over a shooting investigation. We have police there at the scene right now. It looks like at Shoe Avenue right now, a store. And we saw earlier, Sky Fox zoomed in and you could see some bullet holes in a window here. And now they are at the scene. We don't know just how many people are possibly injured here, but Sky Fox is showing us this shot here of an active investigation happening in Chicago. We'll get you some other details here in just a moment here, but it looks like it's some shoe clothing store right now where police are having their attention at right now. So Shoe Avenue is located at 323 East 47th Street in Chicago. I'll give you a better idea of where that is in the city here in just a moment as we pull out here. Okay, so this is on the north side, south side here of the city, just north of Hyde Park here. So this is on the south side right there, not too far away from Lake Michigan, and now you're seeing an active investigation. Police going back now into that store. We don't see any police tape up at the moment here. Usually that'll come pretty soon if they do need that in hand here. But this is what we are looking at as Sky Fox is able to zoom out just a little bit. We do have an officer there And right there at the bottom of your screen looks to be coming into the store there as well, or just walking around the area here. Several police officers at the scene, and we continue to wait for more news here of this situation, but just wanted to give you a live update of what is happening. Remember, if it's happening live and it's happening now, we got you covered here, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as an active investigation continues right now. Obviously, in the city of Chicago, we talk about this, unfortunately, so many times about the shooting rates that continue to rise there in the city. And it doesn't matter if it's nighttime, dawn, or in the middle of the afternoon. It seems like there's always gunshots ringing out in some part of Chicago. So what we'll do is we will slide away for another quick 2-minute break, everyone, and we'll keep an eye on this story. If we get any updates, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do have some news here that we want to bring to your attention here. The White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich with Fox News just putting out this in a tweet saying that the Pentagon press secretary John Kirby confirms on special report with Brett Baier what sources told her and who she was trying to confirm all day, saying that there is no deal with the Taliban restricting the U.S. military to the Kabul airport. But Kirby adds that this is where the mission is. So once again, that there is no deal with the Taliban restricting the U.S. military to the Kabul airport there. So that's something we'll follow there, and that was tweeted out by Jackie Heinrich of Fox News. In the meantime, here we do want to play out some from the United Nations regarding Afghanistan.
Co-chairs of the informal expert group on women, peace and security hosted a meeting on the situation of women in Afghanistan. Council members received a briefing from the UN on the ground in Kabul, including reports of the abuses and human rights violations suffered by women and girls in recent days and weeks. Ireland and Mexico are now jointly urging the Security Council to place the utmost priority on protecting and vindicating the rights of Afghan women and girls in all decisions and action on Afghanistan's future. We have written today to the Council indicating 4 immediate actions we believe the Council needs to take now. The Security Council must unite and express clearly its rejection of these assaults on the rights of women and girls. The Council must, as a matter of urgency, call on all parties to respect and facilitate the emergency evacuation and safe and timely departure of Afghans, including human rights defenders, women leaders and those involved in public life, women's rights activists, peace builders and journalists who wish to leave the country. The Council must continue to demand full, safe and unimpeded humanitarian access. This must include access for women humanitarians and frontline workers throughout the country to carry out their life-saving work. The Security Council must insist with all Afghan parties that the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in any new government is a non-negotiable condition of international engagement. We've all heard the purported assurances from the Taliban that the rights of women and girls will be respected. What we hear from women on the ground does not bear this out. The past record of the Taliban does not bear this out. The Security Council must listen to Afghan women and it must heed them. Now is the time for the Council to stand with the women and girls of Afghanistan.
Good afternoon to all of you. Mexico and Ireland are extremely concerned by the impact of the crisis in Afghanistan on women and girls. It is deeply disturbing for us to see how their hard-won rights and progress made over the past decades are being stripped away after the Taliban's takeover. Violence has compounded existing crises of international displacement, drought, and COVID-19. Hundreds of thousands of women and girls have been displaced and are facing extreme vulnerability, undermining their health, their dignity, security, and autonomy. Taliban violence has targeted women and girls. We have heard repeated and credible reports of summary executions, beatings, sexual and gender-based violence, sexual slavery, and forced marriage. We have heard of restrictions placed on women and girls seeking to access healthcare facilities or go to school or work, and of restrictions to their freedom of movement without a male guardian. We are concerned as well that no women have been included in the negotiations towards a future government and political settlement. Any future government of Afghanistan must be representative of all its people, including and in particular its 18 million women. Girls must be free to go to school, women must be free to participate fully in society, and those who speak up for their human rights must be free to do so without fear or without reprisals. Let us be clear. The rights of women and girls need to be at the heart of our collective and united response to this crisis. This is not a peripheral issue. This is at the core of the task facing the Security Council on Afghanistan. We thank you.
We might just have time for a couple of questions then. James, do you want to start?
James Bays, Al Jazeera. Could you tell us a little bit more? You've been in touch with the UN in Kabul about the sort of reports you're getting, because I understand for the UN, we've seen lots of reports on social media, but for the UN, it must be quite hard for them to verify them at this stage, because the UN is finding it rather hard to get out of its compounds and carry out its work. And a second question, if I may, in terms of a mechanism for people to leave the country who feel under threat, women who feel under threat, it doesn't look like the NATO US presence will be there at Kabul airport for much longer. How urgently can you set up a mechanism for for women who want to leave?
Well, first of all, I must say that the briefing we had this morning from the UN was extremely bleak and dark for Afghan women in particular. The reality that they are facing on the ground isn't being borne out by the assurances we're hearing. We're really, really concerned, to go to your point about the specifics, James, about the situation at the airport. We think it's already a difficult situation, and particularly for women and access to the airport, but we think there's a real risk of an even more catastrophic situation developing there. We know that there's panic and fear that's widespread, particularly amongst Afghan women. We're very concerned about the safety of women who have actually spoken out in recent days for their own rights and who have been traditionally visible and vocal in public life, and also for women journalists, for women peace builders, public servants. So there is a huge issue around access to the airport, about the safety of women in Kabul and on the way to the airport. When you ask about the exits and how that will work, what we have certainly, I know in Ireland and Mexico, we ourselves have been offering humanitarian visas, prioritising women, in Ireland certainly, prioritising women and human rights defenders. We want to make sure also that foreign nationals who wish to leave the country can get access to the airport, but also those with visas are unimpeded in that access. On the question of what happens next, we have called today in our letter to the President of the Security Council for greater cooperation and coordination amongst international partners to ensure that whether it's Afghans or foreign nationals, those who wish to leave the country, and because we're speaking about women in particular, I'll emphasise again, women who want to leave the country, women and girls, that they can do that safely. And we believe there's a need for better cooperation and coordination, and we specifically address that issue in our message to the President of the Council.
Thank you, Ambassador. Michelle Nicholas from Reuters. Sorry, just to follow up again, you mentioned that you heard some fairly bleak, dark stories this morning. Is there any particular story that might stand out to you from what you've heard this morning that you could share with us? And we just heard from the Secretary General that he told the Security Council that effectively the only leverage that anyone has over the Taliban is legitimacy, and it's important that the Security Council remain united to achieve an inclusive government, human rights, and in particular respect for women. Are you confident that the international community and the Security Council will stay united, particularly on women's rights?
Well, confidence is one thing. We will certainly be working to ensure that women's rights and girls' rights, which to date have been a uniting factor around the table of the Security Council, that stays front and centre. For us, it's, as I said earlier, it's non-negotiable. This isn't a nice to have. Women's fundamental rights, their freedom to movement, their freedom to healthcare, reproductive rights, their freedom to education, fundamental human rights issues for us. Afghanistan is a member of the UN, has all of the obligations that that membership brings with it. So respecting those rights is for us part of respecting your membership of the UN. In terms of the stories specifically, I have to say, you could not pick out one story that tells you what the bleak situation is. When I spoke in the Council a couple of days ago, I said we are talking to the women who are afraid to leave their homes to go on the streets. There are hundreds of thousands of those women. If you see any media coverage of Kabul in the last few days, women are decidedly absent from any visuals. We're also talking to women who are stuck on the road to the airport with children. We've seen horrific scenes. We have credible reports of sexual and gender-based violence being committed against women, not just in Kabul, but across Afghanistan. This all has to stop. And this is linked very much to the question of the legitimacy of any government. For me, inclusivity means respecting the rights of women and girls. There's no inclusivity that doesn't do that, and that's part of legitimacy as far as we're concerned. Thank you.
You've been listening in to the UN Security Council right there. Mike Page just reporting that there is no deal with the Taliban restricting the U.S. military to the airport. Continuing our coverage on Afghanistan right now. A really great story from Fox 13's Craig Patrick talking about who the Taliban is, going into the history of the U.S.'s dealing with the Taliban. Here's that.
Police moved in as The rise of the Taliban goes back to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. The United States armed and bankrolled the rebels, many of them extremists called the Mujahideen, and glorified them in movies like Rambo 3.
Mujahideen soldiers, holy warriors.
Then, after the Soviets left, the Mujahideen turned on the United States and morphed into the leading terrorist groups we know today. One of those groups, called the Taliban, took over Afghanistan, and it invited another group called Al-Qaeda, led by Osama bin Laden, to use Afghanistan as its base of operations to train international terrorists and plan the September 11th attacks. That's why we killed bin Laden and drove the Taliban from power and degraded Al-Qaeda. Now, an offshoot of Al-Qaeda would later take off as ISIS, which is a good frame of reference for explaining the Taliban today. The Taliban and ISIS are quite similar. ISIS blindsided the Obama administration with the speed of its invasion of Syria and Iraq.
No, nobody expected that. That's absolutely correct.
And the Taliban blindsided the Biden administration with the speed of its takeover of Afghanistan.
The Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
ISIS laughed and danced on the tanks we gave to the Iraqi military, while the Taliban seized an arsenal of aircraft, guns, ammo, and tanks our military did not have time to ship out.
This did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated.
Both the Taliban and ISIS are comprised of radical killers whose ultimate goal is to create a medieval theocracy governed by brutality, which they call an Islamic caliphate. But they differ in terms of structure and technique. For example, one of ISIS' signature attacks involved capturing, torturing, and executing individual victims in savage ways and sharing video of it to get attention in recruits. And that invoked a fierce response from our government, including then Vice President Biden.
We will follow them to the gates of hell.
The Taliban, on the other hand, is not known for recording and releasing savage executions for the world to see. Their MO has been to keep a lower profile and work toward developing far more sophisticated attacks on a much larger scale. Again, like September 11th. The Taliban also tends to have a more top-down approach to leadership than ISIS. That provides structure and discipline. And as E.J. Otero, former director of intelligence operations at CENTCOM, said, it makes them an even bigger threat.
Their Islamic Caliphate is different from the ISIS Islamic Caliphate. And it is more ruthless and it is deadlier.
Again, that was Fox 13's Craig Patrick reporting. Evacuations continue out of Afghanistan, though. Since Saturday, about 7,000 have made it out of the country as the president and his administration are facing increasing criticism over how the situation has been handled. Fox's Lauren Blanchard reports.
There is no good time to leave Afghanistan. 15 years ago would have been a problem. 15 years from now.
President Joe Biden stands by his decision to withdraw U.S. troops from Afghanistan in an interview with ABC. However, the Taliban's takeover of the Afghan government was faster than the president, Pentagon, and State Department predicted.
President Biden is confronting the consequences of his catastrophic miscalculation, of his horrific execution of the decision to withdraw our troops from Afghanistan.
The Kabul airport remains a chaotic scene. The State Department says 6,000 Americans and allies alike have been processed and are waiting to be evacuated. Others cannot reach the airport.
This is absolutely an all-hands-on-deck effort and organize the evacuation of thousands and thousands of individuals.
Now, more than 5,200 U.S. troops are in Afghanistan ahead of an August 31st deadline to withdraw.
Are you committed to making sure that the troops stay until every American who wants to be out is out?
Yes.
The State Department says there is no guarantee Americans will be rescued, nor is there a clear answer on how many more remain in the country.
Today, how many American citizens remain in Afghanistan?
I don't know.
The U.S. military says they have enough C-17s flying in and out of Afghanistan to evacuate 5,000 to 9,000 people per day. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And going out now to the Capitol, a tense situation this morning. Law enforcement investigated an active bomb threat near the U.S. Capitol. While the incident ended with that suspect surrendering, police say that he had a propane gas container, but have yet to determine if there was anything explosive inside the man's vehicle. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera with that story.
Police moved in as a more than 5-hour standoff with a 49-year-old North Carolina man ended with him surrendering.
He gave up and did not resist, and our folks were able to take him into custody without incident.
It all began just after 9 a.m. this morning. Police responded to reports of an explosive device near the U.S. Capitol after a man sitting inside a pickup truck told officers he had a bomb. Capitol Police tweeted calling the situation an active bomb threat investigation, warning people to avoid the area around the Library of Congress.
The officer said appeared to be a detonator in the man's hand. So we immediately evacuated the nearby buildings.
Those evacuated buildings included the Library of Congress and surrounding government buildings, including several Capitol Office buildings and the U.S. Supreme Court.
But it is very cautious and dangerous at this time. They've evacuated portions of Capitol Hill.
Meantime, on social media, the man suspected of making the threats reportedly live-streamed anti-government remarks for hours from his truck, including calling on President Biden to step down from office. On Twitter, a Facebook official responded to questions about the suspect's posts, saying they not only deactivated the live stream, but also removed his profile from Facebook and are continuing to investigate. Given the House and the Senate were both in August recess this week, most lawmakers were not on Capitol Hill when much of the complex went into lockdown. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald has been following this all day today. An official statement released by the U.S. Capitol Police on the bomb threat incident, saying in part that a bomb was not found in the vehicle, but possible bomb-making materials were collected from the truck. We're going to continue here, and we'll be watching that investigation as it unfolds at the nation's capital. But going into some coronavirus news, hospitals are nearing capacity in some hotspot states as the Delta variant shows no signs of slowing down. This coming as top global scientists express concerns over booster shots. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri has more.
A decision by U.S. health officials to offer COVID booster shots to all Americans is generating new criticism about vaccine inequity. Global health data show just 1.3% of people in low-income countries have received at least one dose. Some World Health Organization officials warn failure to vaccinate at-risk groups could lead to more contagious variants.
It cannot be repeated enough. It will also contribute to conditions where the virus will very likely mutate further and could ultimately delay the global recovery from this pandemic.
But President Biden says the U.S. still has the capacity to help other countries, promising to distribute 500 million shots globally before the middle of next year.
We're going to be the arsenal of vaccines to beat this pandemic as we were the arsenal of democracy to win World War II.
U.S. health officials say the extra shot is needed to offer extra protection as the Delta variant spreads. The strain now accounts for about 98% of new infections in the U.S. The pace of hospitalization surged to an average of 11,000 new admissions over the past week. And on top of COVID cases, some facilities are playing catch-up on elective surgeries, postponed due to the pandemic, leading to a scramble for hospital beds.
We're getting transfers in for, if we have a bed, they're getting filled up with anybody at this point. And beds are scarce to come by.
The CDC says at the current pace, hospitalizations could reach a record high within a month. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
And staying in Atlanta, let's go to Fox 5 as they're continuing their Q&A about all those questions you might be sitting at home that have about the Delta variant and so much more.
And President Joe Biden is urging Americans to plan on getting a COVID-19 booster shot starting next month. Health officials are recommending Americans 18 and older get a third dose of the vaccine, and they want you to get it about 8 months out from your second dose. The Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us now to talk about why these boosters are needed and what we can expect. Good morning, Beth.
And good morning, Portia.
Yeah, it seems like just last week we were talking about the boosters for the immunocompromised, and now we're talking about everybody. So let's just start with why these boosters are necessary and what's driving this.
And those are good questions, Portia. So the data is changing is the bottom line, that they're seeing new data that shows that the vaccines, that the 2-dose mRNA vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna are doing a good job at preventing people from becoming very severely ill and ending up in a hospital and ending up in a situation where they could die. But where they're seeing a little bit of fall off and indications that the vaccines are waning is when it comes to preventing infections, period, just mild infections. And they're seeing signs that the effectiveness of the 2-dose vaccines appears to be waning over time, and also appears to be waning, now that the Delta variant has come on and now makes up about 99% of infections in the United States. They're saying that they're really seeing signs that it may be time to really start planning for a 3rd dose of the vaccine to try to bring people's immunity levels up to a higher level, and provide protection against more severe illness. They're looking at other countries like Israel that were hit with the Delta variant before we were, and they have very high levels of vaccination. And they are seeing breakthrough infections that are becoming increasingly severe, breakthrough infections in people who are fully vaccinated, who are ending up in the emergency room, ending up in the ICU, ending up very sick. And that's what I think the U.S., health officials are trying to head off by saying, now's the time. We're seeing the signals. Let's get those 3rd doses.
Understood. Now, I recall there were priority groups before in the first rollout of vaccines. So who's going to go first this time, and when are they going to start offering these 3rd doses?
So we're going to see the doses begin to get authorized or begin to sort of roll out the week of the 20th of September. And that is not completely set in stone, Portia, because the Food and Drug Administration still has to authorize a 3rd dose. And then the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Panel, ACIP, needs to come in and say, yes, we recommend that healthy Americans get a 2nd dose. So, as far as who is going to go first, we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in December and January. So we're going to see healthcare workers going first. We're going to see people in long-term care facilities like nursing homes going first. And we're going to see seniors probably next in line. And then it's going to go, probably people with higher risk conditions, otherwise healthy people, kind of just like we saw it play out. It will be a repeat of that, Portia.
So when will someone know that it's their time? They're next in line to get that 3rd dose?
So you have to do a little bit of math. And I did that, just thinking back on when I got my 2nd dose. And if you can't remember when you got your 2nd dose, hopefully you have your vaccine card and you can check that. Go to your, date of your 2nd dose and then count 8 months out. So I didn't get my 2nd dose until the end of April because I was a little behind. And so I won't go for my 3rd dose potentially until the end of December. So just go from your 2nd dose of the mRNA vaccine 8 months out, and it's roughly around that. It's not a magical number. You don't have to hit it on this sort of 8-month anniversary of your shot, but you do want to get it around that time period. Seems like a good idea.
Now, Beth, you and I both recall covering the talk about was there enough vaccine for the first round, and people were waiting to get these shots. What are they doing to make sure that everyone has enough vaccine for everyone, and where should people go for that 3rd dose?
So that's another great question. And they are saying that they are going to have plenty of doses, that they've ordered 100 million booster doses. And so there will be about 80,000 sites where you can get your vaccination. About 40,000 of those are going to be pharmacies, like Walgreens or CVS, those kind of pharmacies, independent pharmacies. So you should not have trouble finding vaccine. You can, if you went to a pharmacy the first time around, you can go back. You're going to get basically what is the original dose of, it's the same formula and everything that you got the first time around. You're just getting a 3rd shot of it. So wherever you got your dose the first time, you likely can go back to that. We won't see, I don't think, these mass vaccination clinics. I could be wrong, but it seems like we're not going to see those huge sites where they're moving, 1,000 people through a day. But they are really feeling very confident yesterday talking about this, saying we will have enough vaccine. It will be convenient. It will be free for people. We will not ask you about your immigration status. We will not ask you about insurance. You will not, have to pay anything or sign in, show anything except for your vaccine card. So, Portia, they're insisting that they're going to make this easy for people to do.
That's very good to hear. Now, I know you touched on this just a moment ago. This is only for people who receive those 2-dose vaccines, Moderna or Pfizer. So what about the folks who got that 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
And that's a good question. And I'm getting phone calls from people who are saying, you know, you're throwing us under the bus. You're not telling us what to do. And the reason why there isn't clear data right now on Johnson & Johnson about recommending a second dose of that one-dose vaccine. And the reason for that is it was approved later. It was approved in March, 3 months after the other two vaccines were authorized. So we don't have as much data on that. They are saying that they likely will recommend a second dose for folks who got the J&J vaccine, probably about the same time period out, but they're going to have more data on that, and they're, you know, promising that they're going to give more indication of what they're planning for the Johnson & Johnson folks very shortly. Portia?
All right, Beth, good information. A lot of folks listening to get the details on when they can line up for that third shot. Thank you so much.
Fox 5 in Atlanta breaking down some of those frequently asked questions. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, could be a big weekend for some of those border communities. We'll tell you why in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It could be a big weekend for America's border communities as the U.S. may finally reopen to non-essential travel from Canada and Mexico. Pandemic restrictions at land and water crossings are expected to end after Saturday. Fox's Stephen Goen is live at our northern border in Niagara Falls with more. Stephen, how's it going?
Hey, Daytona, good evening. It's been 18 months since the U.S. closed water and land borders, like the Rainbow Bridge here behind me, right next to Niagara Falls, to tourists and everyday travelers. But now, after Canada opened its border about 2 weeks ago, people here on this side of the bridge say it's America's turn. Along the U.S. border with Canada, a community kept apart by COVID-19 could be coming back together as travel restrictions last extended 1 month ago are set to expire. In Niagara Falls, local restaurants like Rock Burger are ready. Owner Jason Lazardo says he's felt the impact of fewer customers from Canada slowing sales and the launch of his second business.
More of a day-to-day operation. You have to change your whole outcome as far as how much product you're purchasing, what the pricings are.
We miss you.
And near Buffalo, Suzanne Tomasello says she just wants to see her family up north. The few visits she's been able to make, not enough.
If something were to happen to my aging parents, that I missed out on all of this time. My children have missed out on close to 2 years.
While Canada welcomed back vaccinated Americans August 9th, the U.S. border closure continues to impact travel. Down more than 90% in 2020. costing billions in tourism dollars.
Shopping, entertainment, but then also you have to think about the tax revenue, local counties.
The push to reopen coming from lawmakers, grassroots groups, and affected families.
Things look okay, then let's get it open. But at this point, there's no plan.
Bye-bye. Now prepared for another possible delay, though some remain hopeful they'll soon see border traffic going both ways again.
Flowing, hopefully, if the border's clear, they should be able to come here with open arms.
Now, we don't know yet what people would need to cross the border into the United States if and when these restrictions expire. Citizens of Canada and Mexico are currently allowed to fly into the United States as long as they have a negative COVID-19 test. Back to you.
Stephen, I'm curious, out there in Canada, how are COVID cases looking? Are they surging as much as America is right now with the Delta variant?
So the thing about Canada is they have a lot more people vaccinated than we do here in the United States. More than 70% of Canadians are vaccinated. Still, there is a surge of cases like there is in the United States that kind of can't be helped with this Delta variant, but they do have more protection. And as they open the border to Americans, they're kind of, I guess, extending that olive branch. So now people are waiting to see if America does the same.
All right, Stephen Goen reporting live for us from Niagara Falls, where people are hoping the travel will flow as much as in Niagara Falls. We'll be talking to you soon, Stephen.
Thank you.
And we're going to go out to California now, a large event with Governor Gavin Newsom, as well as some other familiar faces in California at Lake Tahoe, as they had their Lake Tahoe Summit talking about the future of travel and the economy out there. Beautiful place if you've never been before. Let's listen in.
Well, good morning. How is everyone this morning? It's exciting that we're here. We're doing it now hybrid, both in person and virtually still. But it just shows the commitment that we all make to this beautiful lake and the surrounding area. And I am so pleased to be able to participate every year with all of you. And thank you for the commitment and the collaboration from everyone in the community. I really am glad to also join my colleagues here, not only my colleagues on the Nevada side, but the California side. Every year, as you've seen, there's a commitment, not just from the senators, but from our congressional delegation. And then I would be remiss. She literally talked to her quite often in the Senate. This is the #1 topic of conversation she and I both have. What are we going to continue to do working together to really focus on this beautiful, pristine lake? So I know she couldn't be here in person, but she is here in spirit, and she's with all of us, and she will be participating virtually. I also want to thank Secretary of Interior Holland for joining us. I'm excited to hear her as we talk about the lessons of the past and learn from those into Tahoe's future. And looking around today, we can see some of the challenges that Tahoe faces right in front of our eyes. Senator Padilla was talking about it. This isn't the first Tahoe summit we've held amid the smoke from wildfires. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be the last. And I am thinking today of the Californians and Nevadans who've lost homes or businesses because of the fires, especially in the largest single fire in California's history, which continues to rage right now. Mega fires like the Dixie Fire used to be rare. And now with the climate and clear crisis, we're seeing multiple mega fires in the West every summer. We know that fires and drought and sky-high temperatures are already taking a toll on Lake Tahoe's people and their plants and our animals. And it's easy to get overwhelmed by the evidence of climate change all around us. But standing here today, we can also see clear reasons for hope. We just have to shift our perspective and look back in time. We could turn the clock back to 1883, when logging had decimated the forests in the Lake Tahoe Basin. If we were standing here then, we would have seen clear-cut mountainsides littered with debris. In fact, by the 1890s, some estimates suggest that over 80% of the forests around the lake had been cut down. And yet here we are, over a century later, surrounded by majestic trees. We succeeded because people decided to work together to bring the forest back to Tahoe. And they planted trees and stopped the logging and reforested these shores. Now, we can turn the clock back to the 60s or 70s or the 80s, and we'd see more visitors to the lake, more construction, and more runoff and other pollutants in the water. These things clouded the lake's pristine waters. And so people came together in the first Tahoe Summit in 1997 to figure out a partnership between the states, the federal government, our tribal communities, our researchers, our scientists, and the private sector. And that partnership has brought and made a real difference to the lake and the communities that depend on it. When we are confronted with the consequences of our actions, people have the capacity to make profound change, especially when they get together to solve problems. You know, we just got home from Washington, and there my colleagues on both sides of the political aisle worked together to make historic investments in America's infrastructure. The legislation that we crafted, this bipartisan legislation, has the potential to make such a difference for Tahoe. We were able to make sure it included $16.9 million for programs under the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. That money will go directly to this community, as you've heard, to combat invasive species, to protect the lake's ecosystem, and keep Tahoe's water blue. And then let me talk a little bit about the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act for a moment. That law is critical, as we all know, to protecting the lake, and it's due to expire in the year 2024. That could be devastating to Lake Tahoe. And as you've heard, I'm leading the entire Nevada delegation, along with my colleagues in California and the House and Senate, to make sure that we reauthorize it. Our work here is not finished. But we also included in the bipartisan infrastructure package work to address and contain wildfires. There's $3.8 million that I fought for to prevent wildfires and reduce their impact. Out of that money, there's $10 million that was able to set aside to use for fire detection technologies like the kind of cameras that we see around Lake Tahoe that has been pioneered here as part of the Alert Wildfire program. And the bill, this infrastructure package, contains funding to make communities more sustainable. With the endorsement of a range of Tahoe groups, I was able to secure my bipartisan Smart Communities program in this infrastructure package. It will improve transportation and broadband here and make it easier for residents and visitors alike to get where they're going. This is a topic of conversation we have been having for years around the Tahoe area. And the bill will also promote good paying jobs in transportation and better connect the transportation system to affordable housing, another key issue that we have to address around the lake. As the Lake Tahoe area continues to grow, we need to keep pushing for more innovative solutions that invest in our communities and prioritize a sustainable future. So it is the honor of my life to be working every day in the Senate to ensure that Tahoe and all of Nevada thrive, not just now, but into the future. If anybody has ever had an experience in Tahoe, it is amazing first time, but it's never the last. And we all remember our first moments. My mother came here as a young girl with her family and worked in an ice cream parlor. To this day, still loves ice cream. And I, as a young girl, came here when I had the opportunity with my family. And then when I was going to the University of Nevada, Reno, snuck away. I still went to class. Where's Governor Sandoval? I still went to class, but I was able to sneak away on weekends to get to this beautiful area. And once you come here, it's something you recognize. It's a jewel. It is unique. And the bipartisanship, the work that we do, really the bi-state working group that we have, it really doesn't exist that I have seen across the country. And it is crucial for us to continue to coordinate and share and work together and recognize that this is once in a lifetime moment for all of us. Because the differences we've heard, if we look in the past, if we work together, we really can make change and make sure we preserve this for the future, for our children and their children and so many others to come. So thank you again. I'm excited to be here. Senator, thank you again for hosting this, and look forward to further conversations with all of you. Thank you.
Now I'd like to welcome my other colleague from Nevada, Senator Jackie Rosen.
Well, good morning, everyone. I want to say that why is anybody actually listening to us when you can look right behind us and see the reason we're here and why we're so adamant about protecting it? Why for 25 years, and really for, as Senator Masto said, for over 100 years, people have come together to really make sure that this beautiful and special place that the sun is shining down on us today, to remind us, just look right behind me, this is why we're here. We need no words to say what that means when we look at it. But I want to thank Senator Padilla, of course, his first year in the Senate, for hosting this. Really appreciate it. Of course, Senator Feinstein, I know you're watching virtually. Appreciate you all the time. Of course, Catherine and I, my partner in the Senate, our Governor Sisolak, who works with us on hand in hand in all of the things that we try to do every day to make Nevada the best place to live. And I have to give a shout out to my dear friend, Congressman John Garamendi, and his wonderful wife, Patty, everybody else who's here with us today, and our keynote speaker, Secretary Holland. So really so pleased to be here with all of you. And 25 years in the life of Lake Tahoe, it's just a blink of an eye. And we want to make sure that there's many more blinks to come, the future going forward. And I want to thank all the organizations. It takes so many people to make this happen, the advocates who work tirelessly to protect Lake Tahoe, and especially the Lake Tahoe Fund for organizing the summit, the incredible work that you do day in, day out, year after year to make sure that Lake Tahoe remains one of the world's most beautiful bodies of water. And what we learn here, we're the model to export out all of the things that we learn about sustainability and to keep other bodies of water pristine as well. And it's just a beloved national treasure. Like I said, I don't have to tell any of you anything about that. But it's also really important to both of our states' economies. And there's no doubt that we've made tremendous progress over the years. But there's so much more to do, and there is no time to waste. As everyone said, the wildfires, there's a drought, there's erosion, there's so many things happening. We have to be on top of all of it. And it's why I fought with my colleagues to preserve Lake Tahoe and the robust funding that we just passed in the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act. As both senators have mentioned, about $17 million right into the lake in our bipartisan infrastructure investment plan. And so what does it mean? It means funding for forest health, hazardous.
Okay, so we're going to cut into that press conference. We want to bring you a bit of breaking news right now. Viewer discretion always advised here on LiveNOW. I-17's northbound lanes are currently closed north of Phoenix, Arizona right now as authorities are investigating a crash that killed a person who was driving a USPS tractor trailer. You can see that tractor trailer in the middle of this shot right now. The incident, according to Arizona Department of Public Safety, happened on those northbound lanes near the Anthem area. The driver was ejected from the vehicle and was declared dead at the scene right now. We're still getting details rolling in at this point in time, but like we said, those lanes are currently closed as Sky Fox is overhead, just trying to assess this situation right here. Does not look like any other vehicles were involved in this collision, but we'll be monitoring this as it happens. We just got word of this. Fox 10 heading to the scene as soon as they can. Moving forward with some other breaking news. fires in California. You heard it at that Lake Tahoe summit right there. A major concern for so many of those California officials. There's currently several fires burning across the state right now, but the most recent one, the Cache Fire. I want to bring in Fox 2's Christian Cafton. He's joining us live now from the location. Christian, is there any type of containment on this fire at this point in time? We know there's evacuations underway.
Yeah, those evacuation orders still underway. The latest information we had about containment was at about 30% contained. We're waiting for a news conference to start in about 45 minutes to 50 minutes, and we should get a better idea on containment at that time. But this fire really destroying dozens of homes, upwards of 60 homes. You can see the remains of one of those homes right there. Just a couple of moments ago, we saw a CAL FIRE crew actually digging through the remains of that house, trying to put out any hot spots. Those CAL FIRE crews working to contain this fire here at Cache Creek. And residents here are working to figure out what their next move is. Within the burn zone of the Cache Fire, the remains of the dozens of homes burned in the Creekside mobile home community on Dam Road are still smoldering. With most of the roads in the area blocked, AJ says he was able to make his way in and confirmed his home is one of those destroyed.
Yeah, my house is right there where the Y is right there. If you go left, stay left, and then that's the second one on the right.
How'd it look?
Oh, it's gone. Yeah.
He says he was out Wednesday afternoon when the fire broke out and didn't learn about the fire or evacuation orders until he tried to get home.
I was actually at the Dollar General parking lot giving somebody a ride, and then on our way back we saw smoke, and I thought it was actually out there a little ways, and then we got closer and realized how close it was, and then they already had this shut down. Couldn't even get out here.
He says he's had a few close calls with wildfires in years past, but this one destroyed everything.
I know, it's crazy. It's like they watch the patterns and see what hasn't burned yet, you know.
PG&E and CAL FIRE crews streamed in and out of the area. CAL FIRE crews working to stop the spread.
It'll be building containment lines, putting out hot spots, following trees that are in the hazard way, so getting equipment in to start doing rehab inside.
CAL FIRE crews also hoping that the wind direction would shift and help in their efforts.
It's the wind behind me coming this way. So that's your wind coming out of the north, and the east comes out of the Sacramento Valley. Drier, hotter for us, and it's our fire weather.
And the danger there is spot fires and hot spots, right? I mean,
yes, that's finding something that's not completely extinguished, embers within a tree or in a root, grabbing that and spreading it to a unburned area and starting a new fire for us.
Now, CAL FIRE is still confirming that one person was seriously injured in this fire. That person was flown out of the area for treatment. We're waiting again on the latest containment numbers from CAL FIRE. Meanwhile, the evacuation order remains in effect for the area surrounding the Cache Fire. CAL FIRE is saying it is simply still not safe for residents to return. The official cause of this fire is still under investigation. We have heard reports that there may have been a fire, may have actually started at an RV associated with a homeless encampment. But again, when I asked CAL FIRE just about 45 minutes ago about the cause of this fire, they said because of that injured person, because the potential for this fire to go fatal, this has to be treated like a criminal investigation. So at this point, there is still no official cause for this fire. Reporting live, Christian Cafton, back to you.
And Christian, I know that press conference is going to be starting soon, so we'll let you go. Just a few follow-up questions, though. With 15 fires burning across the state right now, is there concern that there's enough firefighters there in the state of California, or are they bringing in firefighters from other states as well to help out?
Well, that is a constant concern, right, is making sure that they have enough personnel to staff and adequately address all of these fires. We can tell you that this fire here, we've seen crews from throughout California. We saw a Napa County crew here earlier, of course, Lake County crews all over the place. But as you said, with so many fires burning, manpower becomes an issue, making sure that they have not just enough people to address that fire, but also remember the pivotal role that aircraft play in this as well. Helicopters doing water drops, planes doing fire retardant drops. They need to make sure that they have enough material and equipment to fight battles on multiple fronts.
Plus, all those evacuees, where are they going? Is there enough locations for them to be taken to? Red Cross probably has their hands full right now.
Right, the evacuation center right now is Twin Pines Casino. It's about 13 miles from where I'm standing right now. A lot of those who are evacuated, are staying with family or friends, because remember, this is a community, so there are a lot of people with whom they can stay, but the official evacuation center is about 15 miles from here, 13 miles rather.
Okay, and what did you say? When was that press conference going to be happening? Pretty soon here?
That press conference is set to start at 5 p.m.
Okay. All right. 4:15, 4:17 there in California right now. Fox 2's Christian Captain giving us the very latest on the Cache Fire. We appreciate you. Stay safe out there. And we're going to keep moving along here on Live Now from Fox. We just brought you that breaking news out of Phoenix. A USPS truck driver now dead, confirmed dead, off of the I-17 freeway here in town. We'll be bringing you any other details as soon as we get them. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Again, 4:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and California. We'll be getting some of those wildfire updates for you in just 45 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going out now back to that Lake Tahoe summit as we're hearing from several policymakers across the state of California. You're going to hear from Senator Padilla and then, of course, Governor Newsom as well, as they're talking the economy of California, specifically in Lake Tahoe amid all of these wildfires. If you just joined us for that live report down at the Cache Fire, devastating situation, the fire ripping through towns, at least 60 mobile homes at this point completely destroyed because of just that fire. And mind you, there's 14 other ones. So a major concern out in California. Let's listen in.
The legacy of environmental stewardship at Lake Tahoe truly runs deep. Today's summit is a celebration of the progress of partnership through there is much more work to be done to address the many complex issues facing the basin, including transportation and transit, forest management, extreme drought and wildfire threat, lake clarity, increasing tourism, and the overarching and ever-growing impacts of climate change. To meet the challenges of the next 25 years and beyond, we must continue the strong spirit of collaboration and innovation that underpin our greatest successes here at Tahoe. By working together in this basin, Nevada is proud to help lead the way to a vibrant and prosperous future for Lake Tahoe and beyond. Thank you, and I appreciate you joining me in admiring this magnificent backdrop that we have. Thank you all.
Thank you, Governor Sisolak. Our next speaker is the governor of the great state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, joining us virtually. If we can have the text.
Hey, everybody. It's Governor Gavin Newsom. Let me just first thank Senator Padilla for taking the baton. Congratulations, Senator Padilla, for hosting this year's annual Lake Tahoe Summit. Trust me, I wish I was with you here today, not in my office here in Sacramento, for one obvious reason, and it's a reason we all share, and that is Lake Tahoe is one of all of our favorite places. I cherish, like so many of you, the incredible memories I had, my father, my grandfather, so many members of my family spending time up in Tahoe, and now, of course, the opportunities to create new memories with my own kids. And like the rest of the state, though, we know that Tahoe has seen the impact, the direct impact of an acceleration of this climate crisis. Those smash-mouth realities are pretty self-evident to all of us. We're preparing for less snow, more rain, increased fire, flood, and of course smoke, and these longer and longer droughts. The good news is we're partnering better than we ever have before, partnering with Governor Sisolak, Nevada, with all our partners around the region to engage in this basin-wide climate adaptation planning, which will focus, I think, more regionally, not just on the challenges, but also on how to address these challenges, how to address these vulnerabilities so we can build greater resilience for the region. On wildfires, specifically the vulnerability and forest resilience, the Tahoe Basin with the state, federal, and local partnerships, we're collaborating more than ever to increase forest management and restoration capacity. The Lake Tahoe Basin Forest Action Plan, as you all know well, serves as a statewide model to protect the health of our forests and the safety of our communities and the strength of our local economies. The state's early action wildfire funding is already being put on the ground this summer to implement key tenets of that plan. And all of this is being informed always by science, science-driven policies. Our administration, together with Nevada, is committed to enhancing the longstanding science management partnership in the face of these climate change realities and other challenges that will bring more science to action. The Lake Tahoe Basin faces some of the greatest challenges, as so many of our state's growing regions do, from the ongoing challenges of COVID-19 to traffic congestion, including, by the way, those 15 million visitor trips a year, lack of affordable housing, workforce housing, at the same time while we protect the clarity, the remarkable clarity we cherish of this lake, the health of the forests and the safety of some 55,000 residents, and of course those millions and millions of visitors. Collaborations across all organizations are essential in the basin and are fundamental to our efforts to preserve, to restore, to enhance the unique and natural environment of the Lake Tahoe region. Our administration, led by Wade Crowfoot, the National Resources Agency, and the Tahoe Conservancy, I believe is doing their best to effectively address these issues and continuing, again, those strong bi-state partnerships with Nevada and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to keep California resilient for the next quarter century, next half century, next century, and beyond. As Lake Tahoe has been important to me, I just want you to all ensure that it remains pristine, not just for my kids, but all of our kids and future generations to come. And lastly, I just want to end by saying I'm excited for the next part of this program, not only to spare you any more of these video messages, but to honor a true champion of Lake Tahoe and someone that I've grown to admire over the course of quite literally many, many decades, and that's Senator Dianne Feinstein. We wouldn't be here without her. The success of the Tahoe Basin Bi-State Partnership is a direct result of her vision and her extraordinary efforts to hold us all to account, to raise the bar, to bring everyone together to tackle these tough challenges of climate and threat of wildfire, preventing the spread of those invasive species we talk often about, and restoring, of course, the lake's famed clarity. Senator Feinstein, thank you for your faith, devotion, for your stewardship to the cause we all hold dear that unites us all together this year.
Great. Thank you, Governor Newsom. And what a transition he has set up. It's now my honor to welcome a group of our long-term partners from the Forest Service, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and Sustainable Community Advocates. As we've shared, Senator Feinstein is unable to join us in person today, but we wanted to keep as part of this 25th Summit program the inaugural Dianne Feinstein Lake Tahoe Award. We're happy to have her participate virtually. Senator Feinstein is one of Lake Tahoe's longest and strongest advocates. So I'd like to now invite up Gwen Sanchez, Julie Regan, and Steve Teixeira for a very special presentation.
Good morning. I'm Gwen Sanchez, and I'm the Acting Forest Supervisor for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit of the U.S. Forest Service. As co-chair of the Tahoe Interagency Executive Committee, I'm pleased to join my colleagues this morning in presenting a very special new award to U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein to recognize extraordinary leadership in the protection and restoration of Lake Tahoe. As a newcomer to the Tahoe Basin, I've been struck by the amazing collaboration in the environmental improvement program that this ward is celebrating. A presidential executive order following the first summit and the Federal Lake Tahoe Restoration Act are key policy directives for this unparalleled partnership of the federal, state, local governments, the Washoe tribe, private sector, and many, many other partners. On behalf of Team Tahoe, as Senator Dianne Feinstein likes to call us, we've created this award in her honor.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Steve Teixeira. And a couple things of context as we present this award to Senator Feinstein. In the early 1990s, before the first presidential summit, some of us were involved. We had just come off the 1987 adoption of the new regional plan, and we were trying to put together funding lists. Where could we go for funding to the state, to the federal government, to our local colleagues? And a key term was developed by then TRPA Executive Director Jim Beachy. He said, the Environmental Improvement Program is an inclusive umbrella term for all the things we need to do to achieve and maintain the environmental thresholds at Lake Tahoe. And once we had that term, we began to say, you know, it's time for a renewal of the vows of the original compact, or the 1980 compact, the more recent one. So let's get the states together with the federal government and our local governments and regional agencies and renew our vows. And that really was the spirit that led to the first presidential forum with then President Clinton, Vice President Gore, right up the road here at the Hyatt. And there were so many wonderful things that came out of that. The next term that I think was really important was the term of Senator Feinstein, and she and Senator Reed were really the principal catalyst for bringing the federal government, and the federal government came. Cabinet members came. President, the Vice President, and a host of federal agencies recommitted to Lake Tahoe. So we really achieved our goal. But Senator, you were the one that came up with the term Team Tahoe. And while I feel like I was a Team Tahoe member before the first summit, the great thing about Team Tahoe as a term, and really why we're all here today, is it's inclusive. Everybody can be a member of Team Tahoe. And so, Senator Feinstein, I'm honored to be part of all of us here today that are recognizing you with the first ever Dianne Feinstein Lake Tahoe Award. And of course, it is very fitting that you would be the very first recipient of the award. So thank you for inspiring me and all of us here to continue on the work at Lake Tahoe for now and for many years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve and Gwen, and good morning all and our distinguished visitors and members of our delegation and governors. I'm Julie Regan, Chief of External Affairs and Deputy Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. TRPA is pleased to co-chair the Tahoe Interagency Executive Steering Committee with the U.S. Forest Service. We also coordinate this environmental improvement program that we've heard so much about today. It is under these auspices and the responsibilities that we're launching the Dianne Feinstein Lake Tahoe Award in collaboration with our many partners. Senator Feinstein's love of this lake drives us all to suit up and go to work every day through literally fires, floods, blizzards, and all manner of challenges. This level of collaboration that she has inspired, it just simply does not happen everywhere. We take our charge as Team Tahoe mates seriously, and we are compelled to memorialize Senator Feinstein's exemplary leadership with this prestigious award. Our goal is to grow the collaborative spirit which she's nurtured over these many decades. Now, in the face of unprecedented threats to Tahoe, our bi-state partnership is more important than ever. We will honor future recipients of this award at Tahoe summits for their work to continue the spirit of collaboration that she has fostered for these many years. Now I'd like to invite Caitlin Meyer on Senator Feinstein's staff to come up to accept this award on the senator's behalf. This Tahoe print by local photographer John Paul is the image from the first summit that Senator Feinstein hosted at the Valhalla site, which I know that she treasures. The inscription reads, "For exceptional leadership in building Team Tahoe, the collaborative partnership working to protect and restore the lake for future generations." So on behalf of my colleagues here and the entire Team Tahoe, I am so proud to present the first inaugural Dianne Feinstein Lake Tahoe Award.
Thank you, and I believe we have remarks from Senator Feinstein.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I want to thank Gwen, Julie, and Steve, and all of the Tahoe team for this award. It really does mean a great deal to me, and it's a true honor to be recognized for doing my part to help preserve one of my very favorite places. Many of you have heard me say before, Lake Tahoe has always been special. Summer camp, bike trips around the lake, before there were bike paths, family vacations at Tahoe Tavern, and the time my husband Dick and I have been able to spend time there. It's all been very special. We've learned over the years that this is also a very fragile place, and that we must give more to it than we take from it. So thank you for the honor of naming this award after me, and for what I hope will continue to be a legacy of recognition for those who love this lake as much as I do. I want everybody to know that the success here at the lake would not have been possible without the support of Team Tahoe, a group of people dedicated to saving this amazing wonder. This team was born out of the very first Tahoe Summit, a long time ago, 1997, when Senator Harry Reid invited President Bill Clinton to hold a presidential forum at Incline Village. Out of that first summit grew a public-private partnership that, believe it or not, has invested more than $2.6 billion, that's billion, not million, in the Lake Tahoe Basin, including $800 million from the federal government. I'm so proud to have helped lead these efforts to pass what is a bipartisan Lake Tahoe Restoration Act in 2000 and another one in 2016 to supply the bulk of these federal funds. A total now of 746 projects have been completed, and 147 more are underway. These include improving erosion and stormwater pollution, treating tens of thousands of acres to reduce hazardous fuels, restoring wildlife habitat, adding shoreline public access, and creating improved miles of bike and pedestrian routes. And the recent bipartisan infrastructure bill that's just before the Congress passed the Senate, including an additional $17 million over 5 years for ecosystem restoration. So we are still going at a very good pace to produce the funds that are necessary to really maintain this lake as it should be. This and other new investments, I think, are critical for the future of the lake, as it's going to face something that all of us have to face, and that's climate change. According to the recent State of the Lake report, Tahoe continues to warm faster than the oceans. The lake's temperature is rising, believe it or not, half a degree every single year. And in the surrounding basin, air temperatures are rising as well. In fact, over the past 100 years, the average daily temperature has risen 4.2 degrees, which means invasive species thrive, trees are dying, snowpack is decreasing, and the lake's clarity is declining. So climate change isn't really an issue we can ignore. It's a clarion call to action. So 6 of the 7 largest wildfires in California's history have been in the past year, and experts predict things are even going to get worse. So it's been more than a decade since the Angora fire that destroyed 254 homes on South Lake Tahoe. I remember that. I hope you do too. And it was 5 years ago that the Emerald Fire burned for 3 days, scorching 176 acres. I remember that one too, and I hope you do. And that's why my top priority for this lake is helping fight wildfire, and we must continue that vigilantly. And so this is why I, along with Senators Padilla, Cortez Masto, and Rosen, and our partners in the House, pushed for $600 million in a recent bipartisan infrastructure bill to reduce the gap. This has now passed the Senate, but we need the House. Please help us. I'm confident that with access to new resources, Team Tahoe is up for the challenges facing the lake. And just as we did in the past, we'll confront those challenges together. And this is so important. We must have a united front for this great lake. And with it, we can achieve a great deal. So thank you very much. I look forward to seeing all of you soon. Bye.
Let's thank Senator Feinstein once again, not just for her remarks, but for her tremendous leadership over the decades. Another round of applause. I'd now like to invite Alan Biaggi of the Tahoe Fund to speak on the Take Care Tahoe Student Ambassador Program.
Thank you and good morning. And Senator Feinstein, I know you're out there watching. You're truly a Tahoe champion. Thank you for your long-term stewardship of Lake Tahoe. And with that in mind, it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the future stewards of the amazing resource, our Take Care student ambassadors with the Sierra Nevada Alliance. I'm positive one of these students will someday be a recipient of the Diane Feinstein Award. In case you don't know about Take Care, it is a unifying message campaign for the entire region and is comprised of more than 60 organizational partners that want to see more people connect and take care of this beautiful natural environment. These students from South Lake Tahoe High School and Lake Tahoe Community College have dedicated their time and love of Lake Tahoe to be ambassadors at beaches and trailheads here in the basin. And I have to say, that's not a bad way to spend the summer.
Not at all.
With our ever-increasing visitorship, their mission was to provide information to those using our beaches and trails to decrease tourism's impacts while promoting environmental stewardship and changing behaviors. Their time and talents have made a real difference this summer in Lake Tahoe, and we'd like to recognize them today. So as I call your name, and I've already apologized to them for any mispronunciations I may make, I'd like you to come up, stand in front of the podium, and be recognized. So to begin, let's start with Skylar Cobb. Skylar? Skylar, let's come down here, okay? Thank you so much. Jaylene Hancock. Thank you, Jaylene. Jasmine Borgran Diaz.
So you've been listening in to this Lake Tahoe summit with several policymakers across the state. Governor Newsom speaking about wildfires, speaking about climate crisis concerns. We'll be keeping our eyes on everything California throughout the rest of the night here on Live Now. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to the southern border to talk about the latest out there. A surge still underway, but now it's causing a nightmare for coronavirus cases as well. Details in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 2,000 people, that's the highest number of undocumented migrants one South Texas nonprofit welcomed in one day, and a good portion of them positive for COVID-19. Fox's Ashley Soriano joins us live from Mission, Texas, where a public park is now a quarantine site. Isn't that right, Ashley?
Yeah, Daytona, that is right. I'm on the outskirts of Ansel Duas Park, which is closed to the public. It was once a place where families went for picnics and playgrounds. For now, it's a place where migrant families go to get tested for COVID-19 and to quarantine there if necessary.
When we reached 2,000, that was something that I said, because of COVID,
we need to isolate? We need to keep safe and away from everybody else?
Sister Norma Pimentel is the executive director of Catholic Charities of the Rio Grande Valley. Their respite center in McAllen, Texas is one stop along the migrants' journeys, from the multi-week hikes to Border Patrol custody and then Catholic Charities. Some days upwards of 2,000 people trickling in.
0.5% of what we see, if we have 2,000 people, 1,000 more are children, little ones.
Children, including Ingrid Cow's 3.5-year-old and 4-year-old, getting sick along the 17-day journey from Guatemala.
It's difficult because the kids were sick. We fear for the kids' safety crossing through Mexico, but with God's help, we made it here.
Pregnant women also taking the risk. Mariela Osorio is from Honduras. She's 8 months along.
Yes, I've heard of women being abused along the way, but luckily nothing has happened.
Cal and Osorio will likely end up at Anzo Duas Park to be tested for COVID-19.
When people visit, they can't tell. They don't see immigrants on the street. They don't see people lying on sidewalks. And that's because we've gotten pretty good at this operation.
Even if only one person in a family unit tests positive for COVID-19, the entire group will remain at Anzo Duas Park. In Mission, Texas, I'm Ashley Soriano. Back to you.
Ashley, what are the conditions like in that park right now? And are there several of these across the area, across southern border?
Well, for right now, I do know that this is the only one in McAllen run by Catholic Charities of the Rio Grande Valley. They are offering food and some tent shelters. Of course, it is still hot out here, but what they're trying to do is get people out as quickly as they come in. That's what I'm being told.
All right, Ashley Soriano reporting live for us in Mission, Texas tonight. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to stay in Texas as we are following the very latest out of there. A Texas Build Back Better plan presented by Democratic representatives out in Texas here. We're going to listen into, again, some other familiar faces, but this time from the state of Texas.
Too many years ago now, but I won't say exactly how many. Just today, there was a remarkable piece of news that broke this morning, which was that jobless claims in the United States have hit a pandemic low. It was the latest indication that this president and this Congress, and of course the hardworking American people, are bringing this country back from the devastation of the pandemic that we faced over the past year and a half. We all know that, of course, we're not out of the woods yet. We're still very much in the middle of the fight with COVID-19, and in many communities that fight has intensified. But it's also a sign that we finally have a government, after the years of division of the previous administration, turning Americans against each other, you finally have a president and a government who are working to do what's right for the American people, who are working for things like infrastructure, our roads and streets and highways and bridges. It's interesting, we think about San Antonio, such an incredibly historic city, but also one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. And you think about, I think every year when I see the engineer report come out about the state of our bridges and highways and roads and how much work we have to do. We've seen that report come out year after year after year. And yet for years, the United States Congress and presidents have been unable to get a major infrastructure bill done. This president and this Congress look like we're finally going to be able to do it. A once-in-a-generation infrastructure package for the United States of America that will truly help transform America's cities, and I believe will help transform San Antonio to an even greater and more vibrant place than it already is. We're working very hard, as the President has talked about, building back better, to make sure that Americans have every opportunity in front of them, no matter their age. You know, you think about this city, as you look out into the city, this is a city of hardworking, humble people who actually, I think, don't ask a lot from their government. But the one thing that they ask for when they pay their taxes and their fees and everything that they do to make sure this city and this state and this country run is they ask that it be a place of opportunity for themselves and for their kids. So when we talk about a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, but remember also a $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, It's not just a matter of transforming America's infrastructure, just the roads and streets and highways, which are very important. It's also a matter of transforming something else that I've talked about for years right here in San Antonio, our infrastructure of opportunity, making sure that this is a place of opportunity for everyone. Our infrastructure of opportunity is also about our schools. It's about making sure that every single child in the United States has access to the internet, because getting on the internet, as you all know, is no longer a luxury. It's not something that people would like to have. It's something that people absolutely need. And so President Biden and Democrats are working every day to build out that infrastructure of opportunity for San Antonio and for America. And I'm very proud to be part of it and to represent my hometown of San Antonio. And y'all, of course, are in my district now to represent San Antonio in the United States Congress. And I'm going to introduce somebody who looks a little bit like me, although he wasn't able to grow a beard, but he's still my brother. And that is former mayor of San Antonio and councilman, also former HUD secretary, my twin brother, Julian Castro. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Woodlawn Lake. I want to say thanks to Mayor Nurnberg and Councilwoman Sandoval, and of course to my brother, Congressman Castro, for their leadership and for their remarks here today. As we stand here in August of 2021, 8 months into President Biden's administration, we see very clearly that electing Democrats makes a difference in America. Democrats deliver results for the people of the United States. Checks into the accounts of families across this country to reduce poverty, shots into the arms of Americans to keep them healthy, jobs across this country and small businesses opening back up, people getting back to work. A few months ago, in January of 2020, this country was still in many ways on a downward spiral. Our economy was still reeling. Our vaccination effort was going slowly. Americans' level of distrust at one another was at an all-time high, as we saw on January 6th. And just a few months later, because Americans voted to put Democrats in charge, we've reduced poverty in this country significantly. Our vaccination effort is going much more strongly. We've gotten a better handle on the coronavirus. Small businesses have opened up and people have gone back to work. Our country is getting stronger and stronger because we're building back better with President Biden and Democrats in Congress. San Antonio, in so many ways, represents a community of the future. We were reminded of that the other day when the census came out. It looks like America is going to look in the years to come. I think about all the fantastic investments that this president and Congress have championed and the difference that they're going to make so that more of our young people are able to get a great education. More folks are able to get the training they need to get good jobs. More of our seniors are able to live out their golden years in good fashion. More people are able to get access to good health care than ever before. Those things that determine whether people are able to reach their dreams in this country, no matter their background, no matter what their last name is, where they come from, what state they live in, how young or young at heart they are. That is the American spirit. As Democrats, we believe that everyone counts, and we're working hard to make sure that we're a nation where everyone prospers. We're going to continue to build back better. We're going to continue to invest in everybody in our country. Here in Texas, the American Rescue Plan is delivering billions and billions of dollars of money that is going to help build back communities devastated by the coronavirus. We felt the effects here in San Antonio, in infrastructure, in housing, in education, in small business ownership, and that's going to continue. With the infrastructure package, with the reconciliation package, we have a chance to build an America that is more prosperous than ever before. Because
Americans voted to put Democrats and President Biden in charge. Your vote counts. Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to welcome back our mayor, Ron Nirenberg. You had to go. All right. You want to make the concluding remark? Well, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out, and thank you to our press for covering what is a resurgence in the United States of America, building back better, and what it means for San Antonio. This city also is benefiting from the incredible work of Joe Biden and his presidency, and also from a Congress that's committed to making sure there's opportunity for everyone. Thank you all.
So we're gonna skip forward here. As you can see, these Texas representatives kind of taking a moment to take some photos in front of the President Biden Build Back Better bus, which has been making its way across the country. There was a one-on-one segment, though, with some of the representatives. You saw Houston Mayor Turner right there. You saw Castro. We're going to play out some of those interviews really quickly here, as this is Build Back Better for the state of Texas. Let's listen in.
Right now, what are your thoughts on how this is going to end up going, and what can we do as a community to keep ourselves safe?
Well, unfortunately, Governor Abbott's prohibition of counties and city governments and school districts making their own decisions about requiring masks is endangering people's lives. And it's a reckless decision that is only going to harm children. The more kids are going to school. My kids start school in the Northside District next week. I know Leon's kids started a few weeks ago. And so it's reckless and it's hurting people.
I'd say that the governor is behaving so irresponsibly and with a lot of hypocrisy. This is a governor who is not allowing schools to do everything they can to protect children. And at the same time, when he acted irresponsibly and got COVID, he's doing everything he can above and beyond what everyday Texans would be able to do to protect himself. Got a third booster shot. He's getting that Regeneron treatment. He's getting VIP treatment. Of course he's not worried about the coronavirus, because when he gets it, he's able to get VIP treatment that all of us wouldn't be able to get. It is the height of hypocrisy. He's hurting children around the state. I have 2 children who are in public school here in San Antonio. They already sent a note home saying that they're folks who have tested positive for COVID. Parents are getting those kinds of notes over and over and over again throughout the state. Parents are anxious. They're worried about the health of their children. Over 60 school districts in this state have said, in defiance of the governor's order, no, we're going to have a mask mandate because that's what's in the best interest of the children. That's what the CDC recommends. It's time for the governor to start caring more about the children of this state than about trying to win a GOP primary battle.
Julian, just one more question. You were a mayor once of this city. How do you feel the current mayor is handling the situation regarding, going again after again, trying to make the governor's orders, invalid, something like that? How do you feel?
I commend Mayor Nuremberg and Judge Wolf for doing what they can to protect the public health. The basic responsibility of any public servant is to do what you can to protect the safety and the health of your constituents. And that's especially true if you're a mayor or county judge. So I'm proud to live in a community where the mayor and the county judge care enough to fight back against Governor Abbott's order that doesn't make any sense for the public health. And that's why they've had success in court, because even the courts recognize that, hey,
those were the remarks from earlier today. You're watching Live Now from Fox, just past 8 o'clock on the East Coast, 5 o'clock there on the West Coast. We continue to roll on right here. We have another live event here that we want to go out to. Cal Fire right now is giving us an update on the Caldor fire in California. Let's listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
As we try and navigate the best route to control the fire in Division Alpha. Moving up into Division Delta, again, the fire still has not made it to Sly Park Road, and we have literally had an engine at every single residence along Sly Park Road, ringing those structures, reducing fuels around them, and general structure defense in preparation should the fire make a run towards Sly Park Road. On the north end of the fire, we attempted to put in some direct control line on the very north tip down to Highway 50. As best I know, that's still holding right now. We've also done some indirect control line represented by the X's up to Jenkinson Lake as a fallback. Fire is still on the south side of Highway 50. It has not crossed Highway 50 yet, but it's a couple hundred yards away. Once we get over onto all the east side of the fire, this has been kind of the primary direction that the fire's been spreading to the east, which is good. It's away from structures. Slow rates of spread. We've been under the effects of an inversion layer, which has choked off the spread of the fire. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Chief. So as with last night's community meeting, what we'll do is we'll move into question and answer. So if you guys have any questions, please submit them online through the Facebook Live and or the Zoom link if you're in on the Zoom link that we have for you, and we will answer those to the best we can. So with that, we're going to move into some of the questions. I have one here that I'll answer right off the bat. There's a question about the evac centers and whether masks are being required for those that are there. So as far as the mask, the mandates are to the local county health officers' requirements as to when, where, how, and what they're going to do in this county and in the area for masks. So we don't know exactly at each evacuation center how they're doing it, but they are following the guidelines that are put forth. And then, as always, it's up to you if you feel safe enough, if you know how you want to wear that mask if they aren't required. So with that, we'll bring up our operations section chief again for some more questions.
Okay, one of the questions is in regards to spread of the fire north, northeast, and the western edges. Most of the fire along the western edge is we're under, our wind is coming out of the south and pushing the fire to the north and northeast. It's a south-southwest wind. Everything along Sly Park Road down into Grizzly Flat, with the exception there, fire behavior reacts differently in large drainages. But predominantly this is backing fire, but it is just in some very rugged country with large timber that's very hard to deal with. So most of our spread, again, is in this direction and slow spread to the north. Another question was, how do spot fires occur? So as the fire burns actively, burning embers get transported in the smoke column, typically in the direction of the wind. Those hot embers land in the receptive fuel bed out in front of the fire, start new fires. Like I said yesterday, in the winds that when this fire made its big run, we were getting spot fires 5 miles out in front of the fire, very commonly a mile out. Another question, if high humidity continues, will areas be left to burn? I'm not sure I totally understand. If the humidity goes up, it slows fire behavior down, allows us to get closer to the fire's edge to work it. So high humidity is beneficial to us. And as far as letting everything burn, our end state is nothing's going to be burning on the fire. So.
Thank you, Chief. With that, we have a couple evacuation questions and whatnot. We'll bring up our law enforcement liaison.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Eric Lee. I'm the law enforcement liaison for IMT Team 6. So a couple questions that came in have to do with evacuations and repopulation. Excuse me. The first question I'm going to answer is about keeping Amador on a warning. So down below the fire line in Amador County, our standard process is that when we have a mandatory evacuation area, we will put a warning on the outside of that. That's so that we've already evacuated up to that point, but when people have to prepare themselves to evacuate, that's when we put in the warning. It doesn't mean that you have to immediately evacuate. It just means you're supposed to prepare for that. So what we do is on the outer edge of our mandatory evacuation area, you'll see on some of our maps where it'll have yellow going around. That means those areas are the warnings. So for right now, the answer to that question is yes, Amador will stay on a warning for right now. It does get reassessed every day in a meeting with law enforcement and fire operations and others to determine what areas need to stay in a warning and what areas need to be in mandatory evacuation. Right now, Amador is just in a warning area. Criteria for lifting the mandatory evacuations. So several things. When we have a mandatory evacuation, that means it is unsafe for folks to be in there. It means that we may not have the fire resources in which to go in and rescue somebody if the fire starts to move in certain directions. In order to lift that, we don't have to 100% eradicate the entire fire. So don't think that this has to be 100% contained before we will start a repopulation process. However, what that does mean is that we do need to make sure that certain areas are safe for people to go back in. Here's some examples of things we're looking at. One would be that there's no fire in that immediate vicinity that we're going to repopulate. Second is that we make sure the utilities are turned back on. Sometimes while fighting the fires, roads will be changed, the terrain will be changed by bulldozers, etc. And so we want to make sure that it is safe for people to actually drive back into their community, that trees that might have been burned have been dealt with so that we don't have falling trees, etc. So there's a lot of mitigating factors that have to be looked at and addressed before we can open up an area to allow residents to get back in there. So that's that answers that question. Oh, more coming in. This one is, can you explain the eastern edge of the evacuation zone? Well, I'm not sure what you want me to explain on that. Okay, got it. So you can't see it on this map. Unfortunately, we don't have an updated map. When we have our evac and repopulation meeting every day, which follows our cooperators meeting, we determine what areas need to be placed in the warning and evac. On the eastern side, there's an area there that is the federal forest area. That area has already been deemed closed by them, so there was no need for us to put that area into a warning. So we highlighted in yellow and put some slashes through it to identify it as being slightly different in that it is determined to be a closed area. With that, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring up our El Dorado County Sheriff Representative, Sergeant Palmberg, for some more questions.
Thank you. So the first question I have here is, does our code red system work off of Wi-Fi if there's no cell coverage? I called the experts on this. It sounds like it will work if you have Wi-Fi calling. So if you do have that option with your Wi-Fi system, activate Wi-Fi calling, and you should have cell service to receive those messages. One caveat to that, as my contact at the sheriff's office tells us, is also when you do the code red, sign up for an email. So not only will you get a text or a phone call on your landline or your cell phone, but you will also be notified via email through the Code Red system. So I encourage everybody who is on Code Red to make sure you're signed up for email as well. Second question is regarding extra patrols in the evacuated areas. I assure you the Sheriff's Office, as well as a multitude of other allied agencies from our region and state, are out in the area of all of the evacuated areas. We are diligent doing 24-hour patrol. Fortunately, the vast majority of people have stayed out of the area, and most of our officers and deputies are encountering only other officers and deputies. So we are being diligent 24 hours a day. We have huge numbers of officers out there protecting your residences and your property, and that is going to continue until those areas are repopulated. I just want to say we thank all of our firefighting partners in this mission, as well as all of our allied agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With some of the questions, we'll bring up our Deputy IC for some of his questions that pertain to him for you.
Good evening, Dusty Martin. So we're starting to get a lot of questions about how long our mandatory evacuations are going to last. So as our law enforcement liaison spoke, it talked about the process to get that get people back into their homes and some of the processes and things that need to be in place. So where we're at currently, I would expect for these evacuations to last for a little while, at least a week, maybe upwards of 2 weeks before we can really get some of the mandatory areas opened up. Our number one priority is to get the community back into their homes. But as our law enforcement liaison stated, we have to do that safely and make sure it's safe for the residents and safe for the fire personnel. The things that our law enforcement liaison talked about that need to be done prior to that takes a lot of work. So we are diligently working on that. That is one of our top priorities, but just understand it's going to take a bit, and it could be up to a week or 2 weeks before that happens. There was a question about damage assessment. Our damage assessment teams are working tirelessly to get out into the communities and get that process complete. Once again, that is a long process as well to get that. As soon as we get some numbers back from them, we will get that out to you so you have that. But understand, we are working around the clock on the numbers for you.
Thank you, Chief. We did have a couple questions about the El Dorado National Forest, so I'll bring up the supervisor of the forest for some answers to that.
Thanks, Chief. So good evening, everyone. Jeff Marcellet. I'm the Forest Supervisor for the El Dorado National Forest. And there's been several questions that have come up around the forest closure. So I'm going to maybe take it from the top and try to help unpack it a little bit. As a start, the forest closure was not taken very lightly. In fact, I fully understand what it means to restrict you from your public lands. The piece that I want to make sure you are aware is that when we instituted that closure, it was about trying to keep you out of the way from this spreading fire. It's about evacuations. It's about stretched resources and our inability to keep pace with the fire that was at the time growing 40 to 45,000 acres in a single burning period. So the bottom line is this: if you have an authorization on the National Forest, say a grazing permit, say a recreation residence, say a timber sale, like a timber sale contract of some sort, we're working with individuals to walk through what the safety procedures are, but we're going to do it hand in hand with the incident command team and only authorize individual, like short trips where we think it's safe enough to do so. The bottom line is the National Forest is going to be closed until we feel like we have good, firm control on how big this fire might get, and we have the sufficient resources to ensure the public is not going to be out in front of this thing should it grow like we saw just a couple days ago. There is an exemption process in order. We've got ways to get through that. I'm not inviting a lot of you to ask us for permission to go into these special authorizations, but if you have one, if you have a permit or you have a contract, then work with your local permit administrator or your contract officer, make a request. We'll bring it through the safety procedures that we've instituted along with Team 6, and we'll give you a decision one way or another. The chances are low right now while we haven't got a handle on this fire, but when we do have the handle on the fire, then we'll be authorizing those individual activities to occur on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. With that, we got a bunch of operations questions, so I'll bring our operations section chief back up to take care of those for you.
Question, has Camino changed from a warning from mandatory? No, Camino is still in an ordered evacuation, so Camino is in a mandatory evacuation. Fire weather forecast for the next few days. I just got a briefing from our IMET incident meteorologist. Tomorrow it's supposed to be a lot like today. And I don't even know days anymore. So tomorrow, Friday, a lot like today with a smoke inversion. Saturday, I didn't like what he had to say. He was predicting a fairly strong southwest wind, up to 20 miles an hour during the day Saturday, and I don't recall exactly how long that was going to last. So obviously, I don't like the sound of that. But if I had to have a 20-mile-an-hour wind, that's the direction that I would want it, because it is, again, going to push the fire out into the forest with a lot less infrastructure out there. Questions on Blue Mountain, Grizzly Flats. Are there any active fires out there, and do we have resources out in that area? There are still hot spots and stuff around the community where the fire went through there. We have multiple resources out there, fire engines, hand crews, bulldozers, water tenders, all doing what we call a tactical patrol, meaning they're just literally driving the roads, get out and check every structure, looking for hot spots to extinguish so additional structures don't catch on fire. So that is one of the most heavily staffed areas. It is the most heavily staffed area on the incident right here in Division Alpha to mitigate any additional structures. And then there was one question on what do the symbols on the map mean? When a 65,000 acre fire, we have to break it up into geographic divisions. That's what these symbols are. These break up division breaks, which allow us to have span of control. The next level above that are branches. These symbols delineate branches, so a branch director controls 3 division supervisors, and the branch directors report to me. And the X's that you see here that are gray are proposed dozer lines. The black X's that you see are dozer lines that are complete. And then we have symbology for hand line, staging areas, safety zones, drop points, geographic locations to help people navigate around the fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We got a bunch of questions in that pertain to Code Red and some of the law enforcement stuff, so I'll bring our law enforcement back up.
Oops. So we had a couple questions regarding the Code Red system. So firstly, how to register for Code Red. The easiest way to register is to go on the Sheriff's Office website. There is a quick link on the home page. It's a quick link, and I don't believe it actually says Code Red. I think it says something to the effect of register for the emergency alert system, something to that effect. Click on that link and it'll walk you through the process of how to register. On that same page where you're registering, there is a phone number that you can call if you encounter any problems while registering for Code Red. The second question regarding Code Red is, can Code Red cover more than one property? I don't know the actual answer to that. My recommendation would be that you would register each property individually, so perhaps make 2 separate entries. If you have the same contact information for both, that might somehow merge. I am not sure, but I think to be safe, I would attempt to register both properties under that contact with that contact information. Third question, can we repeat what to do if Code Red doesn't work? Again, the best method is to go on that Sheriff's Office webpage, go on the quick link. There is a telephone number there that you can call for assistance to assure you are registered properly. Probably provide your address and make sure that it is set up in your system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We did get a couple questions in regards to one being what can we do to help you? So us here at Base Camp, the firefighters, we greatly appreciate your thought for us and the help. We have everything here at Base Camp. It's pretty much a mini city for us, everything that we need. What we would ask for help for us would be to go to those local shelters where all the evacuees are, donate any goods to them to help them out, donate to the local Red Cross to those in need who have lost and had to be evacuated. They are the ones in the greatest need of the help for the donations in which you're looking for. Another question, how can those evacuated get their mail? So for your mail, obviously the areas are closed. So the U.S. Postal Service is going to hold your mail at the post office. So please go to your local post office and you can check with them and pick your mail up. Another one we had, was there any evacuation centers in Amador County? Yes. We have a temporary evacuation center in Amador County Fairgrounds at 18621 Sherwood Street. We have an evacuation shelter at Evelyn Bishop Hall at 701 Highway 124. We also did get a couple more evac questions, so I'll bring our law enforcement liaison back up.
Okay, so I did get an additional question here. It says, after a mandatory evacuation, can you go just back to a warning? The answer is yes. So we can have in a mandatory evacuation area downgrade. There's actually several levels of an evacuation where when we start to repopulate, we might go to a level 1 mandatory evacuation, which means that it'll be open for residents only. That gives us the opportunity to allow residents to go back into their neighborhoods, get to see what kind of damage was done, look at their property, get some time to settle before the general public starts to get access to that area. So that would be a level 1 mandatory evacuation, which means residents only can get back in. Then we can go back to a warning or to nothing. So in other words, once we mitigate a fire issue, when we start to repopulate, we want to repopulate and not have to evacuate again. So we try not to just go back to a warning. What we will try to do is make sure it's absolutely safe so that we can repopulate it and get everybody back in where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're getting close to the closing end of our questions, but we got a few more we could sneak in, so we'll have our operations come back up for some of those.
Question, are inmates being used as resources? Yeah, we do have CAL FIRE and CDCR crews here. I think we have probably 6 of our in strike team formation, so 2 crews married up together with the leader. I was asked about are we using aviation assets today? We've been under a heavy smoke inversion. Typically with that, we cannot fly fixed wing airplanes, so the air attack command and control aircraft has tried to launch out of Columbia 3 times today. I've requested them out, and they haven't been able to see, so they've had to turn around. We've even gone to the other side of the fire and requested them from the other side of the fire, and same result, they had to turn around. So no air tankers have been utilized, but as of about 3 hours ago, the smoke lifted up enough over the south end of the fire that we're able to get rotary wing aircraft in there, and currently we have multiple helicopters in there dropping water.
Thank you, Chief. So we're going to cut off our question and answer at this point, and I'm going to have our Forest Supervisor, our Forest Service representative, come up for closing comments.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Newbern. I'm the Unified Incident Commander representing the U.S. Forest Service. And I'd like to thank you for your involvement today and asking some great questions. Hopefully the time today provided some responses to you, and we look to continue to engage with you. We'll be successful here together. It's very important that we work through this and we bring a successful end to this incident. A lot of us, the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and others are affected by this as well, and are going through evacuations of our own families as well, as we live in these same communities. And so appreciate our work together to bring this to a successful end. Thanks, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. So with that, we're going to start to close down our meeting. So those of you that may have missed our intro, I'll give you a quick update of the information again before we sign off for the rest of the night. So again, our current acreage for the fire is 65,474 acres, 0% contained, and we have 653 personnel on the fire. So this information is going to change every 12 hours for our update sheets. So those come out again at 7 a.m., 7 p.m. We push those out on the social media sites, on the websites for the Forest Service and for CAL FIRE. We'll be sure to get that information out. So please check it as it comes out. So we put them out, like I said, at 7 a.m., 7 p.m., or as close to those times as we can. And those numbers are going to change every 12 hours. So even though we're giving you this information right now, it's shortly going to change because we can only catch up the information so quick. So please sign up for the information, keep checking online, and stay informed, and have a good night.
All right, folks, that was the update there. We're hoping for the very best for everybody out there in Placerville, California, that continue to deal with this fire, and more homes are unfortunately being threatened with this wildfire. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to have a big update from the Pentagon that you're only going to see right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Host Mike Pace as we continue to roll on here this evening. Coming up on 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 out on the West Coast. I want to bring you this top story, obviously, as we continue to follow everything that is happening in Afghanistan. But really, one of the most surprising ways that the U.S. is getting Americans and Afghan refugees out is, for right now, they are relying on the Taliban. Yes, the same Taliban that harbored Osama bin Laden back in 2001, and it took us 10 years to find the one that was responsible for 9/11. So it just seems sort of a little backwards right now that we are dealing so much with the Taliban. How can you trust someone that harbored the one that you are trying to get and costed so many thousands of lives in this country? And when you think about 9/11, we're getting close to the 20-year anniversary coming up next month. Hard to imagine. You know, I remember when it first happened, the first couple of days and weeks after, it was that slogan that never forget, that so many people in Congress and really across the country made that vow to the ones that lost loved ones, moms, dads, uncles, grandparents, saying that they would never forget. But now, 20 years later, it almost seems like that slogan has been tarnished and vanished away a little bit, especially now the way that the U.S. is talking to the Taliban right now and trying to conduct some sort of deals with them. But I want to show you this brief exchange. Fox News Channel's Brett Baier just talked to the Pentagon spokesperson, John Kirby. Take a look at this exchange. It's pretty telling. All right, folks, we'll get you that audio here in just a moment. We will get it back out for you in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Damn. Thanks for joining us back here on Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. And now we are going to continue to talk about, we got the audio now back here, the story that I want to play out for you. This brief exchange with Brett Baier from Fox News Channel with the Pentagon Press Secretary, John Kirby, talking about the U.S. relying on the Taliban right now. And let's listen to this play out right here on Live Now from Fox.
But is there a deal with the Taliban that restricts U.S. forces to the airport?
No. There's no deal that restricts forces to the airport, but, Brett,
That's where the mission is. The troops are there for really two things. One, to keep that airport safe and secure for people and for flight operations. And two, to make sure that those flight operations can go as unimpeded as possible with as few delays.
No, I understand,
as many aircraft as we can get on
but
there.
If the British can take their paratroopers and they can get in vehicles and go get their people and get them to the airport, why can't the U.S. do that? If there is a deal with the Taliban to provide safe passage, why is it left to the Americans outside of that ring to get there on their own? Why can't we send vehicles to go get them?
We have not seen any great impediments to the safe passage that the Taliban have agreed to facilitate. Americans are getting through those checkpoints, and they are getting onto the base on the airfield, and they are being flown out of Kabul. I won't speak to potential future operations that may or may not be conducted. What I can tell you is the operation we're conducting now, and that is to keep that airfield open and running, and Americans are getting through the lines. They are getting onto planes.
All right, so that's where we're at right now. Brett Baer making a good question to John Kirby, saying if other countries are able to get their loved ones and their people away from the enemy lines, why can't we go beyond the enemy lines and pick our Americans up and get them home? Right now, we still have thousands and thousands of Americans stranded right now. We have not heard anything from President Biden in a question and answer round with the media. The last time we saw him, he was conducting a COVID-19 briefing, and then as soon as that was over, he left. He left the podium even when the media was demanding some answers from this Afghanistan crisis that we continue to see and continues to play out in real time. Unfortunately, we're trying to get Afghan refugees out there as well, but we want to get the Americans out there as well. And you heard there in the piece that the spokesperson there for the Pentagon kept on saying, well, they have an agreement with the Taliban to allow safe passage. And that's just where it's at right now, just an agreement. Can you imagine 20 years ago, did you ever think that we would ever have an agreement with the Taliban, the same ones that harbored Osama bin Laden during the worst terror attack on American soil? And just to think, 20 years later, we're now trying to conduct deals with them in some way. And if that ever falls apart, what's going to happen to our Americans that are beyond the enemy lines right now and are still looking for safety from the U.S. Defense Department here? So what is going to happen? We will continue to follow this right here, but it's getting scary for the Americans out there, definitely, and everyone that is in Afghanistan right now, because you're relying on the Taliban in this supposed deal. I put that lightly there, deal, because it could fall apart at any moment. You really can't trust them when they have done so many bad things to us in the past there. We'll continue to follow it here for you on Live Now from Fox. Will tomorrow be the day that we hear from President Biden on Afghanistan? We wait and we see. We're sliding away for another quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm host Mike Pace as we continue to roll on right here. Well, it's the debate that's playing out in school districts across the country right now to do a mask mandate or to not there. Leave it up to the parents, the students, or what about the school district putting the rules in place there, even defying some governor's orders. That's where we're going to go to right now. We're going out to Chandler, Arizona, the school district there, having a debate right now with the school board to mask up or to let the parents decide. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Move from the confirmed active case count and added to the resolved cases. So with that said, I want to switch to one more screen here, which is our dashboard. And so this dashboard was pulled today. So in understanding and looking at, you'll see that the CUSC staff and students is 49,033, and the current active cases on our campuses total 157 in the district. When you read the dashboard, starting from left to right, you'll see we have secondary schools, and that will be your first column that gives you all of your secondary schools to know when you're looking for your school where to start. You'll see staff and student counts, confirmed active cases. Next is percent of active cases, and then resolved cases. And when you look to the moving to the right of the screen, you'll see the column for your elementary schools. So if you go to the website and you pull up the dashboard, this is what it will give you so that you can look at it. And if you see at 10 o'clock each day, it will give you an updated number based on the number of cases that may be new, as well as cases that move from the confirmed active cases to the resolved cases on the dashboard. So when we want to look and understand how to read this, let's start with, for example, Anderson Junior High. You'll see Anderson Junior High has 911 students and staff on campus. Their confirmed active cases current is 10, which puts them at a 1.09% of their population, and their resolved cases is 10. Important to note, we know that our thresholds for high school to move into the increased cases column is 1%, our junior high is 1.5%, and our elementary is 2%. With that said, you'll see that, again, Anderson is at 1.09%, which is under the 1.5%, and then you'll see that they have 10 resolved cases. We could also look at, and this has been part of our conversation, and that is going down to Hamilton. Hamilton having a staff and student population of 4,211. They currently have 16 active cases, which you can see it has been trending down from the high cases that put them in the threshold. They're currently at 0.37%, and you'll see that a number of cases have moved to their resolved cases at 115. It's important to note that although Hamilton was over the threshold, they have to be at 10 consecutive days under the threshold to move out of the increased column. So also I would like to at least share a couple of elementaries. If we look at Carlson Elementary at 719 total students and staff, they have one active case currently on campus. They're at 0.13%, and they have 7 resolved cases. And then finally, one last school I will go down to, and you'll see is, of course, we have quite a number of schools. You'll see Weinberg Gifted Academy has a population of staff and students of 531. They have 4 active cases, which puts them at a 0.75%, understanding that the elementary threshold is 2%, with 3 resolved cases on their chart. When you look at the number of active cases, because there's been some questions, this data is there for our parents to see, our community to see. If you look at the number of students in the secondary, and let me scroll back up to the top here one moment. And we talked about the COC staff and students are 49,000. For the secondary, which is our junior high and high school, that population is 26,286. For the elementary population is 22,747, and that's how you would split between the two. So when you look at the confirmed active cases and total that with the resolved cases, you're looking at about, at the secondary level, 1.5% of the total population in secondary had a positive case. And we're in elementary, it's 1% of the total elementary population that had 1%. Now, I think it's important to note that the data that we have is collected by students coming in or parents letting us know that their student was positive, or were notified by the county that the student was positive. And that's the data we have. And that's the same data the county has to use, because if you have someone taking a test outside of school, we wouldn't know it unless, and if it was a home test, we wouldn't know it unless they reported it. So if it's reported to us and it's reported to county, that's the information that we use. So that's how you would read and look at the data that you would find on our dashboard. And then under the active and resolved cases, you have the non-campus COVID-19 cases. This was put in place last year as we had parents wanting, and they were hearing of students who maybe had a positive case, but they weren't on our campus. So a cumulative non-campus case listed below are persons either attending or working on campus that have tested positive but were not on campus during their infection period. So that information is also on here that you can see by each campus. So for example, if you look at, sorry for the quick scroll, I apologize. If you look at Anderson Junior High, they had 4 cases that were non-campus cases. So a parent could have called, or someone may have called to say that their student was.
Quarantine was another theme in the concerns. This related to both absences of students from instruction and trying to overcome the learning gaps for our students, or wanting more students quarantined or stricter quarantine measures. COVID had a large number of comments. Within that theme, we had the fear of staff and students becoming ill, or staff or students coming to school with symptoms and not staying home. The desire for more clarity on the COVID dashboard and explanation for understanding, and the use of personal leave to cover any COVID quarantines or illness that may occur, and an overall that COVID in general has become a distraction to instruction in the classroom. We had staffing as another theme in this area. This had to do with some of the comments related to vacant support staff positions at this time, including para, neonate, custodians, crossing guard, transportation, and security. Vaccinations was mentioned. Again, both opposite polarizing view here of just comments. One's wanting mandated vaccines and one worried about vaccines being mandated. And I did just want to note that vaccinations legally cannot be mandated at this time, and there is no future proposal to do that. Community spread. The focus was a concern from our staff that schools shouldn't be the only focus as the community as a whole contributes to the spread of the virus. And then the last one in this area is social distancing. This related to classroom sizes, the physical size of classrooms, student class size, the number of students, and the inability now with social distancing that the use of small group instruction or bringing students in a closer environment with each other, they're unable to do and are limited to do at this time. The next area we asked staff was please share some of the most pressing challenges relating to their own position. We had inadequate staffing. This was again referring to those vacancies of support staff, and then also substitutes available for the classroom so that people don't have to cover on their prep periods. Social distancing, again relating to that classroom space and class size. Cleaning, this was mentioned related to just maintaining the mitigation strategies consistently throughout the day. And then absences, both on the student side where students are out through illness or quarantine, or the sub coverage for the teaching staff if they're out. And our last area we're sharing with you tonight is support needed. We requested for their site or department in order to meet the needs of CUSD facilities, families, students, and staff, what support would be of assistance to them. The first area was to complete staffing. So with the inadequate staffing, are there incentives for hard to fill? How do we overcome some of the insufficient pay to fill the vacancies? Masking was a support mentioned, and again, it was both people requesting enforcing masking or do not enforce masking. So this was a split comment section. Communication, maintain or increase communication to both staff and families related to COVID mitigations. And then cleaning was an area of support, provide more cleaning supplies or staff to assist with maintaining the mitigation strategies. Illness was an area of support, and this was more in general, just an encouragement to students and staff to stay home when showing symptoms, and communication with families on strategies to assist with community spread. Overall, many of the themes mirror what we are hearing from our own families. And once all the survey data has been disaggregated, we will be providing an additional update for the governing board as well as that FAQ to our staff.
Ms. Love, it looks like you have a question there. I don't know if Ms. Marsden, if you've seen that.
It was just
I
a
did
brief,
see it. So
sorry, it was just a brief one. I didn't want to interrupt Dr. Nance, but I don't, can you share, because I don't think I heard clearly because of my internet, what was the percentage between teachers and staff who wanted masks versus who didn't want masks?
Sure, it was 58% said yes, 42% said no out of the 3,700 responses we have.
Thank you. That was the only question I had right now.
Any other
are there
questions?
any other questions from the board?
I have a question. How to put my hand up when I need to ask a question? How do we do that?
If you look at the, like if you move your mouse, Mr. Worth, there's a little panel, a gray panel that comes up and you should see the red thing at the end. There's a hand, so you can click on the hand and raise it, but then you also have to lower your hand as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, Mr. Narducci, I think you had a couple other people going to be presenting information. Thank you, Dr. Nance.
Thank you, Dr. Nance. Also, as you're aware and the public's aware, there have been recent developments in budgeting and budget impacts. And Mrs. Lanaberry, our Chief Financial Officer, wanted to discuss those with you as well. And just initial implications, as we know things are developing rapidly in that area and changing rapidly. Ms. Berry?
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, I am going to try to simplify a couple of things that have happened with the budget. As you know, we have talked last spring as we were trying to work through the budget about gap funding. You heard about gap funding all spring, and we talked about it when we adopted the budget, that we didn't have the number yet, that it would be finalized.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Remember, two of us were not here last spring, so kind of keep in mind.
Okay, sounds good. So during the legislative session, the gap funding was a part that we discussed in great detail, because some school districts received a greater amount of federal assistance than other school districts did. So there was a very big disparity between from the American Recovery Act about how much money school districts across Arizona received from the federal allocation. So last spring, school districts worked, especially districts who didn't receive a lot of money from the federal government, on a proposal to the legislature to use additional money that the legislature and the governor received to help kind of minimize that gap between how much federal money the school districts across Arizona got. So we called it gap funding. So when I talked about that, when you all heard about my presentation from the budget, when we put the proposed budget together and the adopted budget, I talked about gap funding. And we said there would be additional $40 to $60 million that would be eligible for Chandler Unified School District. And the reason for that is if you took all the federal money that came in across Arizona, you would see that on average, school districts received over $4,000 per pupil for students across Arizona in every district. Some districts received $9,000, and then there were some school districts that received less than $1,000 per pupil. Chandler received about $1,500 per pupil. So we put a proposal together that said, with the additional money that came in through the governor's office, can we please shore up some of that gap? And so that every district could receive a little bit more to get closer to that median amount of around $4,000 per pupil. That was called gap funding. That was agreed upon. And so the governor, when he approved the budget with the legislature, there was a section in the, that's how it's backfilled. Districts, for example, who received a lot of money because of its related to.
And that was just some of the debate there in Chandler, Arizona. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, a new video is out there with Kyle Rittenhouse happening weeks before the Kenosha killings. What is it all about and what does he say? We have the full report coming up in just moments on Live Now from Fox. $25. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue on here, 9 o'clock out on the East Coast, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Well, our next story, it's been a while since we heard the name Kyle Rittenhouse of Wisconsin there. You might remember him from the shootings that took place last summer in Kenosha, Wisconsin, when there was protests that continued onto the streets and then things got out of hand. Well, in some pre-trial movements, a new video has surfaced of Kyle Rittenhouse, and that's where we go out right now to Wisconsin. Cassidy Williams joins us live here with the new news. Cassidy, thank you so much for joining us.
Good to be here. So to give a little bit of background for people on this case, Kyle Rittenhouse, who was 17 at the time of the shootings last August, he's now 18, is facing a number of charges, including 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide for the shootings that happened last August. The trial is set for November. Just this week, prosecutors filing a new motion saying this past month they came across new video from 15 days before the shootings that they say the voice heard in the video is Kyle Rittenhouse. We have that video and we'll let you hear it for yourself.
It looks like one of them has a weapon. She hung up. Bro, I wish I had my AR. I'd start shooting rounds at them.
Now that 29 seconds of video is all that was filed with the court, so that is what we were able to obtain. It's unclear how prosecutors got that video, if there's any more, but that is what they filed with the court. In case you had trouble hearing, you first hear someone say it looks like one of them has a weapon. Court documents say Kyle Rittenhouse believed the people in the video were shoplifting from the CVS, and then later on you hear someone saying, bro, I wish I had my expletive AR. I'd start shooting rounds at them. Now prosecutors in these court motions are arguing that this proves intent, saying the video demonstrates that the defendant fervently sought to insert himself as an armed vigilante into situations that had nothing to do with him. A judge will need to decide next month if this video will in fact be entered into evidence. I have reached out to Rittenhouse's attorney both by email and by phone, but I have not heard back.
And Cassidy, when this trial does get going, is there anything expected with the defense to be talking about if Kyle wasn't armed, what may have happened to him in that protest when he slipped and fell?
Well, so far, Kyle has changed attorneys a couple of times, but when I spoke to who was his first attorney, they aren't arguing whether or not he actually did it. It's more they're saying he acted in self-defense, that he came to Kenosha to try to protect businesses. This all happened on the third night of civil unrest after the police shooting of Jacob Blake. When all of this happened, there had been burnings, businesses looted and destroyed, and so that has been the defense's argument throughout so far.
All right, Cassidy Williams, we know that you'll be continuing to follow this case as it progresses. We thank you for the update and the video and for the update. Thank you so much. And we continue to bring you live updates from across the country right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go back out to Chandler, Arizona. It is still live right now in this mask debate.
Ms. Love, Dr. Gilbert, did you want to respond to that, or?
Yeah, I will. I think we can bring anyone in that the board would like to see and have a presentation to be able to share, and have someone that can give you a deeper look into the pool testing. The difficulty, again, with pool testing has to do with you really want to have a collective group that is in agreement, or when you're trying to do a pool testing and you don't have a large number, say in a classroom, that actually willing to test or will test, you end up in an unfortunate situation. But what we have been doing since our last conversation is seeing what other options that we have in regards to testing in the district. I know that Ms. Hartley and Mr. Rother have been looking into what we can do for testing. The problem is you hear at times that it's free, and it really isn't free to the district, or it's not free to our families. We have been in conversations, and I probably would turn this over to Mr. Rother. He might be able to share a little more, but we are in conversations of where we might be able to get tests within the district that are truly free for our families. So we're working on that currently, and we think we would get more out of that than if we were moving to the pool testing. Mr. Rother, have I left anything out, or Ms. Hartley?
Sure. Let me, just to piggyback Dr. Gilbert's comments, we are currently in discussions with Maricopa County, and one of their partners, actually the same partner that was able to provide the testing last spring when we did that out of our old transportation yard. So we are looking at an option to do rapid testing 5 days a week, and actually be able to deploy that testing to some of our hotspot schools or regions where we know that we have higher community spread. And those would be those rapid tests with the 15-minute turnaround time. So if a student needs that to come back to school, or a teacher just needs the peace of mind, they can get that rather quickly. So that just came through pretty much mid this week. So we're hoping to be able to finalize that and get something in place to start next week.
Okay, and then I'm also hearing too that our communication in terms of encouraging masks, we have not been providing that in multiple languages. And so we have families who are showing up and they don't know what the situation is. Are we working on that currently to get some information out to our families who don't speak English?
Yeah, we are. A lot of the messaging is going out, and I don't know if Mr. Locke is available here online, but Terry, if you are, just reconfirm if I'm stating this correctly. But a lot of our information that has gone out is going out through School Messenger, which based on the language of choice, the parent chooses to receive their information, they would be getting it there. We are working with efforts to maximize our communications to our monolingual Spanish speakers, and so we're making efforts right now. Just love to enhance that. I've been working with parents to make sure that our communications are understood. We also have put signage on doors of all entry in both English and Spanish, where our populations would be served, to make sure that those are visible, and that our parents would be able to seek that as well. Mr. Locke, is there anything you'd like to add to that to give clarification? Or
no, I think you nailed it. We put everything out in English and Spanish, goes on School Messenger. Again, the choice of the individual, and then also working with the schools on things that they're doing as well, and the signage. So confirming what you just said, Mr. Narducci.
So if a parent chooses Mandarin for that School Messenger would go to them in Mandarin, Chinese?
No, it actually doesn't. It's not built in for Mandarin. It's English and Spanish, because that's what our Infinite Campus system will tolerate.
Okay, so not any language, but English and Spanish.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're missing I mean, I see the emails going out for requests for translators every day. So we're missing a portion of our population who is not getting accurate information. And that is also a population that has been targeted with disinformation around vaccines. And so I'm wondering, I know that it's not incumbent upon just our district to be doing this work, but I'm wondering if we could be doing more in that particular area.
No, I do believe, Ms. Love, that our website is able to be translated into various languages. And Mr. Locke, could you respond to that?
Yes, over 100 languages. They'll look at it in their choice of language. And a lot of people have, if you're a Spanish speaker, typically your phone will be set to Spanish. If you go to ESPN or AZ Central or Chandler Unified, you're going to get a Spanish version.
But I'm concerned too about the fact that these are also families who may not have computer access. So what are we doing in terms of letters home?
Yes. So those we're working on in English and Spanish for our main population targets. We don't have the ability to do written, and that's why we try to keep it in the system format. But we are looking at translation services, as I've been meeting with parents and working forward on this. We are working on translation services, and also being able to augment our front office with a bilingual individual in our front office that will help as people come in and need to be assisted, or even just call, that we can assist them better. So we're working on trying to modify those things, and it's time that we did. And then a certified translator, we're looking at bringing on board, and it's something that we should have here in the next hopefully the next month. We do have to bring that position to you to approve, and we're doing that, I believe Wednesday.
Okay. And so I told you I had a lot of questions. I was writing the entire time.
You're fine.
I really apologize, Mr. Worth. But with regards to the dashboard, I know that, we've had conversations about the dashboard, right? And the fact that we're one of very few districts that are actually doing that, right? But I just have concerns in terms of these are the cases that we're catching, right? That are being reported to us by county health and being reported to us by parents. But what happens when people don't get tested, right? Because that's been our concern over time is, if we had gone with one of these other options, like an option 3, for instance, that would have been very easily manipulated by families who, instead of testing, would keep their kid home for 2 weeks, right? And then we're not doing the contact tracing and alerting families properly, right? So, like, I'm just wondering, like, as we're making these decisions, and it's not just for like a question for you guys, but also a question for our board in terms of, like, we know that this is happening in the community, right? We know, nationally that we have parents who are sending children in sick intentionally, right? And so my concern with keeping option 1 really, and I understand that there are some, reasons financially why maybe members would not want to go with like an option 2. I would personally do that. But with keeping option 1, we're not really doing anything to protect our community overall. And while choice is great, right? Like, we all want choice. I think we have to take into consideration that this is a public health crisis and personal decisions impact the public's health, right? And so that's my concern too with our dashboard, is like, these are just the cases that we're catching. And we know that we are not catching a lot of cases overall. So I just wanted to voice that. I don't know if you have anything that you want to add to that, Mr. Narducci, in terms of, like, things that you've discussed with other districts or superintendents that I may not be aware of.
Sure. I feel the dashboard is a level of transparency that some districts won't go to. And is it perfect? No, but I don't know if even the data we're getting is perfect anywhere. I know because it's data in, data out. We don't know how that data has been performed. We don't know what case rates occur, but we have information, and some people rely on that and feel it's good, and other people question it and feel that it's not good. And again, it kind of mirrors our community's thoughts on the topic, period. As I say, based on what people want to see, they see, and I can't change that. And a lot of that falls on both sides of the sword. The case rates that we do put on days that it's high, we become very vulnerable. The days it's low, we are blessed with the fact that knowing that spread rate is low, that it changes daily, and it's good information in is the best we can do at that point. Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Hartley, if there's anything you want to add, Ms. Hartley is our Director of Health Services. And is there anything you'd like to add to that to help answer that question for Ms. Luck?
I would just like to add, just to tack on to what you said, Mr. Narducci. I brought this up in the last board meeting. It's a difficult situation because on one side we have people that don't trust the dashboard, but at the same time they want us to continue the dashboard. So we're doing the best that we can from the sense of transparency of controlling what we can control, right? And I understand and understand what you were sharing, that you'll have some that will just stay home, right, and not test. You'll have some that are, and it's nothing malicious, it's just not feeling good, so you stay home. And so for us, it's a matter of having something that we can control in the sense of what data we have. Whether we're getting the information from parents or we're getting the information from the county, but the data that is there is the data that we have. Other than that, I understand there might be some frustrations, but going back to what Mr. Narducci had said, we get it from both sides. But what I will say that's a fact, and that is our schools and our staff. Ms. Hartley's staff is working tirelessly, day in and day out, at night, on weekends, so that data is there. And so I will say that for those that don't want to see it, I'm okay with that. But there are families that would like to see it, and I know our staff is working really hard. And I'm not saying that you didn't say that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. I want to be clear, Dr. Gilbert and Ms. Hartley. This is not an indictment of any of the work that you guys are doing as district employees. I do see that you guys are doing the best that you can, and it's a heavy lift, right? We have a community that's on, opposite ends of the spectrum, right? But I think that, one of the things that I think might be a little bit more helpful in terms of like the transparency on the dashboard too, is maybe having a statement on there that clearly stipulates that this does not account for the cases that have not been reported to us, so that people know what they're looking at. And I think another thing too is that we have our total active cases at the top, right? But then we have like our cases that have been resolved in the columns, right? I really think that we should have a cumulative column at the top so that people know what the cases have been looking like from first day of school to today, instead of people having to go through the weeds, break out a calculator and figure out cumulatively how many cases have we had. I just think that would be better for transparency. And I don't know if anybody else agrees with that, right? That's just me. And I'm sure like other people will kind of chime in.
Yeah. Ms. Love, the only thing I want to caution is that even the county data moves swiftly through time periods, so that all cases do not depict where the spread is in specific regions and zones. And so I just want to make sure that we understand that the active cases are there. Those that come back that are resolved actually are stronger for those students that come back, because within 90 days, they are also able to reduce their quarantine based on the fact if they were a positive case. I would like to address your concern about whether a parent does or does not send their kid to school and knowing that they may be sick and knowing that they may have COVID. I would hope that none of our community members would put any students, because in that type of a dangerous situation, not only their children, but other children, others' children. So I would hope that that would not be the case. With that said, we can only control what we can control. And the other part is Hartley and myself, we've been working with the county for test distributions that would go out of our schools. These are home tests, they're antigen tests. And again, the county doesn't want a whole lot of antigen tests because there is mistakes that are made with large numbers of, there's an error rate basically, or statistically. So, but we will have this available. We're asking our parents to request those because we don't have a big abundance. The county will keep supplying us with that. But if they think their child is symptomatic, is maybe quarantined, wants to return that student here, because on the 5th or 6th day they can come back. In addition to that, as Mr. Rother said, and Ms. Hart's been working on, and that is not my companion, so I don't have a dog in my office, but
I'm allergic to dogs, so that's not me.
all right. So
maybe whoever has the dog barking could mute their microphone
I
temporarily.
I would like to say that we are looking at options to bring testing pieces on campuses. We cannot distribute that through our offices. Our health offices are bogged down right now with contact tracing. There's a lot of work that goes through that. Our administrators are bogged down with that as well. And that's a requirement of the county. I was just on the phone with them today, and those are requirements that we will be discussing with our community that are changing based on their mandating in the quarantine area. We will definitely communicate that with our parents when we communicate out any other changes.
And I just kind of like, I would hope that nobody is like intentionally sending their child to school sick, right? But, I used to work as a manager, right? And I know that when you as an employee are expected to be at work and you don't have childcare, you send a child to school sick, right? Regardless of it, whether it's COVID-19 or the flu or the cold, right? And so I think that that's something that we need to be looking at too, right? Like I'm going to assume the best intention and assume that, when people are sending their sick child to school, there was an issue there with childcare, or they didn't know and the child developed symptoms, while on site. I have seen some things online, but, I don't know if people are just speaking that, out of frustration, or if that's actually true. But, it does happen, right? Pre-COVID and now. So I think that's something to be cognizant of. Sorry.
And Lindsay, I think that our community did a beautiful job of not sending kids sick or not sending sick kids to school last year. You know, the incident rates of kids, you know, being in school and getting sick and things were quite significant, that where, you know, we did not have those. Parents were very, very much aware of when their child was sick and not sending them to school. And I would hope that that would continue this year. And so, you know, just a few bad eggs in it, I don't think should ruin it for the entire community. And I think that we're probably talking about just a few individuals who have really probably, you know, very difficult circumstances that may do something like this, but it's not the general consensus of the community that they're deliberately. So
yeah, but I think still to that point, like I think I would like to see something, you know, just on the dashboard that, like, you know, hey, like this is, you know, these are reported cases to us, right? Like, you know, of course there's going to be some, you know, room for error. Like people are going to just keep their kids home and not test, right? For a multitude of reasons, right? It doesn't mean that, you know, they didn't, you know, maliciously were like, I'm not getting my child tested, right? It might just be, you know, oh, I didn't have the transportation to get to the, you know, testing center.
right.
But I think,
you know, we also know that, you know, some of these have either are asymptomatic or minimal symptomatic or may mimic allergies or whatever. And parents may not get their child tested because they don't believe that it even is COVID, or that they don't even think that they're ill.
I think that would be that would be kind of a reason to at least have a statement on there. Like I don't think it takes that much energy to just kind of put that statement out there.
Can I offer a solution there? Anything that goes on the dashboard are confirmed cases. So they're only ones that could be confirmed by the county. So I think we can add to that language, no problem. Because I believe it does say that there are confirmed cases, and have to be confirmed either by seeing the information through the report or a county confirmation. And the county is stepping up their pieces to notify. They know they're understaffed and have pushed a lot of this onto the schools. And so they're starting to offer school districts a little more assistance. We think that's going to take a little time before it gets to us, but they are making that effort.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I just also want to just say, and then I will, you know, turn it over. I think it's Mr. Worth.
Joel's next.
But, you know, in terms of, I think this is just kind of like a really interesting option, just given the fact that the teacher survey indicated that teachers are having a hard time with social distancing and cleaning, right? So I think if we leave here without making any modifications, knowing that information, that sends a pretty strong message in terms of like how we're taking this seriously. And so I'm wondering if maybe there could be something, you know, that could be spoken to about that. Like I know that in our secondary schools, certainly social distancing may not be an option, right? Like we've all been to those high schools and seen how full the hallways can get alone or classes can get. But it's that. And then my other thing with this is, what is the implication if we mandated our staff to be masked? Because the things that we, and I, you know, I can only speak for the emails that I'm getting. I'm assuming everybody's getting the same emails, but it's really disheartening that we are recommending masks, right? And recommending them, strongly recommending them. But you know, you have families who are on both sides of the equation who have pointed out that, you know, but their teachers aren't masked. Like, you know, admin is not masked. We watch your meetings. Sometimes you guys aren't masked, right? And so, you know, I think that just having a sign to say strongly recommend masking without our staff and our admin doing that and acting in that and modeling that lacks teeth and becomes a bit of a joke. You might as well remove the signs at that point. That's all I have.
Sure. No, thank you. Let me remind the board that you can add, these options were presented to you just by us saying, here's some viable options. Some add more layers of mitigation, some don't. You can look at options, combine options, or come up what you'd like us to look at in an option, to be able to see how we can assist that. These aren't stagnant options. They're just options that we brought to you to at least start the discussion and be able to have a discussion about that. Dr. Nance, I think Ms. Love asked a couple questions about having staff participate in a mandatory piece. Now, I know there's not any mandatory requirements of any authorities out there that state that the staff is to be masked. So, do you want to add to that?
May I, Mr. Narducci, may I interrupt? I do believe that the, the statute that was listed with Phoenix Union and all that was really based on the fact that the requirement was for staff to be masked, and I believe that falls under the same situation as student masking. They don't distinguish between students and staff with that.
Okay.
But I do want to kind of hear from like Dr. Nance on that as well.
Currently, we have it as optional. So there is no mandatory for masks. It can't be enforced with teachers or even administrators to go in and say, hey, you have to wear one at this point in time, because there's no consequence that would occur with it only being optional. So we do have signage. We have sent out communication to staff and parents using the words we strongly recommend. And then we've also had the language in some of our mitigation strategies. But there is not anything with teeth in it right now that would give permission to go in and mandate it unless some verbiage changed from our board.
Okay, thank you.
I think Joel's been waiting for a minute.
That's an understatement.
Okay, Mr. Worth, I think you had some questions. You need to turn your microphone on.
On?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So what is pool testing? I didn't understand what that is.
Do you want me to answer that?
Somebody, I don't care who.
Okay, it's where everybody in the class gets a swab. They swab their nose, and they all put their swabs into one container and they test that. And if somebody comes back positive, then all the individuals will have to have an individual test. But they just run one test for the whole classroom, and they pool all the samples.
Are we doing that?
Well, if I could add what's really, I'm sorry, Ms. Hartley, did you want to add?
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the important piece that I think needs to be shared for pool testing is that parents have to approve for that to occur. So you have to opt in to do it. So if you have a class of 25 and all 25 want to do it, then you're good. The other thing that's important is they do that test, and it's a 24-hour turnaround. So if you're doing that test, my understanding is that you'd be out of school for that time frame while you're waiting for the test to come back. And then if there's positives, then there's another round of tests.
But my question is, are we doing it?
We are not.
No, we are not.
Okay.
One is we talked last board meeting, Ms. Worth, in the presentation, we talked about the community being split and there weren't probably enough people to actually be in that pool. But once that pool is established, you have to eliminate that whole group on a positive test. So that's a little different than us looking case by case by student and being a little bit more specific on that student.
Okay.
Mr. Narducci, do we have a number of participants or a percent of participants in a classroom that would be required for effective pool testing?
I'm going to leave that to Lindsay Hartley. Lindsay, on your knowledgeable factors about pool testing, what percentage would have to be a part of it? We know the people that decide not to be a part of it would be eliminated from being excluded because they didn't participate in the pool testing. Can you give us more information?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I did meet with several different people regarding pool testing, and unfortunately they couldn't give me percentages based on you know, numbers that we may have. They did say that pool testing pulls out about 1% of positive cases. So really it's about early identification of, you know, students who may be asymptomatic and in the classroom and test positive. So that pool test, like Barb says, each person who has consented to that test will swab in the morning. The tests are all collected in the same bin. They're all run at the same time. They cannot tell who is positive from that because they are all run at the same time. So from that, if they determine that one person out of those testing was positive, they have to go back and retest everyone individually. So you may have 3 kids who have, or 3 students who have signed up to get tested each day. You may have 20, but each day that process, or it doesn't have to be each day, it can be each week. Each time that testing is done, it's only the kids who have signed up. They look for the one positive in the pool. If there is a positive, those kids are out until they can be retested and the process starts over again.
Okay, so can I move on?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things that Lindsay brought up that I feel kind of strongly about is if staff test positive for COVID and there's proof, to me, the quarantine time should not account against their sick leave, and they should be paid for that time. If there's proof of it, I feel strong about that, in fairness to the staff. The other thing is, in option number 1, remember we can always revisit it if there's a problem. Also, the rates in my world seem pretty low. And then the other thing to keep in mind is, in 30 days, we have to go to the voluntary masking. If we don't, I'm not going to take the chance of losing my immunity because I go against state law. I'm not going to do it. It's too dangerous. The other thing is, if we do an option other than 1, I'd sure like to see some wording in there like staff and parents can opt out in writing to protect the funding. I just don't think it's, you know, considering we're looking at a 30-day period, I don't think it's worth losing $50 to $60 million in funding that we can use to sanitize the facility and provide staff and so forth. Then I want to tell a little something that I ran into. This is not scientific, and I apologize to you, but I was in Houston for 17 days, and they're very proud of being independent. No mask. I wasn't wearing a mask. They weren't wearing a mask. Just before I left to come back to Arizona, there were all kinds of notices in the paper that their rates had exploded. So I happened to go to a Kroger's grocery store, same as Fry's, very, very big. I walked in there, I immediately got uncomfortable. I was the only person in there that didn't have a mask on. I just was impressed that a community that was voluntary was doing the right thing. And I think, in my opinion, just people in general try to do the right thing. And I think that helps option number 1. That's it. Thank you.
All right. I think that, let's see, Joel, Jason, your hand is still up. Do you have another question?
Yes, ma'am, but Lindsay was before me, I believe.
Okay, Lindsay, do you still have another question?
No, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. Jason?
Yes, when I was doing some tours around the last couple of weeks, that was one of the things that I encountered that teachers were nervous about, was getting time off if they had COVID or if they got quarantined or something like that. So that, Joel, you are pretty spot on that people are worried about that. And if it's for the health of our kids, then a teacher has to be quarantined. It makes sense to have some kind of time off for the teachers.
Okay.
Joel? One last thing I forgot. I was in one of the doctor's offices and they had a new app. Hold on a second, I got a dog problem.
Joel, can I move to Mrs. Bruner? She has a question. Her hand's up.
Yeah, then come back to me after the dog.
Okay. Mrs. Bruner?
So we're just doing, to clarify, we're just doing questions right now, or?
We are discussing this motion that's on the table.
So I did have one question, and that was, clarify with the procedures to make sure I'm understanding correctly. I don't know if this is Mrs. Hartley or someone else. So when we quarantine, if both the person who was positive for COVID and the individuals who were exposed, if they're both wearing masks, are they not quarantined? I believe that's a new guideline.
It's actually if they're in the 3 to 6 foot range and they're both masked, then they're not quarantined. 0 to 3 feet would still require a quarantine. And then the options, the different options to possibly lessen the quarantine would come into play for those 0 to 3 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I just wanted to say, oh, go ahead, Mr. Worth.
Go ahead, Mrs. Brunner.
I just wanted to say thank you to all the families and staff and community folks, including people who work in, emergency rooms, pediatricians, epidemiologists, and other medical professionals that have been contacting us. I really appreciate you taking the time to, give input. And I appreciate all the emails we've received, even in just the last couple of days, that clearly this is an issue that many people feel very strongly about. We know we have, both sides in our community. And I just wanted to say that, because, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but I'm not a medical professional. I have to trust what the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the state health department, and the county health department are telling us. We've gone over this many times, so I'm not going to hash out all the details again, but thank you.
Thank you. Joel.
This is kind of indirect, but when I was at a doctor's office, they have a new app literally where you walk by the app and it takes your temperature. Now, I realize that would be cumbersome for the school district, but it might be a helpful tool if it was necessary to use, and you literally just walk by it. And it would pick up a fever.
Thank you. Well, at this point in time, we do have a motion on the table, and if there is no more, Mrs. Brunner, did you want to put your hand down, or did you have another question? Thank you. Okay, if we're pretty much done with the discussion, we'll go ahead and vote on this motion, and that was option number 1. It was moved by Mr. Olive and seconded by Mr. Worth, and that is that basically there's no change in the mitigation strategies that we're utilizing currently. So all those in favor, I think I'll just go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one because it's hard to hear everyone. Let's start with Mrs. Brunner.
No.
Ms. Love?
No.
Mr. Olive?
Aye.
Mr. Worth?
Aye.
And Mrs. Mosden? Aye. The motion carries. Let's
So how and when does this get told to the community?
I think they already know.
Is this, I thought this was like an executive.
Mr. Narducci, your microphone is off.
Thank you. If there's no other motions on the floor, I would imagine that you would give us the authority to communicate that this evening to our families. We do have to also communicate out some quarantine guidelines that have been placed into a required aspect by the county, and we'll be communicating that out so that it is a stricter quarantine piece, no matter what you decided tonight. But I just need to be clear that there aren't any other motions on the floor.
I don't believe there are. So I will say, though, that these situations seem to, with what the state, the governor, individuals at the legislature, the federal government, and everybody else seems seems to be changing things on almost an hourly basis, and that we are all the things that have been decided by various agencies that impact us seem to change quite regularly. And what we are able to make our decisions about today, all those circumstances could be very different in a week also. This is one of the hallmark characteristics of our COVID times right now, where everything changes very, very rapidly. At this point, I do feel strongly that, we have indicated to our families from the very beginning that we were going to be having, that masks were going to be optional. They made their decisions on that as to whether to send their child in person or put them into COA or an online program. And I think that by continuing this, parents still do have the option to send their children to school with masks or not. But I would hope that parents would be cognizant of other children and other families, because when they make a decision not to mask their child, they can be impacting other children's lives, especially if their child happens to be one of those individuals with asymptomatic COVID. And that truly that our entire community needs to work together to keep safe. And I truly hope that parents will consider and strongly consider allowing their children or making their children wear masks to help protect those who are most vulnerable, those who cannot be vaccinated, and really do the right thing. It is a parent's choice, but I certainly would not want another parent making a decision for my child that my child might get COVID because they were exposed to their child who was sick or was sent to school ill or didn't wear a mask when they were sick at school. So I truly hope that everyone in the community takes that responsibility seriously to help protect everyone at school. Mr. Narducci, did you have anything else for your staff or?
Well, I thank you for the staff for the input they put in. I want to address our parents. It's a split group, folks. Let's work with the mitigation strategies that our governing board has given us the authority to do. Let's look at opportunities. I have a lot of parents that have talked to me about virtual opportunities. We're going to model those pieces and get that information to our board. We don't know where this is. We know numbers are lower on our dashboard now, and we know that this can change. I want you to know that we are able to make those changes as needed, and I'm hoping our board will be and listen to those. I know you guys have done that in the past as we see any rates take a turn. The transparency will be there when we have to move sites to stronger mitigation, and we will do so. We did that at Hamilton. That's the best that mitigation strategies can be employed. I would encourage all of our staff that has contacted us or that has responded to the survey, as well as our community who has contacted us, to mask up. If they are needing to mask up for safety, which I will be wearing those in schools when I go to schools as well. Strongly recommend means do what's best for our community and do what's best for your child, but do what's best for your neighbor's child. And I would ask our community to come together, whether we move and change, whether we look at different models and bring them to the board as the rates change. We'll move forward. I don't know if any of this other staff have any other comments, but I know the board made a difficult decision. It's a split decision as well. So it mirrors exactly how our community feels and how our staff feels. All I can say is that we will do the best to get into sites starting tomorrow and to be able to look and see that those mitigation strategies are happening and that they are occurring at every site. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I have a
Joel, your hand is still up. Did you still have something to comment or say?
Just a quick question. So the item related to the sick leave, will that be on the, can we get that on the next agenda? So we can discuss it relating to the sick leave for those individuals that have COVID?
Yes, I can talk to Dr. Nance about looking at that being added on to the agenda so that it can be discussed. And she may have a recommendation also to provide.
Okay, thank you.
With that, this meeting then is adjourned. Thank you for attending. Appreciate it. And we'll see you all next week.
So there you have it, Chandler Unified School District voting against a mask mandate. This is a conversation and debate across the country right now, and especially here in Arizona. Coming up after the break, we're going to play out for you some remarks from Arizona Governor Doug Ducey. He stood by the soon-to-be law in the state banning schools from imposing mask mandates on campus. He also answered questions from reporters about other topics as well. That's in 2 minutes here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We were just showing you an update from Chandler Unified School District talking about mask mandates in schools. They did vote against mask mandates. And this is a conversation specifically in Arizona because Governor Doug Ducey has banned schools from initiating mask mandates, and he's standing by that. We heard from him today. I'm going to play out those remarks for you in just a moment here, but the White House actually responding to Governor Ducey by sending a letter to him, standing by the school districts that have enacted mask rules and federal dollars that could be at stake. It was a heated exchange at times with the governor during remarks today, who said that parents make the best choices for their children, not school boards. Here's Governor Ducey from earlier.
All is well? Great. It was doozy, but I did it. Was it? It was, but yes. You know what? The alternative is worse. There's no discomfort that is anything else.
That's
yeah.
right.
100%. There was like never a question. Okay, the second I get it, I went back.
There is no ban in Arizona. There is no prohibition on wearing a mask. If that's what people think is the right thing to do, I support that decision.
But when you hear that those numbers are increasing for kids basically high school age, college age, younger than that, I mean, how can it not be some of your policies are responsible?
Because this is a contagious virus. It is easily transmissible. We've been through this several times before. The virus moves in waves. We see it happen in certain parts of the country. It's coming to this part of the country as well. People should use common sense and be responsible. And for so many, the vaccine is available. That's the real solution.
Well, Governor, what would your message be to parents who are truly scared and concerned right now about their children, and who see that the state's not only basically doing nothing to curb the spread of COVID, but actively stopping people who are trying to mitigate it?
Well, first I want to say the state is doing a lot. We've been called the model state by the administration in terms of how we've distributed the vaccine, and the vaccine is the real solution. But there are all kinds of recommendations and guidelines that parents can follow to help their children.
But if 5 kids in a classroom are wearing a mask and 20 aren't, doesn't that completely negate the effectiveness of that?
You know, I want parents to do what they think is the right thing to do. Anyone that wants to wear a mask is supported in wearing that mask.
But again,
Is there a reason that you don't think parents can make good decisions on behalf of their children? I trust parents.
What about allowing schools to do their own thing? I mean, like last year, the cities could do their own thing. Why not have an executive order temporarily to let schools do their own thing? If they want to mandate masks, they could.
Anyone that would like to wear a mask can wear a mask. That's their choice, and that's the parental choice.
Governor, how do you reconcile using relief funding as an incentive for schools not to implement what they can to slow the spread within Arizona classrooms? How do you reconcile that?
We are using funding to get our kids caught up. If you are a junior in high school, think of that today. You have been in the classroom for one semester over the last 2 years. Our focus ought to be on getting kids caught up. Everyone that is of high school age is eligible for the vaccine. They should be in the classroom, and we should get them caught up.
The Treasury Department says that you're in violation of the objectives of that. Are you prepared to pay back the federal government?
I'm confident. I'm confident we're on solid ground.
That's not what the Treasury says, though, Governor. That's just not what the Treasury says.
Well, I've got sound legal advice, and we're going to spend the dollars to catch our kids up, to advance them to the best of our ability. And regardless of your framing of this decision...
That's not my framing, that's the Treasury.
Regardless of your framing and the Treasury's framing of this decision, there is a record amount of per pupil funding inside Arizona classrooms today.
Okay, Governor, specifically to that point, you say that the money is being used to catch kids up, but only in schools that do not have a mask mandate. How are you catching all kids up if you're locking out a dozen and a half school districts?
Listen, this is not a Doug Ducey mandate. This is the law. I took an oath to uphold it, and so should administrators around the state. We are going to spend the money in schools that are serious about education and getting kids caught up.
So are you saying a school that has a mask mandate is not serious about education?
I'm saying that a parent can make that choice, and I think we ought to trust parents.
Governor, to that point,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, and to the financial rewards for the mask mandates, have any schools come forward and said, I will forego any mask mandates. I will take you up on your offer, Governor. Have any schools come forward?
Those funds are available to any school in compliance, and like I said, regardless if a school wants to make a decision to be out of compliance, they are violating the law, and the decision will be theirs. But they have a record amount of per pupil funding right now in our schools. While I agree that we can use more funding is not the issue. We're at a record level. We need to get our kids caught up.
Have any schools come forward?
They've been out of the classroom.
Have they said, we'll do it?
The announcement just happened yesterday.
The major solution to getting this virus to eventually go away, why isn't more being done to encourage people to get the vaccine outside of just saying that you encourage?
Well, listen, we've spent millions of dollars in advocating for the vaccine. Who hasn't seen a public service announcement or an ADOT banner or Cardinal Stadium or yes, you guys have done a good job from distracting from what the issue is of getting a vaccine. So you want to know why people are confused? I'd look in the mirror at some of your reporting. I'd look in the mirror at some of your reporting.
Wait, you're blaming the media on the lack of vaccines?
I'm saying there's a lot of alarmism out there. There's a lot of misinformation, and I think that I think there.
Blamed on the media. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think there's. Do you guys want to have a press conference among yourselves, or do you want to ask questions and get an answer?
I have a question about
If you think the media hasn't helped spread some misinformation on what's happened over the last 18 months, you should get a TV and start watching.
I have a question about your point before about parents making the right decision. You did have some districts come out and say parents are knowingly sending their kids to school sick. Does that sound like the right decision to you?
No, I don't think the right decision is that we've been told for some time that if you're not feeling well, you should stay home. That's common sense.
Prop 208 really quick. I wanted to know what your reaction was on, it seems like both sides are claiming victory here.
Well, first I want to say that I applaud the court's ruling today. I think one of the justices used the word unconstitutional, and the commentary has been that Prop 208 is hanging by a thread. The people that promoted that were using bad language, and now they are paying the consequences. And upon completion, Arizona will have the lowest flat tax in the nation at 2.5%. It's going to take a little bit for it to be phased in, but this is a good day for Arizona's economy and Arizona's future.
And did your the law that just passed with a flat tax, doesn't this nullify Prop 208 anyway?
So the law that passed in the legislative cycle would have had our highest tax rate at 4.5% and a flat tax across the board, with the 4.5 being the marginal tax rate. If this ruling goes in the direction in which it looks, it'll be a 2.5% flat tax across the board. It's a win for everyone in the state of Arizona, and it's a real boon for the future of our economy and our attractiveness. We're the lowest flat tax in the nation upon completion.
Some of the proponents of Prop 208 have said that Arizona's education expenditure cap is too low, and it has been waived in past years by the legislature. Is that something you would ask them to do?
Well, listen, I have put $8.3 billion additional dollars into K-12 education since I came into office, in addition to passing Prop 123, which was $3.5 billion, along with a 20% teacher pay raise. Right now, it's not around funding. We are awash in dollars in Arizona. It's about getting our kids back in the classroom so they can get caught up. It's not about a race to the top in terms of spending. It's about investment and return for our kids.
208 was intended mostly to help teachers' salaries.
Teachers have had a 20%. Teachers have had a 20% pay increase and more, and 48 other states also have teacher shortages. Part of it is we don't have young people like when you and I came out of school, Mary Jo, that are going into that profession. So we've done a number of things in Arizona in addition to raising their salary. We've also made subject matter experts like yourself. You can go teach journalism in any high school in the state. And we've got a teachers academy at all three of our public universities. So we're addressing it as aggressively as anyone.
Let's go to a CEO from KJ.
Can you provide us with more information on the relief program? Like, do students have to leave their classes or their school districts to get that money? And how will that money, is there any accountability measures to make sure that the dollars are being spent the way you intend them to be spent?
So the dollars are there for students as a scholarship, so their parents can have choice in their education if they're in a school for whatever reason that is failing them, or they need to somehow tailor their education. I think the program is pretty wide open. There's a lot of dollars behind it, and we're looking forward to distributing the monies.
So any mechanisms, do they have to leave their district?
All right, Governor Ducey of Arizona answering a series of reporter questions right there. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are going out to California for the latest on the recall election, breaking down what is a recall election, what are Californians to expect on their ballots. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Charlie, shut the door.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Do you want to recall the governor? It's a question that's been asked of state voters only 3 times in U.S. history, and only twice has the answer been yes. One of those was in California. On September 14th, California voters, I should say, will have the chance to answer that question again. The outcome could result in another candidate taking over the last year plus of Governor Newsom's time in office. Joining us now with what you should know ahead of the recall 2020 gubernatorial recall election is Joshua Spivak. He's the author of Recall Elections from Alexander Hamilton to Gavin Newsom. Joshua, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay, so let's start off with the first big question for people who are watching right now. What does a recall election look like? We're already starting to see some of that right now, but what does it typically look like?
So in California, it is a one-day, two-step process where there's a vote up or down on Gavin Newsom. It's yes, he should be removed. No, he should be allowed to stay in office. If the yeses win, there's a replacement vote that you cast on the same day. And whoever comes out on top wins the race. That could be, so what could happen, and has been a source of some controversy, Newsom could actually well outdraw the person who actually replaces him. So that's been a big talk. This is somewhat different than the Wisconsin recall from 2012, where it was just a new election.
And so there's 2 different questions right there. For Californians who are showing up and looking at their ballots, do you have to vote on both questions?
No, you don't. And in fact, in 2003, 4.6% of people didn't vote on the first question, which is kind of surprising, and 8% of the people did not vote on the second question, the replacement race. So you only have to vote on whichever one you want to. In this case, Gavin Newsom is encouraging his supporters to not vote on the replacement race. So they're hoping that nobody does well in that, and he just wins on the no vote.
So you said, you kind of mentioned it, this has happened in 2003. How does this compare to that last recall election in your eyes?
Well, it doesn't have the same excitement. Partially that's because it doesn't have a candidate of the prestige or, well-known as Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it also has many less candidates in the race. There's no significant Democrat as opposed to 2003, where the lieutenant governor ran. There's also many less candidates. Last time there were 135. This time there were 46. The part of the reason for this is that Democrats push people away. Part of the reason is there was an assumption, especially early on, that Gavin Newsom would have no problem winning. The state is much more Democratic. In 2004, John Kerry won the state by 10%. In 2020, Joe Biden won it by 29%. So that it affects people's view of whether they really have a chance to win or not.
So we got here somehow, though. How did we get to this point where we are now in a historic recall election? What had to take place to get to this point?
Well, there were a few factors. The big motivating factor was COVID and the lockdowns during COVID. That's what enraged some people. There was already discussion of recalls before. This was actually the 5th attempt against Gavin Newsom. there have been recall attempts against all the governors who could face it over COVID. And starting in 2018, a lot of Republicans were pushing recalls throughout the country. But really the big factors were something else. California has the easiest recall law for governor. You need 12% of voter turnout in the last election, the signatures of 12% of voter turnout in 160 days. So that made it significantly easier. As a comparison, Wisconsin, you needed 25% of voter turnout in 60 days. What made this one really happen was that the court ruled that there would be an additional 120 days to get signatures due to COVID. That extra 120 days was all the difference in the world, and that's what pushed them over.
People who maybe haven't been following this election as closely as us in the media, it's kind of confusing right now this year. There are a lot of candidates. Who right now is on the ballot that's kind of sparking your interest that you think maybe, hey, we could lean Republican this year in California, possibly, maybe?
Right, so right now, Larry Elder, conservative talk show host, is really lapping the field. He's doing very well in the polls. He entered at the last moment, and that may have helped him because he was the new candidate. By then, people maybe had seen enough of the other candidates, and so he was exciting. Plus, he had a base of support from his 30 years as a talk show host. There's also the the former San Diego mayor, Kevin Faulconer, who's much more of a centrist in terms of the Republican Party. So he's hoping to gain some of those votes. John Cox is the person who ran and was blown out of the water by Gavin Newsom. He has a lot of money. I don't know that he's really getting any traction. Same problem with Caitlyn Jenner, who's well known, but has not gotten any traction. On the Democratic side, there was no candidate. So the biggest name is somebody named Kevin Paffrath, who is known as a YouTube star, Meet Kevin. So he is hoping that maybe he could sneak in through the fact that he's the best known Democrat.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting the role that name recognition is playing in this election, especially out in California. One of the reporters on Fox 11 in LA went around and asked local California residents, do you know who's on the ballot this year? And the majority of them really only knew Caitlyn Jenner. And some, of course, knew Governor Newsom. But yeah, name recognition definitely playing a big role on this. I'm curious, though, if one of these new governors, potential governors, does win, when would they take office? What would that timeline look like?
They would take office fairly soon afterwards. I think pretty immediate. So I don't know that there's really much of a lap. I should look that up, frankly. But it does not take, there's no lame duck session, a lengthy lame duck session. In fact, the governor would then be facing re-election almost immediately. You know, the election is September 14th. Next November, he or she is up for re-election. So it goes pretty quick at this stage.
From your perspective, how likely is it that Newsom gets ousted from office with one of these candidates taking his position?
Well, it looks much more likely than it did a month ago. I still think it's going to be a tough road. The polls have really shown it moving closer and closer. The big problem for Newsom is turnout. He has the advantage of being in a Democratic state. Can he get people to show up to the polls or cast the ballot by mail? That's the real question. The other side, the pro-recall side, is very much in favor of it, and they don't really need to be motivated. It's the other side that needs to be motivated and, in fact, educated that there's an election going on. So that's his challenge. And so far, the polls are showing a much closer race, much tighter race than they were 2 months ago.
So what would you say the strategy is for people who are in favor of recall and trying to take over, hoping to get that win, hoping to get as many votes as possible? What is their strategy? What demographic are they looking to target? I imagine, like you said in the beginning of the interview, We've had Kevin Faulkner on the show before, and he's talking about all those moderate Californians who maybe typically have voted Democrat in the past, maybe looking for a change of scenery when it comes to office. Do you think it's that demographic that they are targeting or something else?
I think Kevin Faulkner is, and I think he's right to do it. He's probably targeting both those Republicans who are more moderate and Democrats who do not want one of the more conservative candidates like Larry Elder as the governor, and he's arguing maybe I'm the most competent person here. I'm the one who could lead the state. Larry Elder is really leaning very hard on his conservative platform. He's really hoping to energize the base. You know, in 2020, Donald Trump did get 6 million votes in California. He lost by 29%, but he got an enormous amount of votes. So if Larry Elder could tap into that voter base, then he could really do well. The other candidates, it's a little tougher to say outside of Pat Pratt, who is looking to get Democrats to vote. I'm not sure exactly. The strategy hasn't worked out too well for Cox and Jenner and the rest of the field.
And we're also seeing quite a bit of outrage from fans of Governor Newsom. We've heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We've heard from all the way up top with President Biden tweeting out, trying to get information out to California voters and trying to take away the even possibility of a recall election. They've gotten this far. What does that make you think?
Well, it's no surprise, frankly. You could feel it looks like desperation, but I think they would have done this regardless. They do want him to do as well as possible. It's a big race to lose, and even if he wins by 53%, it's somewhat of an embarrassment because he won by 62% last time. So they really want the turnout, and they certainly don't want to lose the biggest state in the country.
All right, Joshua Spivak, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else that I'm missing right now that you'll be watching when it comes to this California recall election?
No, I think that's pretty much it. You know, it's really a lot about turnout in this case. Not always, but in this case, they're not looking to convert voters so much as get their voters out.
Yep, and that was the main concern for the 2020 election as well. Amazing to think that we're back into election season out in California. Again, Joshua Spivak, he wrote the book, Recall Elections from Alexander Hamilton to Gavin Newsom. Pretty cheap there on Amazon, isn't that right?
Yes, exactly.
$5. All right, thank you so much. We'll have you back on the show when we get a little bit closer.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on.
And we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. Want to pull up a live look for you out of Los Angeles right now in California. Looks like some sort of situation off of that cliff there, off of the ocean. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to stay in California for just a moment here. Go out to Fox 11 in LA as they are breaking down booster shots and the latest on COVID-19.
Health officials say that third dose will give people more protection against the surging Delta variant. So what does that mean for you? Fully vaccinated adults ages 18 and up who have received both doses of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine are encouraged to get a booster 8 months after their second shot.
The White House response team has not given specifics on where people can go to get their shots yet. They say roughly 80,000 places across the country will give out those boosters, including 40,000 local pharmacies. For more on the booster, we're joined live by former senior advisor in the Biden administration, Andy Slavitt. Andy is also the author of Preventable, the inside story of how leadership failures, politics, and selfishness doom the U.S. coronavirus response. The book offering an inside account of the U.S. failed response to the coronavirus pandemic, with Slavitt detailing what he saw and how much of this could have been prevented. Quite the title there, Andy Slavitt. Welcome to the show.
Great to be here.
All right, when it comes to booster shots, what's the most important thing that people need to know? Because we know it's been a struggle to get some people to take 1 or 2 shots, and now we're going for number 3.
So if you've had an mRNA vaccine, Pfizer or Moderna, the 2 shots you've had are working, and they're working as they should be working. They're keeping you out of the hospital. And even over time, over 8 months, as the amount of antibodies in your system goes down, there's another very cool part of our body called memory B cells and T cells, and those respond when they see a virus in our system. The challenge is that they respond more slowly. They take a little while to get going, and with something like Delta, which is a very quick-moving variant, you need something that can move more quickly. And so a booster shot after 8 months will do is it will move us back to a place more likely where there will be much less symptomatic COVID and much less spreading of COVID. So if you got your first 2 shots, just look at the date when your second shot was. 8 months from then, you'll be able to walk in to a pharmacy or other location and get a booster.
I know you're not a doctor, but do you foresee this as becoming every 8 months that we have to get a booster shot?
Well, nobody knows, but I think there's some evidence of some good news, which is that typically the duration between the shots is a lot longer than the first 2 shots, which were 3 or 4 weeks. But because we were really in a hurry, we didn't have time to test the right length, and we wanted to get people enough antibodies, we did 3 to 4 weeks. But there is some sense that you get tenfold the increase in antibodies from this third shot, and it's far enough away that your body becomes much better trained at recognizing the virus. So it's quite possible that you can be able to go a much longer period than 8 months, but we're going to really need to see.
Let's talk more broadly about COVID, because we have seen that the messaging for some people when it comes to vaccines and masks clearly working, but for some people it's clearly not. How do we communicate in a different way to convince people who don't want to get vaccinated to actually get vaccinated?
Well, so first of all, I think we have to listen to people and what they're saying and accept that if they've got concerns that they're legitimate. Shaming people or stigmatizing people doesn't really tend to work. There are a number of people that don't feel really strongly about getting vaccinated that aren't vaccinated yet. If you look at people between 18 and 25, only about 40% of them are vaccinated. And as you get older, as you get to my ancient age or even older than that, you know, it gets closer to the point where 80, 90, 100% of people are vaccinated. But 18 to 25-year-olds, they've had all the rest of their shots. They just haven't gotten their COVID shot, in some part because it's just inconvenient. So when they go back to school or have to go to the workplace, and there are requirements, as there are in the city of Los Angeles for city workers, we think that that will drive a lot more people towards getting vaccinated. The FDA will also give its final approval to vaccines in a couple of weeks. That will also help a few more people get vaccinated. We know we're not going to vaccinate 100% of people, and people have concerns, but the more they look at the record of these vaccines, I think the more they'll reach the conclusion that this is what will protect their family from getting sick.
Well, you talk about that shame is not a good way to get people to get that shot. We have these vaccine mandates all over the country now, particularly here in California. Of course, we're much more of a left-leaning state. But is this the answer? Will vaccine mandates be the answer?
Well, look, people don't like being told what to do, but what this is about is to say, look, there are a number of people in this country who don't have the choice to get vaccinated because they're under 12, or maybe they can get vaccinated, but because they're immunocompromised, they can't get full protection. And so what these vaccine requirements essentially say is we have to look after those people. People have a choice of whether to get vaccinated or not, but it doesn't mean that they should be able to go into locations around kids or people who have kids and get them sick. So in policy choices, you have to consider all the groups, and the group that you have to pay most attention to are the people that really have no choices here. And so I think these requirements are important because they say, hey, if you want to make sure you can be around people, you have to either get vaccinated, or in some cases, if you don't want to get vaccinated, you can show you got a negative test. And that may be convenient for you, but that's just part of being part of society. And I think if we all rally together and recognize that we're dependent on one another, I think it really will help people to figure out that it makes sense to get vaccinated.
Let's talk for a moment about your book. You have spent a lot of time working to increase healthcare access, and in your book there's a few main points. One, you talk about the failures that could have been prevented. You talk about crucial decisions by key figures in both the Trump administration and the Biden administration, and solutions to prevent this from happening again. If you could, what do you see as the biggest failure that could have prevented a lot of this?
Well, interestingly enough, the one failure that I think we felt probably the most acutely was the failure of the government to tell us the truth. We know that the president and his administration knew as early as January of last year that we had a deadly virus. And it took the NBA calling off its season and the stock market going down before the president even acknowledged that there was a problem here. And so, look, I think we ought to be pretty generous with honest mistakes because in a pandemic, people are often doing their best. And we should be pretty forgiving from any politician or leader who tries something based on the information they have at the time and it doesn't work great. But we should be less forgiving when it comes to people who are suppressing scientific information or not allowing the truth to come out or not telling the public how to protect itself. If we simply get told the truth, and when I was in the Biden administration, that was my most important priority. Just make sure people have the facts they need, treat them like adults, trust them, whether the news is good or bad.
All right, well, folks, Andy's book is called, once again, Preventable, the inside story of how leadership failures, politics, and selfishness doomed the U.S. coronavirus response. It is available now. Andy Slavitt, thank you so much. We know that you have dinner to get to, and congratulations to your son who's off to college.
Yeah, it's great to be here in Southern California.
All right.
All right, Fox 11 in LA with that interview. Speaking of President Biden, he's going after Florida Governor DeSantis over his ban on school mask mandates. Fox 13 Tampa taking a look at the legal action the president is threatening.
The governor's ban on mask mandates is being ignored by a growing number of school districts. And now the federal government could take legal action against the state. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is joining us now to explain more about this. Craig.
Well, the president has instructed the U.S. Department of Education to investigate the governor's and state's actions as a potential violation of civil rights. Now, as that proceeds, the implications are that ultimately could lead to some legal recourse between the federal and state government and could conceivably cost Florida much more in the form of lost federal funds.
We're not going to sit by as governors try to block and intimidate educators protecting our children.
As the governor sees it, he's protecting public education by blocking schools from requiring facial coverings as a matter of personal freedom, because some students and their parents may not want to wear these masks.
If you're trying to deny kids a proper in-person education, I'm going to stand in your way.
But as the president sees it, the governor is blocking schools from safety measures that help prevent kids from unknowingly spreading a highly contagious and deadly virus, and is therefore putting our kids in harm's way.
This isn't about politics. It's about keeping our children safe.
And the Biden administration is also looking at this as a matter of civil rights. And here's why. Civil rights refer to rights guaranteed under federal law, and a law known as Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act protects qualified individuals with disabilities, which includes students with physical impairments. And the Biden administration says that would include students with weak immune systems and issues that put them at heightened risk of serious illness from COVID-19. Under federal law, students with physical impairments are guaranteed access to free, appropriate public education. And the administration says exposing such vulnerable kids to other kids with no masks, who can easily and unknowingly spread the virus because they don't yet have symptoms, by blocking schools from following CDC recommendations during a record surge of COVID infections from a variant far more dangerous and contagious than the first, would not be giving them access to an appropriate public education. Based on that argument or line of thinking, the federal education civil rights enforcement arm could take action against Florida. That would lead to a legal challenge, and depending on how it resolves, could deprive Florida of federal funds, just as the governor is threatening to deprive schools of state funds for not following his order. Keep in mind, the federal education secretary, Miguel Cardona, also said he is getting complaints from parents of disabled students who say because their children have either respiratory problems or compromised immune systems, they cannot access school as appropriate, as guaranteed under that section of federal law. And with that, a federal investigation, Kelly, will likely be centered on those complaints from those parents.
Right. Well, Craig, let me ask you this. What is the CDC's current guidance on masks in schools right now?
Due to the spread of the Delta variant, the current CDC recommendation is all students 2 years of age and older, as well as all teachers, staff, volunteers, anyone inside of a school, a public school, regardless of their vaccination status. And I just sat down with Dr. Anthony Fauci for more perspective on the specific changes that may be coming and why that guidance is in place, which is something we'll break down for you and bring you that interview coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll wait for that. Craig Patrick.
And we do have that interview right now from Fox 13 in Tampa with Dr. Fauci on masks.
Well, we're getting a lot of questions for parents now who are concerned about the growing number of COVID infections in our schools. And our own Craig Patrick sat down with Dr. Anthony Fauci for his take on the situation and what more we can do about it. Here it is.
For parents who want to keep their kids enrolled in their schools, the option for virtual learning is gone. Kids under 12 cannot get vaccinated yet. They're in school with no social distancing. Masks are optional in most of them, as the far more contagious Delta variant just keeps doing its thing. So what more can parents do short of withdrawing their kids from school to keep them as safe as they possibly can when they go to school under those circumstances?
Yeah. I know it's a very complicated situation, but I believe if one listens to what you can do optimally to get the children physically in the class to avoid the deleterious consequences of having them out of physical presence, all the mental health and social development issues that we have, you surround the children with people who are eligible to be vaccinated and get vaccinated. That means the teachers and the personnel in the school. The children who are eligible to be vaccinated, 12 and older, we should get them and encourage them to get vaccinated. And for the unvaccinated, the way you protect them, you get the situation such that there's universal mask wearing in the school. And I know that's difficult sometimes to implement, but that is the optimal way.
With respect to masks, would you recommend parents buy KN95 masks in lieu of the standard variety white and blue we've all come accustomed to? And what else can they possibly do?
You know what I think they should do? Just wear a mask, any qualified mask. I think when you start, picking this one versus that one, people get confused. I would just say, wear a mask, surgical mask, cloth mask. You want to wear an N95, that's fine. Sometimes N95s are more difficult to tolerate for the kids. That's one of the reasons why you don't get that full recommendation.
The governor cites a Brown University study, which he interprets as supporting his belief that mask requirements do not reduce the risk of COVID in Florida public schools. Is that interpretation correct?
I'm not going to get back and forth with a tit for tat with the governor. The only thing I'm going to say is if you go to the CDC website, there are ample references to studies showing the beneficial effect of masks in preventing acquisition and transmission.
And we worked, Dr. Fauci, through a number of scenarios, many parents getting calls from their schools saying their kids had fellow students who infected with COVID but didn't have direct close contact with them. How should parents treat that? What more should they think about? Lunchroom versus playground, chorus class where kids are singing. What are the considerations? And Dr. Fauci said he can't get in an interview into individual situations, but he did stress that cdc.gov contains a trove of information giving parents, educators, teachers, a great deal of context, including research that can help fill in a lot of the questions that a lot of people may have about specific scenarios and situations that they may encounter.
Yeah, there's a staggering amount of research out there already, even though it's only been around for the better part of a year and a half. Let me ask you about the vaccines. We know so many people, at least one of the principal reasons that people who have not gotten vaccinated don't trust it yet because it doesn't have the full FDA approval yet. Did Dr. Fauci say when the vaccines at least might get that full FDA approval and where that could eventually lead?
Yes, he said he can't predict, but he hopes that it will be this month, which would be really within just a few days, a week perhaps. That all signs indicate we are very, very close to full FDA approval, that it may be, in fact, a matter of days or maximum a few weeks. And when that point comes, certainly it would provide opportunities for businesses to expand vaccine requirements for their employees. And remember, many other vaccines are already required in schools that have full approval: measles, mumps, chicken pox, etc. And Dr. Fauci said it certainly is conceivable and something they're giving very serious consideration to extend that also to COVID vaccines when that point comes.
That'd be really something, because we know so many people cite that as the reason that they're not getting the vaccine. So if that happens here in another month, it'll be interesting to see what the vaccination rates do. Craig, thanks.
Yep.
Fox 13 in Tampa right there. We're going to stay in Florida, but take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, Governor DeSantis, which you heard reporting about him opening another monoclonal antibody treatment site in Hudson, Florida. We have details in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. Just checking out my details right now on what this next event is. Governor DeSantis in Hudson, Florida today. He made a couple different stops across Florida. This was his second event of the day, talking about the opening of a monoclonal antibody treatment site, yet another one. His plan is to open up several across the state right now. You're going to hear his reasoning why. And just a note, Governor Abbott, who was diagnosed with COVID-19, fully vaccinated, also touting Regeneron, which is a different type of treatment as well. Here's the latest from the Florida governor.
Was really helpful at keeping people out of the hospital, but then people were contacting us saying, well, I'd never heard of this. And so it's a type of thing where there was not a lot of visibility on it. It had not obviously been promoted to the extent that the vaccines had. And so we said, okay, so let's do some more to let people know it's out there. We did an event at Tampa General, and then we said, we need to just expand the footprint on this. People need to know that it's available. And so we've been establishing these sites throughout the state of Florida. So we have Jacksonville, we have Orlando, we have Brevard County, we just opened one in Volusia County, we have Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade will come online soon, Hillsborough. I'm not going to be there, but Hillsborough is also up and running, and then we are going to have one hopefully very soon in Pinellas County, and then other places on the west coast of Florida we'll be adding as well. And basically the thing that we've seen throughout this summer is, if you look at the people who are being hospitalized, there's two things that are apparent. One, the vast majority of them had not been vaccinated, and so that's the vaccine is kind of the prevention angle. But then also, over 90% of the people who are being admitted did not get a monoclonal antibody treatment after they were infected. And so from both a prevention and a treatment, you see kind of who's making up the bulk of the hospital admissions. It's our belief, based on the data, that if more people knew about this and had done it, that the admissions would have been lower. And we think with more uptake on this, we think the admissions will go lower here in the future. And so the monoclonal antibody is it's a treatment. It's for people who particularly are at severe risk of COVID. It's authorized not just for a treatment for infection, but it's even authorized as a prophylaxis if you've been exposed to people who have COVID. And so this is something that comes up when you're talking about nursing homes. If you have a nursing home resident or staff member who tests positive for COVID, the close contacts, you can then go in and do the Regeneron as a prophylaxis, and it helps ward off a potential infection. And then obviously, if you are infected, could treat it on the back end. So those are the two ways to be able to use it. This is a treatment that is free to the patient. It's important to do that because there's people that say that this is costing thousands of dollars out of pocket for people. That is not true. The federal government purchased the whole lot of this as soon as it was developed, and basically have been sending it down. So whatever Florida draws down, we don't pay for, and then whatever patients get, they are not charged for this treatment. And so it's important for people, because you don't want people to be deterred from doing this if it's something that could help them. The key to this, though, is doing it prior to severe illness setting in. Once you're severely ill and hospitalized and in the ICU, the effect of this declines. If you do it early in the infection period while the symptoms are still manageable, this has been shown consistently to reduce the chance of hospitalization by 70%. And these are mostly high-risk people, so that's a pretty significant thing. And I think if you've talked to people who have actually used this, you will find that a lot of them have very good things to say about the experience, how they were feeling, and then 24, 48 hours later, how they ended up feeling after that, and it's usually very positive. So getting it early is important. You can sign up at any of these sites that Florida is doing by going to patientportalfl.com. The health systems are still doing this as well. I mean, Tampa General, they do 50 infusions a day. I know other health systems are doing it, and that's great. And we're trying to supplement what they're doing, not necessarily displace it, but we do believe that because the knowledge of this was so low, as knowledge gains, we do think there's going to be a need to have a bigger footprint. So that's why we're doing it. So the site here will be able to do over 300 treatments a day right here. And obviously we're assuming, we're going to draw from, of course, Pasco, perhaps depending on where the Pinellas site is, maybe northern Pinellas, and then of course we think we'll draw from Hernando and Citrus as well, and that's great because 300 plus treatments a day, that's a lot, and then multiplied all across the state, where we're going to end up having, probably by this weekend, what would you say, 10 to 15 will be up for sure? Yeah, so probably a dozen that will be up and running. And so you figure 300 plus a day at each of those sites. That's thousands of available slots every single day. And so if you talk about the folks who this could be most beneficial to, you're looking at people who are, high risk for serious COVID complications. And everyone kind of knows the drill on that. You're looking at elderly people, people that have that are immunosuppressed, morbid obese, diabetes, heart conditions, lung conditions. And if you're in that category and you get infected, you have the opportunity to come get an early treatment that's going to improve your chances dramatically. We are seeing folks test positive who have been fully vaccinated. I think you're looking at, I know the CDC and some of them are contemplating these booster shots, and I think the reason why they're doing that is because you're seeing more infections amongst vaccinated people than the clinical trials suggested would likely have happened. Now, I think most of these are mild cases. However, our most heavily vaccinated portions of our population are our most at-risk portions of our population. So if you're somebody who is fully vaccinated, but you do have immune system problems, or you're very elderly, or you have other health issues, even if you're vaccinated, this is still something that could potentially help you. So it's not necessarily tied to vaccination status. It's something that if you're in those categories and can benefit, if you get it early, you're going to be able to do hopefully pretty good. So patientportalfl.com. We think we've already seen some positive results from this. If you look at Jacksonville, we've gotten some good traffic there, and I think the Orlando site will get some data out of that as well, and as well as Brevard. And then just yesterday we launched 2 in South Florida, and then today we were in Ormond Beach, and then here in Pasco with Hillsborough also opening. So by Saturday, we should have probably 12. And what do you think we'll end up at? You think we'll end up with 15?
Statewide, I think we're going to be at 17.
17. So we anticipate pretty soon probably being about 17. And we've had different communities reach out to us, and DEM, they're obviously working to do that. You have some communities where some of the hospitals would do these treatments, but they'd only do it on certain days. And that's obviously, it's good to have access, but you may want to have it 7 days. And so that's where we can maybe come in and plug some holes there as well. So bottom line is, this is something that's readily available for folks. This is not saying that you do this in addition or in lieu of vaccination. It's something you do in addition to, and whatever has been done in terms of your personal vaccine status. Once you are infected, then what do you do? And this is the most effective early treatment that we have, and it has been proven to have great results. And so we want to make sure everyone knows it's available for them, particularly when you have a period where you have high prevalence. And so it's great to be here for this. I will turn it over to some of our distinguished guests here. We'll have Senator Simpson, and then we'll have Director Guthrie, and then Dr. Shepke will deliver some remarks. So Wilton.
Yep. Thank you, Governor, and thanks for coming to Pasco County and talking about the monoclonal antibody. And as someone who had COVID in December and participated with the Eli Lilly monoclonal antibody, it worked very well. Within 24 hours, most of the symptoms are gone. I would encourage everyone to understand the statistics. The governor mentioned them. If you are in the hospital today, there's probably close to a 90% chance you did not get vaccinated. If you are having very serious illness, there's a very good chance you are not vaccinated. If you contract COVID and you have been vaccinated or not, you should immediately seek out this treatment with the monoclonal antibodies. It's very effective. It will save many lives. But what it'll also do is it'll take the pressure off of our current hospital system, which is being maxed, stretched really very thin with our staff in our hospitals. And so opening these sites, Governor, I believe will save many lives. And I appreciate the media being here today to make sure that we get this message out, because the monoclonal antibody needs to be done very early in the process, as the governor mentioned. And with that being done, then I think we have a very good chance of reducing hospitalizations and saving many lives. So thank you for being here today, Governor.
Great. And just to point out, so when the initial monoclonals were approved, you had Regeneron and the Eli Lilly monoclonal got EUA. Both were considered effective against the previous variant, the Alpha. Regeneron, so we're offering the Regeneron because it has been proven to be effective against Delta, whereas the Lilly has not. And then Regeneron is also the only monoclonal that's approved for use as a prophylaxis. So when you're talking about having strike teams going into nursing homes to help nursing home residents, if there's cases in nursing homes, this is very helpful to be able to do that, because if you can do it as a prophylaxis, you're probably gonna provide some pretty good protection at that point. Okay, Director Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership on this important topic. When the governor asked the Florida Division of Emergency Management to start looking at places where we could open up things, one of the things that came out of his mouth is he says, Kevin, I want to make sure we're looking at Pasco Pinellas. And when it came to Pasco, obviously with my background, I knew right where to go. So I want to thank, the commissioners. I want to thank Dan Biles, the county administrator. I want to thank Eric Breichenbach, Andrew Baxter, Mike Napier for helping us get into this facility and getting this set up, because again, we're going to be able to do over 300 treatments here a day, and we're going to be able to save a lot of lives, and that's what this treatment has done, is saved a lot of lives. So again, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and thank you to local Pasco County Board of County Commission and its representatives. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Dr. Shepke.
Thank you, Governor, for raising awareness on this really important topic. We now have two important medical advances to combat COVID. First is the vaccines, which is a great preventative, still probably our best tool to prevent severe COVID and death. It's something that takes a little while to kick in, maybe 6 weeks for some of the vaccines to really get that protection. But if you're not yet vaccinated, certainly I would encourage you to get that vaccine. However, if you get sick today, either because you're unvaccinated and you're at high risk and you get sick or you get exposed, or even if you're vaccinated and you have one of these breakthrough infections, you have to be high risk, you really need not just the prevention strategy, which is the vaccine, but you need the treatment strategy, which is where these monoclonal antibodies come in. And really, of the monoclonal choices, there's 3 that attack directly the virus, but really Regeneron is the one that really checks off all the boxes for me. It's free for the patient. It's been proven in a couple of randomized controlled trials in thousands of patients to be effective at preventing both death and hospitalization, and as the governor mentioned, post-exposure prophylaxis. It can help prevent you from getting the disease if you're infected. And it works for both intravenously and subcutaneously, which is really important from an operational standpoint. So thank you again, Governor. Appreciate it.
And prior to us doing these sites, the way it would work is this was readily available. Again, the federal government had already bought it. Anyone that needed it, the hospitals would do it, whatever. But it was, you needed to go to a doctor, then the doctor would refer you to one of these infusion centers. What we've done in conjunction with these sites is the Surgeon General issued a standing order to say, if you're qualified under the EUA, you can come and get treatment. So you don't need to go to a physician prior to coming here. So it kind of cuts out a step. It allows people to, once they identify the symptoms and their status, then they come and they can do it. So that's I think makes it a lot easier, and I think it's something that's going to be important. And then yes. I mentioned Regeneron was the only one that is approved for prophylaxis. It has the best record against Delta. It also is the only one of the monoclonals that you can do subcutaneously or intravenously. And so the shots, we can run a lot of people through there. The IV, you're hooked up for an hour, and so that just takes a little bit of bed space and time. So I think most of the sites are offering both, but to me, I mean, I think the shots are much quicker, and then what they do is you have to be observed for an hour, but they'll run you through the shots, and then you're kind of observed, just like when we did the vaccines, when people would sit in their car, they would sit in a place where they could be observed, and so we're going to be doing that same type of deal here. So this is 7-day-a-week thing, because our view is the timing is important. If somebody is infected, and if they can get in early, that's good. And if for whatever reason they only had 1 day a week where these things are open, then you could potentially miss the window of effectiveness. And so we really appreciate having it open 7 days a week, and we urge people to be able to take it. And I do think it will help drive down hospital admissions. Delta, it's very quick moving. It's certainly more contagious. It's airborne. A lot of these infections, fortunately, are mild, but you do have people being being admitted in the hospital, and a lot of people who, we never didn't necessarily fit the normal profile even. So, I believe if we can turn this in from a disease, and I think the vaccines have helped do this, and then this, to really turn it into something that has basically a flu-level risk. And I think if there's widespread use of both vaccines and monoclonals, that's basically what you end up doing. And so there's a lot of people who've been admitted over the last month who I think probably wouldn't have been admitted had they gotten the early treatment. And so now we'll be able to make sure that there's much more visibility about this and even easier access for people. So thank you. Take a couple questions.
Governor, you mentioned the monoclonal antibody treatment was approved under emergency authorization. Why should people who are hesitant to get the vaccine trust this?
Well, I think they're two totally different things. First of all, some of the reasons people haven't gotten the vaccine, one of the major reasons is that because they've already recovered from COVID, and so they do have infection-conferred immunity, and it's been proven to be strong. Israel's done some great studies on this, and so I understand that there's other people that just make whatever decisions. But here's the thing. If you find yourself infected, the question is what do you do? And if you don't do the monoclonal early, the fact of the matter is there's not a lot of great stuff out there for you. In terms of the treatment of this thing, other than the Regeneron, there really hasn't been a lot. Obviously, it hasn't been stressed very much. It's one of the reasons why people don't know about it. So if you are in a situation, particularly if you're in a high-risk category, this is really your, hey, come here. Okay. This is really this is your best shot to nuke this thing. This has been extensively studied. I think for sure, I mean, look, I don't know, let me just say, my experience in talking with people is the side effects have been minimal, and even compared to the vaccine. So I think people should be confident in it. I think, again, if you're infected and you have a chance to potentially become severe, well, why not try to just cut it off at the pass? What this does is most people who are getting infected, their body produces antibodies, it fights it off. Obviously, the vaccines help that, and you recover. Well, some people, when they get infected, the body's just not producing the antibodies necessarily to counteract this, and so that's what this is providing. It's a cocktail of antibodies that then go to work to protect your body against this virus, and so it's got a good track record. And again, we've seen people get admitted to the hospitals, not just in Florida. I mean, the hospital census, I think, nationwide, I think is twice what it was at this time last year. And so part of that is because Delta moves very quickly. But part of it, I think, is because these early treatments haven't been publicized nearly as much as some of the other things.
I understand the strategy to reduce hospitalizations. I'm familiar with the multi-state contract licenses and DOH expediting licenses. But given the situation with the hospitals right now, would you consider suspending state law to allow nurses with an out-of-state license to come into Florida and to immediately be able to help?
Well, I think that they should be able to do that. I mean, I'd have to look to see. We've obviously supported that in the past, so would have to look. I've talked to a lot of the hospitals. The staff is the issue. It's not space or beds. It's just staff. There's a staff crunch nationwide on folks working there. We obviously had a bunch of folks under contract last year because we didn't know what was going to happen. But most of them are telling me, look, we're stretching. It's our responsibility, and we're going to do it. So I haven't had anyone ask me, hey, send us some more staff. But in terms of if there's any bureaucracy things that we can do, we're happy to look at that.
Governor, Hillsborough County voted last night to keep that mandate in place. Where's your response to that?
Well, what they voted to, they didn't vote to just keep. What they voted to do, they had allowed the parents to make the decision and have an ability to opt out, and that's how school started. They reneged on that and basically took the decision out of the parents' hands. So there's parents who are sending their kids to school in ways that they thought was the most healthy for their kids, particularly these little kids, kindergartners, first graders. And they basically took that away from the parents. And so my view is that the parents understand what's best for their kids. Some of these kids, particularly young kids, First of all, they don't even wear the mask properly. I mean, let's just be honest here. A kindergartner is not going to wear it even properly, and so you end up in a situation where the facial expressions, their ability to breathe, all these things are affected, and to what end, I'm not sure, because there's not a lot of data supporting forcing kindergartners to be masked, and I think given that and given how significant this is to a lot of families, I think the parents should be able to make decisions. They've also said, I just saw, that they're forcing the athletes to wear masks during competition. That is not based on any type of science. That is totally overboard. And first of all, to restrict athletes' breathing in heavy competition, where are you getting that? The World Health Organization has always said, do not wear masks while you're engaged in physical activity or athletic competition. And so some of this stuff is just, I think it's more political. I think it's a way to kind of get on CNN and some of this stuff for some of these local union-controlled politicians. But that is not something that I think is justified, and I think it puts the health of these athletes at risk to force them to cover their breathing in the midst of an athletic competition. So I was surprised to see that, but that's definitely something that I think goes way overboard of what would potentially be acceptable. And a final thing I'll just say just generally is, you look around the country, you look around the world right now. I mean, we have Americans that are just being hung out to dry in Afghanistan. We've got billions of dollars of military equipment that's basically just being gifted to terrorist groups. Things that the taxpayers paid for, things that our men and women used. You look at the border, people just pouring in. They don't even tell you where they're bringing these people. We figured out they've dumped people in Jacksonville, some of these other places. It's totally out of control. We've never seen anything like what we're seeing now. You look at inflation, the prices are going out of control, particularly gas prices. That's putting a huge hamper on working people, having to pay so much when they're going to get gas. So you have all these problems, and yet the White House and Biden, their number one issue is they're so intent on having the government force kindergartners, first graders, to have to wear masks for 8 hours a day. They want to take that decision away from the parent, and they want to vest that in local government. We obviously think the parents are the ones under our state law with the Parents' Bill of Rights that have that decision. But put that aside, of all the things you could be dealing with, you're choosing to do this and basically just playing footsie with the unions to try to create political issues. It's a lack of leadership. And meanwhile, hey, come here. So meanwhile, while all the world burns and while parts of our country burn, you have this obsession that a little 5-year-old, should not be able to go to school without wearing that mask for 8 hours a day. And just as a parent, I'm offended that the federal government thinks that they know better than we do as parents. And in Florida, we want to make sure that we're standing by our parents. Thanks, everybody. We'll see ya.
So Governor DeSantis pretty passionate with his own daughter there at that press conference in Hudson, Florida. As we showed you earlier, school districts across the country having to make this decision on whether to allow mask mandates. We showed you earlier Chandler Unified School District saying that they will not allow mask mandates. They are banning mask mandates and standing by Governor Ducey's ruling, his executive order that also bans mask mandates. So every state looking a little bit different. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we have a press conference with Advent Health as they are talking about booster shots. We like to show antibody treatments and we like to show booster shot treatments because here on Live Now from Fox, we just show you what happens. You make up your mind for yourself. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now, a little after 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We were just in Florida taking you out to Governor DeSantis' event earlier today as they are expanding treatment centers when it comes to monoclonal antibody treatments. Another sector of this COVID-19 conversation is booster shots, now being urged by President Biden and the Biden administration that 8 months after you get your vaccine, you should be getting a booster shot as well. Well, we're going to hear from some health officials with Advent Health on what they think of booster shots out of Florida.
And it's not just COVID patients being impacted. One of the first areas impacted in the ER. What can the community do to help with this?
Yeah, so the first thing we would want to say is really assess what's going on. Certainly, if you have a condition that is not deemed or you don't believe to be an emergency, please don't go to the emergency department for non-emergent care. Clearly, if you do have an emergency, then that's where it's for. But we really want to make sure that we reserve the ED, the emergency department, is really for those that really have true emergencies, because again, it is just extremely tight, and we want to make sure that those people who are there for emergent care get the best care that they can.
Federal officials, health officials, announced this week that booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine will be made available sometime late next month. What's the difference between a booster and a third dose?
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that, and I just want to let you know that yes, the plan to release booster doses has not yet taken effect. That's planning to be next month. Right now, what we have authorized by the Food and Drug Administration as well as the CDC is a third dose. So here's the difference between the two. A third dose, even though a booster and a third dose are sometimes used interchangeably, and it refers to the same dose of your mRNA vaccines, the intent of a third dose is to provide that extra protection in populations that are not able to generate that immune response. So patients that are immunocompromised, patients with cancer, transplant patients, patients on large doses of steroids, when they got the first 2 doses of the vaccine, they were not able, or many of them were not able to mount that antibody response to really get that protection. So as a result, a third dose is what is recommended to help hopefully get their immune system up to where that is. Now that's different from a booster, which is intended for patients with regular, normally functioning immune systems, that they, after 2 doses, they do have that protection. But we do know, and the data has been coming out on that over time, over a period of several months, 8-9 months or so, that immunity starts to wane, and then that extra booster, again, the same vaccine, is necessary to get that, to just get that, boost that immunity up to more normal levels where you can be protected against infections and severe disease.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. We do have our first question from the media. This comes from Ezzy Castro with News 6, who asked, what does the booster news mean for children? Will they be getting boosters?
Well, right now for children that are under 12, there aren't even regular vaccines available yet. So we have to wait for that authorization to occur, hopefully sometime in the fall. But for children that are over 12, the same rules apply. If a child who is under 18, for example, has a very weakened immune system because they're on cancer or they require certain types of medications to suppress their immune system, they would be eligible for a third dose just like everyone else. And presumably next month, when the FDA authorizes booster vaccines, that should apply as well to children that are over 12.
So people who are immunosuppressed can receive a third dose of the vaccine. How will the process work for Advent Health patients who are immunosuppressed, like, for instance, transplant patients?
Yeah, so right now the guidance is that these patients have already received 2 doses. They should go and get their third dose if they meet some of these criteria. This includes, again, transplant patients, cancer patients, patients with HIV that's not well controlled, patients with underlying or hereditary immunodeficiencies. Some of them are not very common. But in those cases, they can, what we would suggest is that these patients talk to your doctor, talk to the healthcare team about the timing. Because sometimes when you're getting chemotherapy or you're getting medications, you can time them so that your immune system is more active and get your dose at a certain time, as opposed to another time when medications cause your immune system to be a little more depressed. So number one, please talk to your doctor. Make sure the healthcare team is aware. Work with them, and then you can certainly get that third dose at any number of places. The pharmacies are now offering that, and other places.
So one of the things we've heard a lot about lately are what are called breakthrough cases. I want to talk about that for a sec. First, I want you to tell us very briefly what a breakthrough case is, and then why is it still important to get vaccinated if we know there can be some of these breakthrough cases?
So breakthrough cases are COVID infections that occur in a patient that has been fully immunized. And when we're talking about fully immunized, if you got your mRNA vaccine, it would be 2 weeks after you received the second dose. Now, unfortunately, there may be two reasons for breakthrough infections that we're seeing more commonly. Number one is the Delta variant. The Delta variant is a mutation in which the effects, the efficacy of the vaccine just isn't quite what it was with your wild type or even the Alpha variant, for that matter. But the one thing that's really important is to recognize that there is still significant protection, especially against severe disease and hospitalizations and death in persons who are fully vaccinated. That's really the most important thing. We are seeing breakthrough infections that occurred in some healthy individuals. These are very mild. We have seen breakthrough infections that have resulted in hospitalizations, but these are in patients who have severe immunodeficiencies. They don't have the normal immune system. They have severe chronic conditions that put them at greater risk of not mounting that immune response. So it is terribly important, incredibly important, to continue to, if you haven't been vaccinated, to get vaccinated, because it is still the best bet to protect you against severe disease, hospitalizations, and death.
We mentioned at the start of this live stream the high number of people in our hospitals with COVID-19 right now. Can you tell us a little bit about the demographics of the COVID patients we're treating and how that maybe has changed since the start of the pandemic?
Well, we are seeing a trend toward younger people being infected and being hospitalized. The median age has now dropped from the 60s to the 50s, and it may be in the 40s right now. So half of the patients are over 40, half of them are under 40 approximately. And we're also seeing a lot of these relatively healthy individuals, those without, young, healthy, without a lot of comorbidities or chronic illnesses, are getting quite sick. Some of them have to be on ventilators, and some have died. So it's really no longer a disease where if you're elderly and you've got a lot of chronic conditions that puts you in the hospital. We are seeing more in the way of younger people, and again, probably a lot can be attributed to the fact that the Delta variant is now so widespread.
A reminder, you can send your questions to us. The phone number to text them is 407-490-3075. Again, 407-490-3075. You can also put your questions in the comments section here on Facebook. And we have a question from Facebook for you, Dr. Hsu. Is the booster the same shot as the shot that was given with the first two shots?
Yes, it is. The booster, the third doses, they're all the same dose. Now, right now, the booster or the third doses are only authorized as an mRNA vaccine. So if you got Moderna or you got Pfizer, the two doses for that for your primary series, you should get the booster dose with the same manufacturer that was given originally. Now, if it's not available, if you had Pfizer and there's only Moderna available, then you can go ahead and get Moderna. But it's really only right now for the mRNA vaccines as far as the booster is concerned. They don't have enough data right now for Johnson & Johnson recipients, but I'm pretty certain that we're going to need to give boosters or third doses for those that got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine as well.
We have another question for you from the media. This is again Ezzy from News 6. Is there a high demand for third doses for AdventHealth?
So we have to remember that, again, the third doses are for patients that have severely weakened immune systems. So the number of transplant patients or cancer patients are relatively small relative to the overall community, probably between 2-3% or something like that. So the demand is not nearly going to be what it will be when we start, when the booster doses become authorized by the FDA, which we anticipate sometime next month. But AdventHealth is working on a process to make sure that we are able to give third doses and booster doses when that becomes available.
Let's transition, if we could, to talk about children. As an epidemiologist, an infection prevention specialist, what are you looking out for now that school is back in session across Central Florida?
Well, there's a lot of parameters that we continue to look at. I serve on the medical advisory committee for the Orange County Public Schools, so I keep in close contact with Superintendent Jenkins and Chairperson Jacobs on that. We look at a variety of metrics. I mean, we are certainly looking at the number of cases of COVID that occur in schools. We are looking at the number of cases and the percent positive rates in children, and of course, we look at our hospitalization rates in our community. So, for example, in Children's Hospital, we typically have right now a number of hospitalized children. It's generally in the mid-teens, 14, 15, 16, and this is a higher number than we've ever had compared to any time previous during this pandemic. So we're keeping an eye out on that. We're not certain if the Delta variant results in absolutely more serious illnesses, but given that it's just so infectious, we are seeing more infections among children. So we have to keep an eye on that and watch for outbreaks within our schools.
So we've learned that children generally don't become as sick as adults with COVID in general. But the bigger concern, I guess, is that children can serve as asymptomatic carriers. So why is that so concerning?
Well, the concern is if you don't have symptoms and can pass that on, which we know does happen, that is a nidus for spread to the community. Again, that is why it's so important that children wear masks, especially in school. We want to encourage that as much as possible. Just because there are, yes, of course the patients or the children that are symptomatic, we want them to stay at home, but there may be a number of children who don't have symptoms. Wearing that mask does help guard, does help reduce the risk of transmission to others.
I have another question from the media for you. This is from Mike Gramajo of Telemundo Orlando, who asked, for patients receiving monoclonal antibody treatment and never got vaccinated, should they still consider getting vaccinated, or is there a time period patients should wait to get vaccinated after receiving monoclonal antibody treatment?
So there's several parts to that question. The first thing that I want to say, and this is again very much based on the data and what CDC says, is that if you have COVID or had COVID, you should get vaccinated sometime later in the future. It could be as early as 2 weeks. If after your acute illness gets better, after you're non-infectious, you could get your vaccine as early as that. Now, if you did get monoclonal antibodies, there are the potential for what we call competition with monoclonal antibodies and the vaccines working against each other. So the recommendation is that if you get monoclonal antibodies to prevent to reduce your risk of hospitalization or severe illness, which is what we always would recommend, you need to wait for 90 days until after that monoclonal antibody is infused before you get vaccine, just to make sure that all the monoclonal antibodies effects have waned off, and then you're clear to get vaccinated.
Let's go back to talking about children again, if we could. Most children who get COVID will not end up hospitalized, as a general rule. What are we seeing right now in our AdventHealth hospitals?
Well, right now we are still, most children are not seriously ill. That's true. But again, we are seeing a greater number of pediatric hospitalizations now. partly owing to the fact that Delta has just been so widespread. We're not certain whether it really causes more severe illness. Most of them are going to recover fine, but unfortunately, we're seeing this nationwide. The number of pediatric hospitalizations have increased, and for some of those children, unfortunately, it could result in significant, serious hospitalizations and ICU care.
You mentioned a little earlier that the vaccine is not available for children under 12 right now. Do we have any idea when it might become available for children under 12?
The trials are undergoing right now for pediatric patients under 12. The FDA in June did ask the manufacturers of these vaccines to expand the enrollment a little bit more to make sure that they identify rare but serious side effects such as inflammation of the heart muscles. So I am not certain if that's going to delay the results of these trials. We expect that the results will come sometime in the fall, maybe October, November, and then they still have to apply for FDA authorization, emergency authorization soon after that. So, you know, we're still looking probably toward the late fall at the earliest for authorization of these vaccines, and I would love to see that occur. I have a 10-year-old child who is not yet able to be vaccinated. He's in school, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing those results as soon as possible.
So it looks like the next 3 months, with next month with the booster and third doses, and perhaps that coming, are going to be pretty active with the vaccine and the FDA.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial few months ahead, but the good news is that we are slowly expanding. We're learning more about this. What we want to do is to provide the best protection for our community as widespread as possible. And you know, the more time we have dealing with this pandemic, the more we know, the safer, the more we can protect our community.
I have another question from the media. This is from Paul Rivera from West 2 News, who asks, what is the mental health status of the medical personnel dealing with the surge in COVID patients? How are they feeling?
It's so hard to describe in words. It's almost, you can see it in their eyes. It's just this palpable feeling of fatigue every day. The pressures that they feel, the crisis staffing that's going on does take its toll mentally. Advent Health is very aware of this, and we have mobilized our mental health resources, employee assistance programs, to really make sure that we do everything we can to address this issue. I mean, there are some things that are beyond our control, obviously, but what we can do is to focus on the mental health of our providers, because fatigue and stress will affect the care that you give, and we want to make sure that we can do the best we can reverse that.
A question from Facebook for you. Would you recommend flu shots this season, and how much time in between the flu shot and a booster or third dose?
We are expecting that this will be a significant flu season. Last season, there was virtually no flu anywhere in the world, for that matter. But as people have opened up, as the masks have been coming off, as distancing has become a little more close to normal, we are going to see a resurgence of flu. And there's going to be some problems that we're going to expect for this year, because there has been a lack of immunity from last year to flu. We're not sure how well the flu vaccines are going to protect us against the actual strains that occur. And also there's the potential for COVID and flu to infect the same person. That really could signify a significant winter surge. So we really want to make sure that, yes, you get your flu shot, because it is the single best way that you can take, the single best thing you can take to prevent getting the flu, just like COVID vaccines are to prevent against COVID. And certainly that is one thing we certainly recommend. Now the good news is that you can get COVID boosters when that becomes available, and flu vaccines at the same time. You can get one in either arm, so that's one thing that is good. Just kind of get it done with.
Well, I think another good piece of news with that is that all the things we've been doing to protect ourselves from COVID-19 will also help us protect ourselves from the flu or really any other kind of virus that's going around, right?
Absolutely. These respiratory viruses spread in very much the same way. If we do our part as a community, get our vaccines, get our COVID vaccines, get our flu vaccines, be very mindful about our mask wearing and distancing, we can certainly mitigate. We can certainly lessen the effects of the winter of a winter surge. So that's important.
I have an interesting question that was texted in for you. What is stopping people from going somewhere to get a booster shot or a third dose and simply saying it's their first shot? Is this recommended?
Well, Tom, we know that that's been occurring. Most of the pharmacists, most of the pharmacies, most entities that give vaccinations do have an ability to look and verify a person's vaccine status, because there is a state database called Florida Shots that you could look it up, but it's not always being done. So yes, I think it is very easy to, quote, abuse that or get it even before it's truly authorized. It does require trust. It requires the trust of the vaccinator and the person who is telling the story. We want you to be honest about that. And again, I'm very confident that in time, very soon, those of us who need our boosters will be getting that very soon.
I want to stay with boosters. Another question from Facebook: Will you have side effects if you get a booster shot?
So we don't have a whole lot of information about these third doses quite yet, but from what we've seen and from what the CDC has said, the side effects are generally very similar to the side effects that you had with your first or second. It's usually a little bit of fatigue. There can be some that have fever. These are pain at the sites. These are generally very mild and they go away. So as far as we know right now, they seem to be very similar to what we've seen with the first two, the first primary series.
Another question from Facebook: Is there any benefit from antibody tests to see how strong your vaccine response was before you pursue a third dose or a booster?
You know, antibody tests are one of these areas in which we are still trying to figure out exactly how it can be used in a routine way. Right now, the CDC does not recommend using antibody tests routinely to determine whether true immunity has occurred or not. There are people who may have very low antibody titers that are still protected, and some may have antibody titers that are there that might not necessarily be infected, not necessarily be protected. So at this point, except in some unusual circumstances, we do not recommend antibody testing. There's also different types of antibody testing that looks at certain parts of the protein or spike protein or nucleocapsid. So it's really not very standardized. Hopefully, in the future, near future, we'll have more guidance on the use of antibody titers.
Dr. Hsu, thank you as always. Very much a pleasure to talk with you. I'm sure we'll be seeing you again very soon.
Thanks, Tom.
And we will be back next Thursday morning with more COVID-19 updates on the Advent Health Morning Briefing. Until then, stay healthy and feel whole.
So an interesting breakdown from Advent Health right there as they were talking about, unfortunately, this surge in coronavirus cases, hospitalizations, age ranges, antibody treatments, and so much more, booster shots. Well, they also talked about kids' vaccine trials. I want to go into a story from Fox 10 in Phoenix, diving a little bit deeper, following up on a vaccine trial that was underway.
Frustratingly slow.
Dr. Steve Plimpton in Phoenix is the principal investigator for the kids' Moderna study for children 6 months to 11 years old. He says the process for this trial is detailed and tedious.
It's slow because with kids, you have to be so much more careful. We're trying to decide what dose or find what dose works best for kids.
And this is why the process is taking longer than expected. But there are some promising results so far.
Adverse reactions or none. We haven't had any major adverse reactions.
So far, there are 6,000 participants signed up. 600 of them are right here in Phoenix.
We signed up for this as soon as we heard about it from Dr. Plimpton back in March.
Rachel Guthrie signed up her 2- and 4-year-old for the trial, but they're still waiting to get their shots.
But it's hard waiting, and it's hard knowing that your kids are still not quite as protected as they could be when we thought that we would have the opportunity by now.
Now the study is moving into part 2, with those 6 months and up able to start getting the shot, which Plimpton says is exciting as we move closer to the finish line.
The study is for safety and efficacy. We know it's effective. We already know that. We do that just simply by checking, the kids' responses to the vaccine. So we know it works.
That was Fox 10's Bailey Miller reporting, talking about masks and COVID-19, specifically in schools. Arizona, there's been a major debate between school district in one city and a school district in another. Here's the latest on mask mandates in schools in Arizona.
Your mitigation strategy is meaningless without a mask mandate.
That's Dr. Joseph Wong speaking out at a Chandler Unified School District meeting last week. He says he wants CUSD to mandate mask wearing. That hasn't happened. Still, his kids wear masks at school.
Even though the majority of their peers are not wearing masks. And that's a little disappointing, and it's always a fear of mine that I would unknowingly bring it back, or they may contract COVID from one of their peers.
But parents who don't agree on a mandate say it's a my child, my choice principle.
I do not care what this board mandates, if it mandates masks or not. I will be sending my child to school unmasked regardless, and you will teach her because that's your job.
Currently, there are 157 active COVID cases out of a little more than 49,000 students and staff in the district. This week, Governor Ducey announced that Arizona schools that mandate mask wearing will be excluded from $163 million in federal funding. District and charter schools offering in-person learning by August 27th will be eligible if state laws are followed, including the mask mandate ban signed into law in June.
If you're not going to help us control the pandemic and save children from going to the hospital, being admitted to the ICU, or even dying, at the very least, get out of our way.
And continuing Governor Ducey's remarks, here's the latest from Fox 10 on more of a wider view of what he had to say today.
A lot's happened since we've gotten a chance to speak to Governor Doug Ducey. School started, and the battle over mask rules in schools has only intensified. The governor took questions after a ceremonial bill signing on Thursday.
I want parents to do what they think is the right thing to do. Anyone that wants to wear a mask is supported in wearing that mask.
A state law banning mask mandates in public schools takes effect at the end of September. In the meantime, some districts have chosen to implement the mask rules for students.
This is not a Doug Ducey mandate. This is the law. I took an oath to uphold it. And so should administrators around the state.
The state's largest teachers union says they're worried about rising COVID case numbers in classrooms.
The governor's just wrong on this, and it's unfortunate. He's politicizing this. He's playing into his political base that is agitated over this, many of which aren't parents, but some are.
The governor is now offering extra money coming from federal dollars to schools who don't impose the mask mandates. There's also money available for parents looking to move those children out of a district with mandates. It could set up a showdown with the Biden administration.
And leave schools to the states. That's how the Constitution reads.
If the administration should leave schools to the states, shouldn't the state leave the rules about kids to the schools?
The state has provided maximum flexibility to the closest form of governance to the child, and that's the parent.
I'm excited really just to get into the swing.
That was just a little preview there. Fox 10's Matt Galka, he was the one who asked that question of the governor right there. Continuing coverage of Arizona schools, first day of ASU. Here's how it went.
I'm excited really just to get into the swing of things, start going to the games and everything.
Arizona State University welcomed more than 14,300 first-year students across its 4 campus locations today. One of those students, Andrew Nemo. He's from Connecticut and will be studying business.
The campus and the university itself has a great business program, and I'm a finance major, so I thought it'd be a good idea to come out here. There's a lot of companies out here where you can internship.
Dean of Students at the Tempe campus, Cassandra Aska, says they've seen a 12% increase in the size of the first-year class compared to last year. Enrollment will total 134,000 students this fall semester. Aska is happy to welcome students back, in person.
People are really excited. I was able to host about 3 family receptions over the course of students moving in, and families are excited to see their students have this experience. They want this for their students, and we want it for our students as well.
And to help keep students in person, the college is offering free healthcare kits, COVID testing, and vaccines.
We're giving out community of care kits, similar to how we did last year, that has hand sanitizer, instructions about how to maintain your own health, how to monitor that, with a face covering that's included in there, information about vaccines. So for students who have not yet gotten vaccinated, vaccinations are free at the university.
As far as those testing kits, those are available at those vending machines 24 hours a day. And for the vaccinations, those are being given at ASU's health clinic. Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
And thank you, Danielle. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, the latest on Afghanistan, evacuations still underway, and some of your other top stories from across the country. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Evacuations continue out of Afghanistan. Since Saturday, about 7,000 have made it out of the country as the president and his administration face increasing criticism over how the situation has been handled. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has this report.
There is no good time to leave Afghanistan. 15 years ago would have been a problem. 15 years from now.
President Joe Biden standing by his decision to withdraw U.S. troops from Afghanistan in an interview with ABC. However, the Taliban's takeover of the Afghan government was faster than the president, the Pentagon, and State Department predicted.
President Biden is confronting the consequences of his catastrophic miscalculation, of his horrific execution of the decision to withdraw our troops from Afghanistan.
The Kabul airport remains a chaotic scene. The State Department says 6,000 Americans and allies alike have been processed and are waiting to be evacuated. Others can't reach the airport.
This is absolutely an all-hands-on-deck effort and organize the evacuation of thousands and thousands of individuals.
Now, more than 5,200 U.S. troops are in Afghanistan ahead of an August 31st deadline to withdraw.
Are you committed to making sure that the troops stay until every American who wants to be out is out?
Yes.
The State Department says there's no guarantee Americans will be rescued, nor is there a clear answer on how many more remain in the country.
Today, how many American citizens remain in Afghanistan?
I don't know.
That was Fox's Lauren Blanchard reporting. Continuing on with Afghanistan, who are the Taliban? Fox 13's Craig Patrick giving us kind of a history lesson on our dealings with them in the past. Listen.
The rise of the Taliban goes back to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. The United States armed and bankrolled the rebels, many of them extremists called the Mujahideen, and glorified them in movies like Rambo 3.
Mujahideen soldiers, holy warriors.
Then, after the Soviets left, the Mujahideen turned on the United States and morphed into the leading terrorist groups we know today. One of those groups, called the Taliban, took over Afghanistan, and it invited another group called Al-Qaeda, led by Osama bin Laden, to use Afghanistan as its base of operations to train international terrorists and plan the September 11th attacks. That's why we killed bin Laden and drove the Taliban from power and degraded Al-Qaeda. Now, an offshoot of Al-Qaeda would later take off as ISIS, which is a good frame of reference for explaining the Taliban today. The Taliban and ISIS are quite similar. ISIS blindsided the Obama administration with the speed of its invasion of Syria and Iraq.
No, nobody expected that. That's absolutely correct.
And the Taliban blindsided the Biden administration with the speed of its takeover of Afghanistan.
The Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
ISIS laughed and danced on the tanks we gave to the Iraqi military, while the Taliban seized an arsenal of aircraft, guns, ammo, and tanks our military did not have time to ship out.
This did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated.
Both the Taliban and ISIS are comprised of radical killers whose ultimate goal is to create a medieval theocracy governed by brutality, which they call an Islamic caliphate. But they differ in terms of structure and technique. For example, one of ISIS' signature attacks involved capturing, torturing, and executing individual victims in savage ways and sharing video of it to get attention in recruits. And that invoked a fierce response from our government, including then Vice President Biden.
We will follow them to the gates of hell.
The Taliban, on the other hand, is not known for recording and releasing savage executions for the world to see. Their MO has been to keep a lower profile and work toward developing far more sophisticated attacks on a much larger scale. Again, like September 11th. The Taliban also tends to have a more top-down approach to leadership than ISIS. That provides structure and discipline, and as E.J. Otero, former director of intelligence operations at CENTCOM, said, it makes them an even bigger threat.
Their Islamic Caliphate is different from the ISIS Islamic Caliphate. And it is more ruthless and it is deadlier.
And that was Fox 13's Craig Patrick reporting a tense situation at the nation's capital. Today, law enforcement investigated an active bomb threat near the U.S. Capitol. While the incident ended with the suspect surrendering, police say he had a propane gas container, but have yet to determine if there was anything explosive inside of the man's vehicle. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the latest from Washington.
Police moved in as a more than 5-hour standoff with a 49-year-old North Carolina man ended with him surrendering.
He gave up and did not resist, and our folks were able to take him into custody without incident.
It all began just after 9 a.m. this morning. Police responded to reports of an explosive device near the U.S. Capitol after a man sitting inside a pickup truck told officers he had a bomb. Capitol Police tweeted calling the situation an active bomb threat investigation, warning people to avoid the area around the Library of Congress.
The officer said appeared to be a detonator in the man's hand. So we immediately evacuated the nearby buildings.
Those evacuated buildings included the Library of Congress and surrounding government buildings, including several Capitol office buildings and the U.S. Supreme Court.
But it is very cautious and dangerous at this time. They've evacuated portions of Capitol Hill.
Meantime, on social media, the man suspected of making the threats reportedly live-streamed anti-government remarks for hours from his truck, including calling on President Biden to step down from office. On Twitter, a Facebook official responded to questions about the suspect's posts, saying they not only deactivated the live stream, but also removed his profile from Facebook and are continuing to investigate. Given the House and the Senate were both in August recess this week, most lawmakers were not on Capitol Hill when much of the complex went into lockdown. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Moving away from some of that serious news, D.C., it could be a big weekend for America's border communities as the U.S. may finally reopen to non-essential travel from Canada and Mexico. Pandemic restrictions at land and water crossings are expected to end after Saturday. Fox's Stephen Goen brings us this report from the northern border in Niagara Falls.
Along the U.S. border with Canada, a community kept apart by COVID-19 could be coming back together as travel restrictions last extended 1 month ago are set to expire. In Niagara Falls, local restaurants like Rock Burger are ready. Owner Jason Lazardo says he's felt the impact of fewer customers from Canada, slowing sales, and the launch of his second business.
More of a day-to-day operation. You have to change your whole outcome as far as how much product you're purchasing, what the pricings are.
We miss you. And near Buffalo, Suzanne Tomasello says she just wants to see her family up north. The few visits she's been able to make, not enough.
If something were to happen to my aging parents, that I missed out on all of this time. My children have missed out on close to 2 years.
While Canada welcomed back vaccinated Americans August 9th, the U.S. border closure continues to impact travel. Down more than 90% in 2020, costing billions in tourism dollars.
Shopping, entertainment, but then also you have to think about the tax revenue, local counties.
The push to reopen coming from lawmakers, grassroots groups, and affected families.
Things look okay, then let's get it open. But at this point, there's no plan.
Call you later. Bye-bye. Now prepared for another possible delay, though some remain hopeful they'll soon see border traffic going both ways again.
Flowing, hopefully, if the border's clear, you know, they should be able to come here with open arms.
So moving from one border to the next, 2,000 people, that's the highest number of undocumented migrants one South Texas nonprofit welcomed in one day. And a good portion of them are testing positive for COVID-19. Fox's Ashley Soriano brings us this report from Mission, Texas.
When we reached 2,000, that was something that I said, because of COVID, we need to isolate, we need to keep safe and away from everybody else.
Sister Norma Pimentel is the executive director of Catholic Charities of the Rio Grande Valley. Their respite center in McAllen, Texas is one stop along the migrants' journeys, from the multi-week hikes to Border Patrol custody and then Catholic Charities. Some days upwards of 2,000 people trickling in.
0.5% of what we see, if we have 2,000 people, 1,000 more are children, little ones.
Children, including Ingrid Cow's 3.5-year-old and 4-year-old, getting sick along the 17-day journey from Guatemala.
It's difficult because the kids were sick. We fear for the kids' safety crossing through Mexico, but with God's help, we made it here.
Pregnant women also taking the risk. Mariela Osorio is from Honduras. She's 8 months along.
Yes, I've heard of women being abused along the way, but luckily nothing has happened.
Cal and Osorio will likely end up at Anzo Duas Park to be tested for COVID-19.
When people visit, they can't tell. They don't see immigrants on the street. They don't see people lying on sidewalks. And that's because we've gotten pretty good at this operation.
That was Ashley Soriano reporting. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, the latest on flooding in Arizona and wildfires in California. We'll see you back here in a minute. And welcome back here to Live Now. A couple live looks from across the country right now. This first one out of San Francisco. We'll be stepping into some Northern California news in just a few minutes here as we're talking California wildfires. 15 different wildfires burning across the state right now. The latest, the Cache Fire. We'll give you an update on that. But take a look at this, another live look from the White House as we have been giving you these briefings, talking about the Biden administration will be playing out for you. The Pentagon briefing in just a little bit and the State Department mostly focusing on Afghanistan and evacuations underway. Another look here out of Ocean City in New Jersey. It's looking pretty quiet out there as we head into the 9 o'clock hour Pacific time here in Phoenix, Arizona, later on the East Coast, that's for sure. Let's go out now to New York City. We heard from Mayor Bill de Blasio giving some COVID-19 updates. We really haven't heard much about Governor Cuomo after he stepped down from his position amid sexual assault allegations. So we'll be keeping our eyes, sexual harassment allegations. So we'll be keeping our eyes on everything New York as we get it. Like I said, though, let's go into some of these weather stories. I want to start first with Gila Bend, Arizona, as there was massive flooding over this past week. Monsoon season is upon us in Arizona. Severe thunderstorms and severe flooding across the valley. Here's Fox 10 with the latest.
It's been nearly a week since devastating floods hit the town of Gila Bend, leaving behind a path of destruction. The town still remains under a state of emergency. More than 140 homes and over a dozen businesses have been damaged. 2 people sadly lost their lives to the deadly floods. The Maricopa Board of Supervisors just approved $500,000 to help the town assist with flood recovery efforts. Today, residents are still cleaning up and recovering what they can from their homes, sifting through their belongings. There has been help from various organizations around the state. The American Red Cross has been on site offering disaster relief services to those affected. This includes financial assistance for homes that are either destroyed or have been greatly damaged.
We did another house earlier for Lewis to help get the drywall and the wet mold and all the wet stuff out so that they can start the process of rebuilding their house.
There is an emergency council meeting being held at the Library Media Center right behind me. Mayor Chris Riggs will be talking about what happened this past Saturday and how the town will move forward. We'll provide these updates and more information tonight at 9 and 10. As of now, reporting in Gila Bend, I'm Stephanie Omo, Fox 10 News.
And as we told you before, 15 wildfires burning across the state of California. Just devastating situation for so many people across the state, especially out in Lake County, California, Northern California. Fox 2's Christian Cafton brings us this report on the Cache Fire and the evacuations underway.
Within the burn zone of the Cache Fire, the remains of the dozens of homes burned in the Creekside mobile home community on Dam Road are still smoldering. With most of the roads in the area blocked, AJ says he was able to make his way in and confirmed his home is one of those destroyed.
Yeah, my house is right there where the Y is right there. If you go left, stay left, and then that's the second one on the right. How'd it look? Oh, it's gone. Yeah.
He says he was out Wednesday afternoon when the fire broke out and didn't learn about the fire or evacuation orders until he tried to get home.
I was actually at the Dollar General parking lot giving somebody a ride, and then on our way back we saw smoke. And I thought it was actually out there a little ways, and then we got closer and realized how close it was, and then they already had this shut down. Couldn't even get out here.
He says he's had a few close calls with wildfires in years past, but this one destroyed everything.
I know, it's crazy. It's like they watch the patterns and see what hasn't burned yet, you know.
PG&E and CAL FIRE crews streamed in and out of the area. CAL FIRE crews working to stop the spread.
It'll be building containment lines, putting out hot spots, following trees that are in the hazard way, so getting equipment in to start doing rehab inside.
CAL FIRE crews also hoping that the wind direction would shift and help in their efforts.
It's the wind behind me coming this way, so that's your wind coming out of the north, and the east comes out of the Sacramento Valley. Drier, hotter for us, and it's our fire weather.
And the danger there is spot fires and hot spots, right? I mean,
yes, that's in a finding something that's not completely extinguished, embers within a tree or in a root, grabbing that and spreading it to a unburned area and starting a new fire course.
That was Fox 2's Christian Cafton reporting. Want to bring you this information, though. The Caldor fire that we're hearing from California Department of Forestry and Fire, it has burned 68,630 acres with 0% containment near Little Mountain in California. Just devastating. This one is different than, of course, the Cache Fire, which was, I think, around 80 acres. So 68,000, almost 69,000. Not good. We'll be following any of these updates from fire officials out in California. We're going to stick in Northern California, Fox 2 in the Bay Area, talking about child tax credits. Here's their conversation with a financial analyst.
We are talking money once again during this pandemic with financial planner and advisor Winnie Sun, also managing partner of Sun Group Wealth Partners. We did see those $15 billion in child tax credits go out again, probably deposited into many parents' accounts, and there are families out there, I'm sure, that need the money. They're going to spend it right away for groceries, whatever they need, maybe back to school supplies. But for those families who are watching, who maybe say, we can actually tuck this away, put it aside, or maybe they want to do something else with it. What are you telling your clients to do with this money?
So, Mike, this is a common question right now, right? So this money, they're thinking, well, we want to make sure we're very respectful and take good care of it. Right. And so a lot of people are saying, should I put it into education savings or should I put it towards my own retirement savings? Like, what's the best answer? And I would say, like, if you've got your emergency fund funded, that's key. If not, you can look at that first. And if you still want to go to the next step, take a look at which one comes first. For many of us, our kids are probably going to go to college before we're going to retire. So that probably is the better answer of education savings first. Now, that doesn't mean that you forget about your 401k savings. You want to keep that up. But for this money, for the child tax credit, I would say probably education savings, 529 college savings probably makes sense.
Okay, talk about education in school. A lot of people going back to school right now. And for those college students, this may be their first time, obviously, out of the house, away from their family, maybe a little bit, financial independence is knocking on their door as they approach, graduation down the road from college. But what tips would you give, students who are off to college for the first time and trying to ultimately achieve, that financial independence from their parents?
Well, Mike, I love this question because I'm sure you remember when you first get on campus, you're so excited, there's so many different credit card offers and things that you can do. So what you want to do is before you even get on campus, ideally have obviously the basics set up, your checking account, ATM card, right, and ideally credit card as well. I always tell parents, think about having one of your children as an authorized user on one of your cards. It helps them build credit, but you can also monitor those expenses, which is important. The other thing I would say for college students is think about creating your own budget worksheet. If you go to mybudgetworksheet.com, you can actually download a college worksheet planner for free, and it helps you sort of prioritize the spends that you're probably going to need to think about when you're paying for college. So this kind of starts you in that first step towards financial independence of having those good habits of keeping track of your money. So
if I were to get a credit card and I'm in college and it's my first one, and you're trying to establish good credit and build that credit up, do you want to get one that's like, you can only have $1,000 limit, or does it matter if you have, let's say you have a $5,000 limit?
That's a great question. I think it depends on what your needs are. If you plan to put your tuition on your credit cards, maybe you're going to pay, try to earn cash back or even travel points with it, then yeah, having that larger limit would be helpful. But for most students, that's really not going to be feasible. So you're really looking for a credit card that you're going to be able to hold on for a really long time. So that's going to be one that has no annual fee. That's key. So whatever credit card you establish for yourself, make sure it has no annual fee, no surprises. Also pay attention to interest rate. Make sure the interest rate isn't too high, and make sure you set up auto pay as soon as you get your credit card number. Set it up so it pulls out of your checking account, and talk to your parents too, because maybe you want to just make sure you never miss a payment, and maybe they'll, you come to some agreement that maybe they'll bail you out if it's a certain amount. But, right, this is a time to over communicate with your parents about your money.
Yeah, great point right there. Speaking of parents, at least here in the Bay Area where I'm at, I know the housing prices are still very high. The market's very aggressive. People are trying to buy homes. They're trying to compete. And if they need that extra cash and they knock on mom or dad's door, are there any downfalls to a parent, saying, all right, I'm going to give you a certain amount of money, maybe for a down payment? Or what should parents know about before they do this?
So great question, Mike. There's a couple different scenarios. So we've actually had a lot of our clients ask this too. So there's two things. You can either gift the money to your children, or you can set up as a loan for your children. Those are some things to think about. Now, if you're gifting, understand in 2021, the gift tax allotment is $15,000 per person. So if you have a partner, so it'd be you and let's say a spouse, you could gift your child up to $30,000 this year without having filing a gift tax, which is key. Now, if you feel like you need to gift more than that, then of course you can go towards your annual gift allotment for your lifetime, which in 2021 is substantial. It's over 11 million per person, obviously double that for two people. However, that being said, that could change at any time depending on the year that you ultimately pass away. So I would say the other scenario we've been seeing is some of our clients say, well, why don't I just not gift them, but maybe I'll set up a loan, right? So then they'll have to pay me back. And that's actually a good thing to do too. You can think about doing that. I would advise talking to your accountant, because you'll want to set up a promissory note, and technically you're supposed to also charge a reasonable amount of interest rate on that loan, which is dictated based on the IRS. So you want to make sure you do that and have it all clean and clear cut, and have an accountant or attorney draft that promissory note for you.
So what if my son said, hey, Dad, can you co-sign a loan for me?
So
is that risky? I guess, yeah.
It could be, depending on how responsible your son
Yeah,
is.
exactly.
If he's really good, this could be a really great thing too, because it does help a lot of young people, especially millennials right now, looking to buy their first home. They are having trouble, qualifying for mortgage. Some people, not everybody. So if you can co-sign, that's great. If you think your son's going to be able to continue to pay you on time, you really want to have that comfort discussion. But if they don't pay, mom and dad, would this be a property that you would want to then take over and pay for and for yourself, maybe retain as income property? So a lot of things to consider. Sure. Also, don't forget, it actually will show up on your credit report and your financial profile. So if you decide to buy yourself another home or another car, that could actually impact your debt to income ratio as well.
Got it. All right. We love hearing from the viewers. So how about a viewer question right here? Winnie, should I invest, if I have a pocket of money here, should I invest that money, or should I use it to put toward my mortgage?
Okay, great question. We've been hearing a lot of this on social too. So here's the thing I would say, typically, obviously we love, paying towards the house, but let's be honest, if you refinanced recently, your mortgage rate could be between 2 to 3% right now, which is relatively low. And it's actually in many cases lower than inflation. So if you have those long-term financial goals that need to be accomplished, let's say retirement planning or education planning for your kids, and you're maybe behind on that, I would say try to work towards those goals first. Try to make sure that they're diversified. So hopefully you can keep up and exceed your mortgage interest. So let's say it's like 2.8%. Try to exceed that even after taxes are taken into account. Then it would make sense, right? Then you don't want to pay your house off so soon, because you're gaining on the other side long term, right? Key is long term, and then making sure that that money just doesn't sit in the bank, but it actually is invested towards those important goals.
Who knows what college, my son's 11. So, in 7 years, how expensive 4 years of college will be.
We do know, college expenses, average growth average increase in price right now. So what I call collegeflation is in excess of 6% right now. So it's much higher than inflation or your mortgage rate.
There you go. Winnie Sun, managing partner of Sun Group Wealth Partners. Always appreciate the conversation. Have a great rest of the week, Winnie.
Thank you so much, Mike. Take care.
Fox 2 Bay Area right there with some really great information. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more of the top stories of the day. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. After 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, we're going to be going out to Pentagon press briefing today. You'll hear from spokesman John Kirby, as everyone is seeing him as a familiar face nowadays. Afghanistan being the main story, definitely, of this week. You're going to hear several reporters ask questions specifically about evacuations that are underway right now. The Biden administration saying that they are sending U.S. troops to hopefully pull out people from Afghanistan. Well, an Afghan reporter today, she broke into tears. It was a female reporter who was specifically targeting questions about the women who are under persecution, under Taliban rule, saying that they didn't expect this overnight. They didn't know this was going to happen so quickly. So an emotional press conference today out of the Pentagon. Let's listen in.
An operational update of where things sit in Kabul, as well as an operational update on our support to the people of Haiti after the earthquake. Then I'll come back. I've got a couple of schedule items to talk to, and then we'll take questions. General?
Mr. Cooper, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here to continue giving you an operational update. As you know, we're getting into a rhythm here, so I'll continue to try to focus on the key operational highlights, our focus, and our priorities. We've been providing details through the past in 24-hour snapshots, and I'll provide those details with respect to a few areas today. Further, I'm prepared to give a cumulative update on the total number of people evacuated from Afghanistan so far. First, the U.S. military footprint in Kabul is now more than 5,200 total troops on the ground. Kabul airport remains secure and open for flight operations. There are now multiple gates that have access for entry into the airfield, which will help expedite processing in a safe and orderly manner. In the past 24 hours, 13 C-17s arrived with additional troops and equipment. Also, 12 C-17s departed. These flights contain more than 2,000 passengers. These flights left Kabul and arrived at designated safe havens and staging areas in the CENTCOM area of operation. Since the start of evacuation operations on August 14th, we have airlifted approximately 7,000 total evacuees. This increase is reflective of both a ramp-up of aircraft and airlift capability, faster processing of evacuees, and greater information and fidelity in reporting. If we go back to when the Department of Defense began supporting the State Department with movement of SIVs at the end of July, the cumulative number of people moved out of Afghanistan is somewhere near 12,000. That number includes American citizens, U.S. Embassy personnel, individuals designated by the State Department as SIV applicants, and other evacuees in coordination with the State Department. We're ready to increase throughput and have scheduled aircraft departures accordingly. We intend to maximize each plane's capacity. We're prioritizing people above all else, and we're focused on doing this as safely as possible with absolute urgency. We have not experienced any security incidents nor interference since my last update. We continue to recognize the inherent danger of operating in this environment, but our service members in Kabul remain agile, professional, and are postured to continue mission and to respond if required. On this topic, as we look at the last 24 hours, F-18s from the Ronald Reagan Carrier Strike Group flew armed overwatch flights over Kabul to ensure enhanced security. We maintain a watchful eye and are continuously conducting in-depth assessments to protect the safety of Americans. We will use all of the tools in our arsenal to achieve this goal. I want to reinforce that we are absolutely focused on this mission of national importance. We are committed to the safe evacuation of as many people as quickly and as safely as possible. In Haiti yesterday, 8 United States Army helicopters, 3 CH-47 Chinooks, and 5 UH-60 Blackhawks from Southcom's JTF Bravo out of Honduras repositioned to launch and support operations in support of Haiti earthquake operations. Those assets have already started moving disaster relief personnel and supplies and supported JTF Haiti's assessment of airfields and roads throughout the area. A CH-47 completed a partial move of about 60% of a field hospital, which we believe the rest of the field hospital will be airlifted today. The U.S. Coast Guard continues its life-saving missions, and again, all of the helicopters involved will be on airlift missions to ease the suffering and to get people and capabilities where they need to be. As you know, the USS Arlington is now underway and expected to arrive later this week to provide additional lift and medical capabilities and serve as another resource for the people of Haiti. Finally, Special Tactics Airmen assigned to the Special Operations Wing are currently augmenting the life-saving and humanitarian aid efforts in Haiti and are responsible for conducting various airfield surveys to determine suitability for bringing in follow-on humanitarian aid via airlift. Thank you very much.
Just got a couple schedule items to go over. So here in Washington, Secretary Austin did have a phone conversation this morning with his counterpart in Bahrain, His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Deputy Supreme Commander and Prime Minister. And this afternoon, the Secretary will be welcoming His Excellency Dr. Khalid bin Mohammed Al Attiyah, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of State of Defense Affairs for the state of Qatar, here in the building. We'll issue a readout for each of those events later today. And with that, we'll start taking questions. I think, Bob, you're on the phone, yeah?
Yes, thank you, John. General Taylor said that there were 12 C-17 aircraft departed with evacuees over the past 24 hours, which is a smaller number than the previous 24 hours, I believe. My question is regarding, with the clock running down on toward August 31st, does Secretary Austin believe that it will be necessary to extend the deadline? I know that it's not his call, but has he recommended that the deadline of August 31st be extended?
Bob, you heard the Secretary yesterday say that we're very focused on making sure we get as many people out as possible and as fast as possible, and we're working on that very diligently. As you heard the General's update, and you also heard the President say that if he believes that there's a need to alter the timeline, that he would revisit that at the appropriate time. What we're focused on right now, Bob, is head down, shoulder to the wheel, trying to get as many people out as possible, as quickly as possible. And I think I'll leave it at that. Tara.
Thank you.